and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slugs, snails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out.
Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium!
The thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show it.
Just like that, Scrappy puts them to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
What's up, you naughty little key clickers? It's Chris Puckett alongside aLLeY Cat and Nameless. Headquarters back in the building, and we're breaking down all of your favorite games from the Call of Duty League. And today, well, we've got 3 more epic series coming on an epic Sunday. Before we get to that, though, can we take a look back at what went down yesterday? Because I felt like we had 4 really fun series. Yeah. Some blowouts, some that went the distance to some Game 5s to open the day, but also some stellar individual performances. I want to start here with Florida because Havoc, I called him. He's been a man to watch since Raleigh. He's been on fire. Yesterday, he put up some records, Nameless.
Yeah, the guy was going nuts. I mean, he really was taking over, especially in that control. Like, at times, it looked like LAG were dominating them. It was Havoc the entire time getting behind enemy lines, making those plays, opening it up. And, you know, if you look at the stats throughout the game, Major Maniac started off so slow, but due to Havoc constantly being a thorn in their side, he's able to pick it back up, and they win this game. I think what's so different about Havoc's play versus some of the other SMGs in the game is he looks fast, right, but he doesn't look as like he's in hyper speed like some of the other SMGs because he has such good anticipation. He waits for his chance, and then he strikes. When you go and try to hunt him down, he's ready for you, and that's an intangible that some of these SMGs just don't have.
And then you see the first 4 he held up. That wasn't the only time he did it, though. After dropping the 40 bomb, we went to a search and destroy, and he got all 4 kills in this round, aLLeY.
I mean, what a dominant ace as well. Again, I said it yesterday. It was one of those situations where he genuinely just outgun and outread his opponent in every situation. Usually when you see an ace, it's a couple players getting shot in the back, it's a couple outreads, but right then and there, that was just such an impressive play out of Havoc.
Put him in the holster, baby. Havoc counting all 4, but it was a team effort. When we look across the numbers, Brack had one of the best series that we've seen from him in our online matches, and Vico, he's showing the energy. Coming in, letting the other Challengers players know you are not welcome here on the Pro League stage.
Yeah, Vico is getting absolutely hyped, and that's what they need, man. You can look across this series, like, still struggling in the hard points, but it's okay if you're able to be icy in those round 11s and clutch up when you need to in control. And, you know, to touch on your point about Brack, like, the guy had the most damage in lobby, 1.5 KD. Every single map, he is putting in work when they need him to. And without Brack, like, Havoc's not popping off like that. So everybody on this team is starting to step it up.
Brack versus Scrappy a little bit later. That's our first match of the day. But can we talk a little bit about a team that is now climbing to the top of the most dangerous list? Atlanta FaZe, a lot of questions after their performance in Raleigh. You didn't make it to the championship match, which has become an expectation from the fans. But then you have an MVP performance from old man Simp. He's not really that old, but he was fragging out. He set a new league record, 16 straight kills, aLLeY. The kill streak was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal. I think the entirety of Atlanta FaZe played phenomenal yesterday. This is the Atlanta FaZe that gets really, really scary. I remember last year, it was all about their search and destroy. They couldn't clean it up. And we were like, if Atlanta FaZe just tightens their search and destroy, they will be disgusting like they have in the past. Well, this year they are starting hot with a very good S&D streak and 3 respawns in a series. It's the Atlanta FaZe. They're going to take at least 1. So I'm hoping to see the continuation here in the second half of major qualifiers for the Atlanta FaZe.
And as we take a look at all 16 kills there from Simp, what was more impressive? The fact that he went on a 16 streak or that he did it against the Surge? Last time they went to a Game 5, this was the fastest series of the day with a hot 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all impressive, Puckett, like everything. And I saw the community on Reddit and on Twitter just going nuts seeing Simp fry once again, and it's just something like, I want to see him channeling everything. It felt like when we went into that game 2 search and destroy where aBeZy was just running at them on offense, getting that first blood, Simp's like, hey, why am I not just challenging everything once again? And even at the end, he could have went on a longer streak, but he flies off the top bridge for that 17th kill and dies. And I'm okay with that because that's what I want to see out of the tiny terrors. You're so talented. That's what you need to be doing, just thrashing people.
Get in their face, fly at them. They did it all search and destroy as well. But most importantly, not only did you beat Surge, you got your revenge, but you shut up all of the doubters. Everyone who said maybe we need to bring Dashie onto this team. I didn't see the word Dashie once in the chat. Everyone from FaZe seemed happy with what they saw from their original lineup. Let's talk about another squad, though, that was in the mix yesterday. The Subliners coming off of a massive win in Raleigh. HyDra saying, I proved Crim6 wrong. Well, he's also proving the doubters wrong that thought they couldn't keep it up. The Subliners walking away with a 3-1 in a matchup that we expected to go to Game 5 against the Thieves.
Yeah, and a lot of it's off the back of HyDra just continuing to be the consistent, disgusting SMG that he is. We talk about this player being one of the best SMGs in the game and being one of the most consistent. When HyDra's on the map, you know what you're going to get out of him, and I think that is so important for this New York Subliners squad, especially in that map 1. It was a convincing win for the LA Thieves. Unfortunately, Skyz had a very slow start. He will never change his aim assist ever again. As we saw the rest of that series, he picked it up after the search and destroy, but you need a player like HyDra to push you through a series like that when one of your players is lacking behind.
That 9 streak to get the cruise missile at the end totally flipped this game on its head. It feels like they have those players that have those explosive moments that just turn the tide of a series.
Yeah, no one expected the teamwork that New York has. Like, we did not expect them to be to this level so fast. Like, such a new roster. They haven't really played with each other in the past. And in these crazy moments, these round 11s, they're on offense, dissecting the defense, making plays, pivoting over towards field, things like that. Just high-level gameplay. In the control, LA Thieves has a stranglehold on the map. What does HyDra do? He gets through arc, pops a crazy streak. Such a dynamic team, and I got HyDra as the best SMG in the game right now.
Best SMG in the game right now. You agree with this, aLLeY?
He's the second best for me. I think Pred and him are about the same level right now.
I want to see Pred versus HyDra, 1v1. Let's get it done. We'll have to argue about this a little bit later. Another SMG, though, that deserves praise. He wore a Minnesota Røkkr jersey, and I don't know what's going on in Minnesota, but don't drink the water, don't eat the lettuce, because all 4 players were playing from home. Everybody suffering from some food poisoning. It didn't seem to affect their gameplay in maps 3, 4, and 5. This was a reverse sweep after a very sloppy start against the Royal Ravens.
And how typical as well, like to have the composure to be that sick across the board. Usually we're used to like teams maybe having one player that's sick so they can't go to the facility for contagious regions. This is the entire team. The entire team is throwing out their guts. They can't drink water, and they're going in and doing teams like this. They're going down 0-2, and then they are turning on the gear. And we do have to highlight Afro because this is a player where at the beginning in the Major II Qualifiers we were like, this is insane out of him, but is it a repeat of last year where he gets on land and maybe it's a little lackluster, it's not what we're used to? He proved everybody wrong at Major 1. Was it the placing they were hoping for? Absolutely not. But he did prove his consistency and prove that Minnesota Røkkr are still fighting to be a top team.
Yeah, you know, look at solid control once again. They had one of the more dominant rounds that we've ever seen. I think they had every life at their disposal up until the very end where they lost like 2 lives, ended with 28. Afro 34 and 17 on the map, just frying. You can see Attach talking about the food poisoning. Just so impressive all around from the squad.
If we were picking our scuff team of the major based on yesterday's performances alone, I think you'd see a whole lot of SMGs. We loved what we saw out of Simp. We loved what we saw out of Havoc, Afro, and HyDra, all having stellar performances. But we still have some time before we get to that Boston major. And our scuff team of the major, well, it's decided by the fans. Nameless, we pick out the first 8, but the fans choose the final 4 in the starting lineup.
100%. We had an interesting one last major. We'll see if there's some changes going into this one, but the SMGs, man, that Vaznov is disgusting. It might be all SMG team of the major.
Get your votes in, and of course, get your tickets if you want to watch these players all compete live. We're going to Boston, the MGM Music Hall at Fenway, February 2nd to the 5th. You don't want to miss it. Raleigh was a blast. I have a feeling Boston is going to get even rowdier this time around, aLLeY.
Oh, definitely, especially with where we're going to be. We're going to be in the middle of the city, and we're going to be at Fenway. Boston Austin. It's going to be cold, though. Bring your jackets.
That was what went down yesterday. Today, we look forward to 3 more matches, and we got to remind you where we're at in the standings coming into day 3 of this opening week. Subliners, after that Raleigh dominant showing, they are now sitting atop at 10-3 in first place. FaZe is in the 3rd spot, jumping up a little bit after their win over the Surge. And you're going to notice the Mutineers, who started in the 9th spot yesterday, now sitting in 7th with an even record. The eyes, though, today have to go to OpTic Texas. You're in the 10th spot. You have a negative record. This is something OpTic fans are not used to. They made a change. They're trying to fix it and pull out a dub tonight.
Yeah, we'll see, man. It's the trio is back alongside Rambo. They won a world championship together. Scump's going to be switching up his role a little bit. A lot of questions, and will be answered today.
And here's a look at that schedule. When does OpTic play? 4:30 p.m. Mark your calendars here on the East Coast. But we're opening things up with Toronto Ultra versus the Florida Mutineers. We also have a showdown of the 2 LA squads. Do the Guerrillas cause problems for the Thieves, aLLeY? How do you see these matches shaking out?
I see the first 2 being some pretty quick series, but I think that last one will go further than a lot of people are expecting.
I like that prediction. Chat, let us know which one you're most excited for. Get your predictions in early. We're going to a break. When we come back, iTancha is putting 500,000 channel points on one of these teams. Is it Toronto or are you going with Florida? We'll find out after this.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
It's time to show us where you're putting your channel points. Toronto Ultra facing off against the Florida Mutineers. And if you haven't made your prediction yet, you may want to listen in to these two because we just got the maps and modes for this series. And we have some interesting selections from the teams. Every single matchup, our coaches get a chance to ban some maps. The remainders are what we see in our 5-game lineup. Nameless, what are you looking at on this screen? What's catching your eye?
I'm just wondering why Florida allowed Mercado Hardpoint. When we look at that, Florida is 0-5 on Mercado Hardpoint. That's one of the better maps on the side of the Toronto Ultra. It's just super confusing. And then they also banned Mercado S&D, I believe. Yeah, and Florida is 3-0 on that map. So question marks in my brain as to Florida's plan here. Maybe they're testing some map pools, but we'll see.
Al, what do you see here?
I'm right there with him. The hard points are super weird for me, especially in the fact that Florida is one of the worst hold teams in the league, 10th if we're being specific, and they're playing Toronto on 2 of their best breaking maps. They are 1st and 2nd overall in the league when it comes to both the hard points in this series, so this is going to go by fast, I think.
Florida Mutineers, the underdog coming in. They have the 7th seed jumping up from the 9th spot to start the week. Can they keep climbing? Well, they're going to need some stellar performances once again from a number of players. Brack is dropping the digits this week. Havoc has had those lights out games, but this needs to be a team effort. And I'll be honest, I don't see how you beat Toronto in 2 respawns. So if they pull out another dub tonight, it's got to be coming in the search and destroys again. That game 5 has been their key to success all year.
It has to be in the search and destroys. Another thing that doesn't make sense about the map vetoes is Brack has a 1.29 on Embassy hardpoint. So they're not bad at that map, but that's what they veto in this series. It doesn't make sense. I don't think this is a good time to test your map pool against the 2nd seed, but it has to start in that LSC low. Florida, it's probably one of their better search and destroys. We saw them play it yesterday, so I don't know. This is a weird series, Bucket.
I like Florida. They always get weird, and I'm here for it. On the other side, we know what to expect from the Toronto Ultra. Scrappy is going to come out confident. He's going to talk some smack. Stanny's going to feed off the vibes. Insight and Kleenex are going to be in the right spots at the right time, setting all of each other up to just get the team W. But if there's an individual to watch today, Nameless, what number, what player are you keeping eyes on the mini-map in particular?
Oh, it's always Kleenex for me. That guy's an absolute dog, man. He's making plays, and with how good that Baznev is, I expect him to have a good performance throughout this series. I think they have to take both hardpoints. Obviously, most teams have been doing that against Florida. Florida's statistically the worst hardpoint team that we have in the game. Yeah. And also, we're looking at the control. I mean, both teams haven't played Fortress Control. It'll be an interesting one. Havoc's been taking over in the controls, but Fortress is one. It's a little bit more in your face, a little bit more one-dimensional. Just got to execute game plan.
We just gained 10,000 followers on the channel. Thank you all for watching, and I should say viewers as well. Hit that follow button while you're here to get the notifications every time we go live. We got Toronto Ultra Florida, we got OpTic Texas Boston, and we'll close out the day with Guerrillas versus Thieves. But it's time for match number 1, and we have our first set of beautiful casters. It's Miles the Ross Boss, and the man most likely to serve for the state police later in his life.
Wow, one intro. It ain't getting better than that. It ain't. There's no way to serve this game up any finer. Chris Bucket, the day is yours. Guys, let's have a great day of Call of Duty. Chance, how you doing, brother? Sure.
Dude, that hit the core. I was a criminology major. That's probably what I would be doing with my life if I was not commentating Call of Duty. So I don't know how Puckett knows things, but Puckett, he knows everything.
He certainly does. Well, and a lot we do know coming up into this matchup, Chance, of course, Vito's the desk touched upon it quite a lot. But this is going to be a fun one. First time we're going to a couple of firsts here in the series either way. But this should be an absolute banger. Both teams, you know, current form spicy. There's going to be a lot of trash talked in this one.
100%. And I will say for like both the question marks for the pick and bans were on Mercado, one for Hardpoint and one for the S&D. The S&D, I have no explanation as to why Florida got rid of that where they're 3-0. I know the 0-5 record looks bad on this map for Florida, but I could sort of see it. 3 of those losses are just to OpTic, and the other 2 were like 10-point games. So I think the stats don't tell the whole story for Florida on this map, but it's still a dangerous game either way because Toronto, well, they're elite.
You can keep the stats already in the game. Florida Mutineers do what they can to hold that bottom side of the minimap P2. That's where it's all at for now. Toronto Ultra with at least 35 seconds to be nabbed here on first. Mercado's a crazy map. We've already seen some wild moments here in the early stages here of Modern Warfare 2 and looking to add to the pile already. Vico, the man of the moment, who had a lot of good time yesterday, trying to make his way to the point. And for now, it's the slow game. It may be the time for Toronto Ultra, but it's the map control for the Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, sort of a default setup. Florida do a nice job of not allowing those spawns to get broken, but the exchange, when you keep the pressure on the bottom of the map, well, maybe you don't get all of the time over towards P1, but I mean, I'd say so far so good for the Mutineers, keeping things locked down. And I mean, I think Røkkr was called out as one of those sort of underrated players on Florida when you're looking like across the league. Strong stuff from him. You get the rotation. Florida looking for a full 60.
Don't forget, Brack is a former Toronto Ultra player from way back in the day. Here comes the hit on the hard point, though. Major Maniac, the man there holding down that bottom side of the window. This is the top view, the alleyway through that backside. Here's the open courtyard where those players are going to try to break on through, but you have to get into the cantina, and that is the hardest part of this hard point. Mutineers locking this one down again. Here comes their hit. Havoc's going to find another quick pivot. Oh, takes another one. Havoc has not slowed down whatsoever since yesterday. Sweet Jesus, he's got another.
Very nice moment right there from Havoc, and the patience as well, because 2 of his teammates died behind him. There's players up top, but he holds his L trigger, waits for the first guy to come around the corner, and then delivers for the next few. So solid stuff out of Florida. Set themselves up for a full 60 and ended up getting 45, 50 points off of it. So developed a nice lead. They're not trying to develop a pinch on the hill. Havoc, he swung his way across the map. There's a player above him, but all ready for Ultra. They're scattered on this setup.
Yeah, this is wild. Ultra, oh dear, good work. They're out of scrap. That one opening is going to buy his teammates a little bit of space. Here comes Jamie Craven insight into the hill. CleanX as well, but Vehicle can't get any more out of it. Scrap stays alive. The first man in the kill feed, the last there. The break is good. Ultra finally on the point.
And that's great patience coming out of inside as well. That was the player up top, and he waits an extra few seconds before he chows down low. So Toronto, very well coordinated, and that coordination needs to continue. 2 players being swarmed on the point. Scrap, though, L triggered up. Hey, he gets traded out. Florida, they get the break. And Standy, who has just now gotten his first kill, is dealing with a few. But it looks like for Ultra, it wasn't easy. It wasn't the cleanest hold in the world, but they do get a decent chunk of time working their way back into the game.
And it's all about really slow moments like that. Get as much time as you can out of each hard point. Try to keep the race relatively close. Because for now, Ultra is still locking it down. They're looking towards Barbershop now. That's coming up below right-hand side of the minimap. About to pop now. So far, Mutineers have got the man in there. That will be getting the time. There's big pressure from CleanX not to get the kill. Major Maniac up next. Here comes Scrap. Could Scrap get it done with the tank? No. Good work there at the Mutineers. Map control theirs. Hard point still in their hands.
And the timing on the spawns right there for Ultra did not pan out, because they actually had a player spawn behind Scrap over towards that bottom cantina, but it is players all over the place. CleanX is chowing through the front. He's got 2 AR players in the back alley, and then Scrap over by the other truck that's on the map. And you got the scattered push, you got the pitches on the hill, and if not for the trophy, you had the coordination for the break. Ultra back inside, and it looks like they deliver. The scatter pushers from Florida, maybe not enough for, there's always someone extra. Such a tricky hill to hold on to, but Ultra execute, they get the job done.
It's a really good test of a team's ability to keep track of players, that hard point. Wow, crazy stuff there, but it comes to a close. You've still got the Florida Mutineers with a slight lead going into next now. We go back over towards the courtyard now of the warehouse. So once again, plenty of hard points here in Mercado. An 8-point game for now. Ultra with the control, but you've got the Mutineers on the outside. Here comes Vehicle. First man in the kill feed, gets himself one. Stanley with the immediate bounce back. The rebuttal is there. Any more to be had? Smooth moves, I think not. Kills are good. Numbers starting to dwindle for Ultra. You've got the Mutineers now locking it down. Surely that point is theirs.
Yeah, no hops right there out of Standy. Having problems moving on the map and having problems killing as well. 4 and 10 through the moment, so definitely a little bit of a slow one that Mutineers attempting to take full advantage of. You got Major Maniac on a 5 spree up top in the power position. And Florida maybe showing off that they're not as bad on this map as we thought. Nice little stretch. 7 spree in the cruise secured. All that scrap time and a nice little lead. Mutineers have built themselves.
He's disgusting. Magic Major Maniac stuff right there, just peeling them as they make their way forward. Hardpoint still going the way of the Mutineers. This is a great look for them, though. Here we go. Still in our first set of rotations. Still 7 spree from Major Maniac's going to call in. The streaks now trying to clean up bottom side of the cantina now. Anyone on the out and about, they're going to be forcing the inside. Scrap stays alive. Good use, that trophy system made of pure gold. Here we go, though. Mutineers now looking for the break. One from the top side. Vehicle cracks a door, cracks a couple nearly there. CleanX stays alive. Brack's the next man in, but so far a good hold out of Ultra. Can Brack get it done? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, but the trades are good. Wait, what? Chance will he see it? No, it's done. Scrap's good. Hard point still in contest.
Eventually, right there, Ultra able to make that break, right? Scrappy taking a little bit longer than we thought, and the pre-fire not good enough. And I mean, you talk about scrap time. This isn't scrap time that's being left right here. This is 30 seconds that Toronto might be able to collect. So these cantina, whether it's above or below, always a money hill. And this is too much time that Major Maniac does not want to trade away, so he'll fight for the final 10. Knows he's in the corner, but Ultra kept it content, right? They always had an extra player nearby. They were ready for the push, and again, right back in this game.
Yeah, still, though, holding it for now, Florida Mutineers. Let's go for a very quick listen in and see how the boys are sounding.
I'm gonna try the Walker heady for you.
There's 2 deep. There's 2 deep. One was forward.
He's behind the corner. I checked it. What the fuck?
Yeah, we
there's
can corner
two.
No, it's only one. There's
2. No, I saw another one. He's one there. Okay, listen, he's gonna reflank middle, Mike.
I'll repinch middle then from yellow van.
Okay.
I'm
gonna jump in the carpet. I'm holding it for a second.
Bidding him.
Could be white.
Yellow van. I'll fly out. Just fly out. Dive to it.
Left corner.
One more in hill. With you, Drazah.
One straight back trips on one flying middle.
Yep, he just flanked in now. All good, guys. We play for house.
He's going middle. He's gonna white truck. He's gonna be white truck. Standing.
I'm wrapping right.
I spawned house. I'm gonna go top. Low is open.
I'm coming
I'm
through.
going now. I'm going now.
Okay.
Yeah, go deep.
I'm waiting for you, Mike.
You're gonna be playing for the house.
Okay.
I'm looking over you. Dark.
CleanX dark. He's punching out yellow van.
Yellow van, he knows I'm here.
Back long right now. Back long. I push now.
Behind me came. He's dark. LL2 head cut.
He's dead. He's dead.
Nice.
He's pushing up long. Scrap.
Okay. I spawned it.
I spawned B cut. I spawned B cut.
He's low house to tables. Low house.
We're missing clinics. Good spawn.
Got me, bro. They spawn head, bro. There's three there. For the guy on hold. There's nothing old. Scrap.
I can get your tunnel.
I'm holding L. He's L scrap. He's coming.
No, RV inside. He's on
RV.
RV.
Let's go
Do
right now.
something together from PD side. I'm gonna go dark turn.
Tunnel done.
I'm gonna go bitch.
I got the rest one. Top 10 on me.
Okay.
One's gonna be gate. One's gonna be gate or RV. Top 10 and wait. He's bottom out. Bottom dark. Nice.
And in L scrap weak.
In L and then one's probably god heading. White truck on me.
And L. One's L as well.
Inside one shot white truck.
Two are L and hedge cut going deep right.
Time.
And you hear from the comms that the game plan from Florida is absolutely sound. They knew what corners to check. They knew what late pinches were going to be coming through. But the execution on the ideas, non-existent. And Toronto Ultra have just taken over this game.
Oh, what a turnaround for Ultra now. Standy, the man who started the game, 0-6, is now 15-14. He's managed to transform this moment. First hard point, all safe and sound. Ultra have managed to get a decent chunk of it. Second now, all set up for them. This is a brilliant moment for Toronto Ultra to try to walk away with this one. Counter-attack now from the Mutineers. Got to be clean as hail. And clean is the name of the game, but it's the wrong side. It's CleanX. It's 2 for him. It's 23 overall. And he's got this side of the map all his.
Yeah, and that's that SMG duo as well. Standy again with those pinches through the middle of the map. He started off slow, like 2-8 at one point, 4-10. Well, he's made it to positive territory, and when he turns the game around on a 4 spree, I mean, you just see that the lead has become almost astronomical at this point.
It's not over yet, though. Here come the Mutineers upstairs, trying to clear these spots out. They're running out of numbers. A couple of players through the back line. There's 30 seconds still to be had here, so you're not going to let this one go. You have to get in the point. You've got to slow this one down. You've got to get more pressure on this one. And here come the Mutineers. It's a good late break. 20 seconds going their way. Rotation's going to be done as well. Oh, Brack has just got a sweet spawn.
Yeah, the best spawn of all time. How are you ever going to read that? And maybe a moment of life and opportunity to try to claw your way back in this game. But you got a long way to go. And if Insight and the Swarm from Ultra is like this, I don't know what you can do.
God.
Havoc puts 2 in a blender.
Got him. But wait.
And the host ended the game. Okay. Tilting for everybody involved. I have no idea what the hell just happened.
Oh, the face of Scrap there. I mean, we were annoyed about something. We saw Havoc get a sweet 3-piece from the old Skycam. We will get an official ruling of what has just happened, but all right, Ultra, they get it.
No, I'll wait for the official ruling.
I'll wait for the official ruling.
Noah hit 250. In my opinion, that's how to win hardpoint, but I guess we'll see.
All right, we'll see what happens. Either way, though, what a crazy matchup. Okay, we did lose a DC so late into the game as well there. Wow, 235 to 155. We will wait on an official ruling before giving the crown to anyone, but that is a tough scene to be in. What a matchup that was. What a fantastic comeback from Toronto Ultra. Started a little slow, all Mutineers all day. Then towards the latter end of the matchup, obviously when the sun went down, Ultra came up. Crazy stuff from them. Either way, though, first map, not quite done yet, friends. Again, we are waiting on an official ruling there, but we saw some ish on that one, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, Mercado is very much a map, and obviously it is hill-to-hill dependent, and when you have 7 of them, it takes a long time to sort of break into the details, but it is very much a map that if you make, like, a single mistake, a single bad push, or you get 3-pieced once, like, that's just going to let things spiral out of control, because I think the listening was perfectly timed. Florida was playing very well, neck and neck, had a nice little lead, and then we heard in the comms the one moment where they don't check the corner that CleanX was in. That hill turns into a full 60. The next section of the comms we're listening to is them saying, hey, we know where Standy is. He's going to late pinch through mid. And we heard Major Maniac saying he was going to pick it up, but eventually it just like too much time passes. They don't expect a late pinch anymore. And that's when Standy comes through, picks up a 2-piece. It just completely kills your push. And like, those are the moments where the game spirals out of control. Mutineers were heads up, but again, the execution just not there. And obviously Toronto, I mean, they really started running away with it.
They really did. Well, the cool news is they get a chance to run away with it all over again. We did have Standy lag out of the game at the last possible moments there. Obviously, it was 15 for the win. However, ruling states, and both teams down with it. We're running it back, ladies and gentlemen. So we hope you love Mercado Hardpoint. You get another one. Here we go, mate. This is going to be interesting. We're going to see a repeat. We're going to see a blowout. What in the name of goodness happens?
I mean, again, the expectation is certainly for Toronto to be the better hardpoint team. Florida have the 12th overall in a league with 12 teams hardpoint record. So, I mean, that is certainly the game was shaping up the way that it was expected. And I don't know, man. I just looking at that moment for Ultra, like not reading the completely unreadable spawn of Brack for no reason, gets gifted a rotation just for the spiciness of the openings. But that's just the way the map plays. But I'd say if nothing else from Ultra, maybe try to have a stronger opening break. I think it was like after P2 where they got nearly full 60 and were never able to flip those spawns. I know certainly that's something they're going to be looking to do. And obviously Standy and CleanX will be the duo, in my opinion, to try to be the ones to push through and actually make those breaks happen. Because I don't think Standy, he might have started slow for the first few minutes, but he certainly eventually was able to find the hot hand that will carry into the reset. He's very happy in the camp.
Oh, he did. I think he finished the game with the last sort of time we saw him before being brought down, like a 6 spree or a 7 spree. Same there for Major Maniac. Again, he managed to pull some streaks out. We saw a cruise missile getting involved there. And again, I think both sides, a hot start to the series. Consider that the warm-up, ladies and gents, because now we're really getting to the meat and bones of this one. Search and Destroy come up after this as well. We'll touch upon that a little bit later on, but that could be an exciting toss-up. We're almost ready to go. Fist bumps are out. That means it's time to get back into the game, ladies and gents. And again, I hope you love Mercado Hardpoint because we're running it back, baby. Here we go.
Bienvenidos. I don't know what that means, but
welcome,
sounds nice to say. Welcome. Hey, welcome back to the map then. The running back as well as Boston coming up early February for that one. I'd say Toronto, they're just looking to be the team at the top at the end of the tournament, and Florida still in sort of that looking for improvement situation because, again, if you're at the bottom of the league at anything, especially a game mode where there's 2 maps in the series, I think a win is not quite yet on the horizon. So we need to see these improvements. And we need to see them fast on the side of Florida Mutineers.
Well, here we go. We're going to run it straight back into the hard point. We have it. And again, Mutineers open the last one up pretty strong, as does Brack once again. Nice 2-piece into the hill. Already you find the Florida Mutineers. Now they had perfect control of P2 the last time round. So we get to put them to the test once again. Can the boys of Ultra find their way forward this time a little stronger? And it looks like chance. The answer is no.
Oh, they've just got him completely contained as well. I think Ultra trying to work through the gate side of the map. And, hey, they get a couple of those kills with attack 56s, so things are at least opened up. But this is a sizable lead already built over towards P1, and those spawns have not flipped yet. So talk about on the reset, maybe the idea of Ultra making improvements. Instead, it's Florida that look even better.
Yeah, they look even better this time around. 28-7, different looks though. Final few seconds going to be going the way of howdy diddly doodly. Nope. Havoc's going to get it. Of the boys of the Mutineers. Final 10, looking for the close break. Scrap's still alive here. He's got himself a sweet spot. This is a good place to be. He's got a teammate with him. That's going to be Standy making his way through the backside now. So you've got the hard point basically all yours. Spawns have flipped. You've got 1 player left to deal with, but Major Maniac, as quiet as you like, he's going to play this one very sensible. Wait for the boys to roll up. Here come the Mutineers. Already in the kill feed, getting things going. Standy's got to catch these players out fast.
Oh my God.
A lot of kills, so Brack, it's 4. One of them was a teammate, but the break is theirs.
Hey, he wants them all. He'll just take the whole lobby down with them. That was actually Ultra doing a wonderful job of approaching P2 just for a moment like that for the life to get snatched out of their lungs. And now you turn it into a situation for, I mean, hey, final 30 seconds. It's not fun to have to deal with. You're getting picked apart. And I mean, hey, deja vu all over again. I think it's almost the exact same scoreline we have going into P3.
Oh, man. Here comes the aggressive comb across the middle of the map. Got to watch out for Scrap, who has the cross covered, but you've already got members of the Mutineers now on the inside. Towards the back line. Here comes Insight with the old window hops. No trophies there to save him. 3 members now on the point. The last man on the outside. The Mutineers have got all angles covered, but they don't have the numbers.
Yeah, they're waiting for the pinch as well. Havoc has been working the flank for quite some time, but Ultra, they had the setup, they had the reads for all these plays, and as soon as Havoc falls, everyone else can just turn their attention to the other direction. So the next 3 players on Florida, they got to hit through the same side, all to the front.
Yep, here we go. Through the front. Vehicle bad timing. Not able to get anything out of that one. Here we go, though. Ultra still keeping it together. What a reach out from CleanX. Finds another one as well. Scrap with 2. Beautiful work. All 4 down. Mutineers back to the drawing board.
Yeah, absolutely nothing on that push. As soon as CleanX finds that first kill on Havoc, the rest of Mutineers absolutely stagnant. Only given one direction to look for Ultra, and they make that look easy. And we talk about Standy, technically a slow start, but also the man has a minute inside the hill, so he's been bored just collecting this time as his teammates having fun on this rotation. 2 clean kills in the feed. The approach is pretty quick over towards New. I guess Florida, though, they do get a very close spawn, so those early kills don't really matter.
don't matter too much, but over to the barbershop we go. Ultra with an earlier lead than the last time round. How the break's going to look this time. It was not an easy thing to do first go. Scrap making his way slowly in there. The spree's still on. If Brack pokes a barrel, spotted him, closed door. Says all you need to know. That's awkward as hell. Gets it. Clean break. Toronto are in.
And that was an interesting moment of no one actually watching the back door at all, and the player in the back alley not watching anything. So Ultra effectively just a cakewalk into the hill, and Scrap happy for it. 10 kills to his name. Where he falls, his teammates should be there for the cleanup, or Mutineers actually a nice little bounce back as the fight for these final 30 seconds. The absolute trade fest and nade fest that will exist on this hill.
Well, Insight's frag grenade actually destroyed his team's trophy in there. So with that, I mean, it just meant that he was going to get blown up a second later. Crazy stuff. The delicate balance of the to and fro there on the inside of the barbershop. That concussion from Sandy. Perfect time. He slows it down. Here come the trophy. Wow, what a move. Mutineers are out. Great hold. Here's the late break, or the early break rather, on the next hard point as they have smashed their way through.
Oh, Vehicle is flying as well, straight out the window just for the extra kills and the extra intel, but it is flanks for days, and Standy got behind enemy lines. Little 1v1 maybe between him and Havoc. The spot Havoc loves to play. We've seen him do it in 1v1s, but for the moment, it is just not an easy hard point to live inside of.
That nods. Havoc can't get any more out of that crazy little run. The courtyard now is a wide open space. Ultra with the numbers. Lined up through the dark alleyway. Here comes the space to work with it, getting it done. One kill at a time. Brack can't get any more out of it. CleanX, what a two. Unbelievable stuff, Hardpoint Ultra.
Yeah, CleanX was tagged up in that engagement as well, so nice little move. I think Havoc might be thinking about a late hit towards the point, or maybe just a rotation. That's a lot of time that just got chalked up, and that will be Ultra taking the lead. But if you're chalking the time, that means you want the control of up top, but Standy causing all sorts of problems, and it's the SMG duo again that opens things up, and it's Standy that is going to close that door and shut them down. Rotation by Ultra, guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Scraps once again got the middle cross covered. If anyone tries to hit that alleyway, they're in danger. There goes one. Pops up for the second. Gets it as well. Vehicle and Havoc now pushing up daisies as you see Toronto Ultra pushing up the score.
I mean, that's just too easy, in all honesty, right? SMGs all over the map, whether it's Scrappy with it in hand or the actual duo, but a free rotation after they got the final 20 seconds of the scrap, and that's one of those Mercado moments where Florida, you make that one mistake, you drop the ball for a second, and it is going to be absurdly difficult to try to fight back in, because you're forced to fly to the hill with the TAC 56. Easy trades right there from Insight. And maybe just one final push from Florida looking for the scrap.
Oh, it's the dad strength right there. That moustache powering him up. A solid amount. If you've ever held a moustache in your life, male friends, let me tell you, it does help out a lot. 160 to 112 now. We did a listen in with the Florida Mutineers the first go around. This time, though, let's listen to Toronto Ultra.
P4 truck, P4 truck, Vickle, and he's left-hand corner P4 truck.
Close left?
Yep, close left.
I'm about to help you in P4.
Give me a second, I'm stunned.
Spawn ladder, I'm repitching your ladder.
Myself, bro. Close left, close left. Watch out.
Laying in pallets.
Weak, close left. And on the blue car,
Havoc's pallets going
still
gate.
behind the door,
Pallets
right behind the door.
Okay, blue car, watch out, blue car, watch out. One's in P4, I think. In P4 now, in P4 now.
I'm absolutely running me.
Right back alley, Jimmy.
Dead.
Nice.
One's on the blue truck, blue truck.
Blue car in hell still.
Tell me, like, you can kill him. Blue truck. Dead. Nice. Last guy.
RV, let's go.
Good time.
RV, one shot. Challenging left side RV, just holding left side. Holding the left side, laying down.
Another one RV, challenging left side, challenging left side again.
Yeah, two ladder.
Did you come across hell? So I got one lockers.
One more lockers, Jamie.
Yeah.
Last guy lockers.
Yep.
Weak.
Really weak.
Weaker then.
Yo, two lockers.
Yeah, just stay down. Do there. I'm rotating.
Yo, two challenging safe side. One more, nice, Jimmy, one more.
I think they're playing through road.
One more, you're fucking better. One more, Jamie,
hold me again.
I'm helping your gate, Jamie.
I have Sacred now,
Gate dead, Jamie.
One more, Jamie, one more.
Ivy help.
Last guy Havoc.
Ivy help.
No, 1 second.
One below weak.
Yeah.
I'll get
Lockers again, eLLeY. It's close. 100% there.
They give me my gate.
I'll be my cut.
Let him lockers, I think we've got Eddie on me.
Nothing got Eddie.
Make a push up mid then. He's mid cut.
I have it to chow.
You're going like towards Zig.
Alright, speed winning line, keep up, bro.
Challenging me mid, go.
Ladder on me.
I'm coming, eLLeY, I'm coming. I'm here now, I'm here.
Ladder, one shot, ladder. RV, another two spawning ladder, Jamie. Mid cut and two ladder.
I have mid cut.
Do you have my mid?
Gave me, absolute.
Nothing here.
I'm up in mid, I'm up in mid.
T7 in mid cut. I'm in the right.
Once the mid cut,
Just
wrap
over.
over you.
easy to digest comms as they're calm as ever, of course, with the occasional flavor from Scrappy in those moments. But I think Major Maniac just got his first kill in the past like 3 minutes, as it's been Scrap on the flip side that has been dominating the feed. As Ultra, I mean, again, similar shades of last time. Once they get the ball rolling, they just simply take over.
Yeah, they're not stopping, are they? It is literally relentless right now from Ultra. What a move out of them. The restart has not hindered them whatsoever. History has repeated itself. Here we go, though, in a P2. We are lined up as Insight. He is lining up Major Maniac, looking for a few more here. Vehicle can't get through middle. It's a clean 4 down. Florida Mutineers, you gotta go big right now.
And that is a clean GG, and obviously even pro teams, it's never easy to read these spawns. All 4 players on the right side, but Ultra, they'll figure it out. They got the corner, they got the dolphin dives, and they got the 3-stack, the last-ditch effort to try to fight for this time as Scrap is surrounded, but that's where he likes to be, right in the mix.
Right in the mix, final few moments. Can he get the break here? No, we're going to see Florida Mutineers stay alive for a few moments longer. Ultra now, shoulder to shoulder. There's no eye in team, but they're making it work as they've got the eye on the prize right now. One more break and they can get in this one. They have to buy that time, though. Get things going. Not over yet. Here we go. Another point. That's the final kills. That should be it. That should be game. That should be the first .2 map completed. Toronto Ultra. What a bounce back here on Mikado.
GG, done and dusted. Number 12 hardpoint team in the game. Ultra. Having a lot of fun. Insight maybe feeling a little bit of fire. And it's Scrappy with a smile on his face is, I don't know, that's an intense look for a map 1 that felt more like a cakewalk for the Ultra boys.
I will say, I'm all for this 2023 MW2 trend of like spitting at the camera. I'm with it, man. I'm absolutely all about it. 1-0 so far in the series. Florida Mutineers unable to get anything going on either of those Mikado hard points, but 250 to 165 will be the final score of our first map. And again, a massive bit of work there from Standy. First time around, not so great. CleanX as well in the damage department. Great work out of them. But Chance, what was it? Was it all rotation? Was it strictly gunny? What was the secret to success for Toronto Ultra?
Well, if you're looking at the Ultra like duos that you have, the SMG duos were absolutely putting out like the damage, and the rest of like the AR players just comfortable sitting inside the hill, soaking up some time and actually collecting all of the kills, all the non-tradeds as well. So I think their life was just able to be very easy, more or less the entire time. And I mean, on the flip side for Major Maniac, only 1,400 damage, only 10 kills to his name, and him and Havoc were allergic to the hill on this one as they were unable to find it. So a bit of a cakewalk there on the reset. But if you were a gambling man, this is exactly what you would expect for the series. Most of the Mutineers games really don't start until map 2.
They don't. Well, map 2 is just around the corner. Before we get to that, a look across the highlights. And I'm not sure if this is a full... Actually, yeah, it is. It might be the full package of both the matches, which we saw some brilliant sprees in. Major Maniac in the first one. Crazy stuff. We saw a wonderful bit of work from Standy, CleanX again. Look at this back and forth. Wonderful comms from both teams. Great little moments created there. And you certainly need that on Mikado. There has to be the sort of precision of getting those breaks, managing to take care of everything with it. Trophies, teammates, making sure spawns are good. MW2, she's grown up before our very eyes, Chance, but no one quite has mastery of it yet.
And, you know, one of the moments we just saw in the highlights was like that first P3 hill, like over towards 10 of like Florida Mutineers. Again, I think for the most part, sort of have the right idea. But if you remember when Havoc got killed on the flank and the other 3 players from Florida just stopped in their tracks, didn't know what to do, took way too long to make anything happen and just get picked apart. And that's where the game got sort of turned away, where Ultra like picked up a full 60, had all the time in the world to actually set themselves up on rotations. And it sort of feels like if that like initial game plan breaks down, Florida, at least in hardpoint, not able to handle the chaos and clutch up. And I'd say for Ultra, again, smiles on their faces for reasons. Comfortable map 1.
Jamie's a smile. I mean, Insight is absolutely losing it. 2023 trends, ladies and gents. We'll see plenty of that. He's still going. They're still going. What could they be saying?
Honestly, there's no anger and animosity. Scrap is probably just telling Insight to get fired up, so Insight's probably just screwing. Like, he's just trolling. He's just having... That would be my guess. But
I wouldn't be surprised if he's just screaming what he's had for breakfast very loudly at the camera, which I honestly think is a great idea. Can we get a badly lit red CDL edition with some of these cams? Because my God, would it be brilliant. CleanX not at all amused by the victory in the first or the second replay, but for now, Ultra sitting pretty. As for the rest of the Florida Mutineers, a little bit of growing to do there on hardpoint Mikado.
Yeah, KiSMET might be a perfectionist. He stunned himself one time on that map, so he's very like down about it. Guys, I need to be better next time. I know I had all the damage in the world and set you guys up perfectly, but I'll be better. Speaking of being better, on map 2, this is where Florida have absolutely been like shining. Obviously not just S&D, but this map specifically. 3-0. They're the second best team on attacking rounds in the game. 11-4 on offense overall. So that's what I'm paying attention to for the side of Florida. But S&D generically is kind of interesting. Both of these teams have a 9-5 record, which is like tied for the third best overall. But statistically, Ultra do kind of just look better across the board. They're, well, slightly worse in the first blood category, but they win more of their 3v4s. They're better at converting the rounds when they actually get the first blood. In Florida, a lot of their stats in search aren't particularly great, like 11th overall in actually getting the first bloods, middle of the pack in clutching 3v4s, middle of the pack in converting the rounds when they get the wins. Where Florida shine, it is in round 11s. They're 5-1 in round 11s. Half of their games nearly have gone the distance, and they're just ridiculously clutch. But in terms of like actual dominance in search and destroy, Florida haven't really exhibited that. And I think Ultra, again, statistically, if not neck and neck, maybe a slight edge. You just don't want to have the ice battle against Florida.
All right, so game plan right now is don't go to round 11 against Florida. That's the game plan.
Pretty much.
That's, I mean, Ultra, statistically, the way you set that one up, nearly every single scenario, Toronto Ultra have the advantage in search and destroy, except for the round 11. So don't go to round 11 if you're Ultra. Get it done way before then. We have a lobby crash. Somebody did it. It's someone's fault, and it's probably one of these players on screen right now. We're almost ready to get into the search and destroy. aBeZy coming up next. Now, aBeZy chance has fast become a very, very exciting search and destroy map to watch. We're seeing more snipes than ever. Especially this sort of, you know, this early into the game, which is very, very fun for me. Obviously, KiSMET being one of those guys we've seen hit those big bangers. I'm hearing something about dance moves. What's going on here? We got some dance moves? This is here we go. What's happening? Oh, insight.
Oh, the sprinkler.
He's sprinkling them. Oh, hang on. Unbelievable. That's team chemistry, the synergy there that you simply cannot make up. Oh, wait, KiSMET is throwing something here as well. Oh, my God, man. A team that dances together, prances together. I suppose it is. KiSMET there, a man of many talents. The whole squad having a real good time right now. What we're becoming more and more talented these days, Chance. I mean, New York Subliners are all exceptional singers. Toronto Ultra dancers. I wonder if anyone's good with, you know, what team has got the best sort of like knit game going on? Who's putting together them nice cable knit fisherman sweaters, huh?
Look, if you have the Dutch dancer in KiSMET on your team, I just feel like he exudes talents, right? I mean, he's upset with himself for the one self-stun that he had, and I think Standy hasn't even shown off any of the goods. He's a player that wasn't really dancing too much, but when your teammates are soaking up the limelight, happy to sit back and just enjoy the time with your team, you know?
I think Standy, he also feels like a TikTok superstar in the making. You get Standy... I
don't know what that means, but sure, yes, look, I agree.
You get Standy up there, you know, like, I don't know whether he has to throw it back or what he has to do or whip it. I don't know. I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy to sort of even theorize this. We have a team of professionals that are far more capable, but I'd love to see the entirety of the Toronto Ultra squad bust a move. Absolutely bust a move. Of course, later on in the year, we may get to see that on stage in their own city. But until then, we've got an aBeZy search and destroy to play, Scrap, so you better get them yawns out the way, mate. Get us into the game. Major Max over here. Oh, there he is. Welcome back, Mike. We missed you.
He's looking for the best angle to head glitch his camera, so he's always like trying to overcome, try to adapt. Obviously struggled a little bit in the map number 1, so he's making those micro adjustments going into aBeZy, and very much a map that is more of his playground.
We'll see. For now, though, back to the search and destroy, I think we are waiting on the lobby to get things up and running again. Statistically, Chance, I mean, we've already sold the story that Toronto Ultra should be in the driver's seat up until the final dire moments of what could be a very exciting close game. Any sort of major takeaways from Florida Mutineers? Of course, Havoc, a brilliant search and destroy player. Major Maniac, one of the most composed individuals, I think, on the Northern Hemisphere. I think they're a solid team and a dangerous one to go up in the mode regardless.
I mean, look, very much a Northern Hemisphere player, I think. If we ever dip to the South, I think that would translate a little bit differently. I have no idea. No, the setup for me is Florida slightly, well, not even slightly better. I think Toronto might be slightly better at S&D outside of like those round 11 clutches specific to aLLeY. I think the only true standout thing as like a disparity between these two teams is the attacking rounds for Florida. That is sort of the system for Ultra. If you can just contain them when you're on defense and not let them make moves, like be the Dutch dancer around the Danish point and not give the Danish. Sorry. Those are different places, aren't they?
They are.
Look, American educational system.
It's fine.
We only do so much.
Well, I'll save you here, mate. We've got a good look though from Havok, because of course yesterday he had a fantastic ace in yesterday's series. The man is bringing the same kind of fire into today's gameplay. Havok, a welcome return of the league, and with moments like this, it's hard not to be a fan.
I mean, speaking of dance moves, right? Just getting the nice little 4-pocket ace as well. And that's, I mean, again, sort of systematic of what the team is good at, where they actually shine. They do have the big moments. They have the clutch. They have the takeover capacity. And even on aLLeY, Havok will be doing the exact same thing. But the crazier part is, even with a threat like Havok on your team and how good he is at search and destroy, Florida Mutineers are 11th in first blood percentage across all the maps. So they're really just a team that makes the best of bad situations in the game mode. And maybe if you want to tie that into their hard point, where in their hard point, their initial game plan always sound a good idea on the map, but if there's that breakdown, they don't handle the chaos. The polar opposite in search and destroy, they're not going to get the first blood, but they handle the chaos and the pressure in this game mode that even when that initial plan fails, I mean, just so much bailout potential on this team.
Well, we're almost ready to get things going, ladies and gents. Now, if you're wondering how you can also get as well dressed as the many players you'll be seeing in today's matchups, of course, Ultra Mutineers, we've got a little bit of OpTic Boston later on today, and of course, the Battle of LA, the final match of today. Head over to the shop.callofdutyleague.com to get yourself decked out in some sweet apparel, the official shop of the Call of Duty League. All your favorites teamed there. And look, if you're not all about that IRL, why don't you go for it digitally? Dive on into the game. You can get yourself all of the skins available there. So whether you want to be dressed out in the flesh or in the, the pixel or what, I don't know what to call it. But there you go. Of course, the shop inside game as well. All of your team packs are available. You do get all sorts of goodies. You get weapon skins, calling cards. You get weapon charms, I believe. You get all sorts. Emblems. They're all dancing, real animated. And you will be too. Looking like that. LA Thieves, even though they got nerfed, still that skin is still extremely prevalent in game. Even though it was like, when it first came out, jet black, like top to toe, absolute ninja vibes. Now though, still looks pretty good. Still pretty, I find a lot of, players in bushes and in corners at all times shots wearing that skin.
Absolutely. And I think even like on a color scheme front, a lot of overlap between the two teams. And then something like the yellow from the New York Subliners absolutely stands out, but also stand out things in the standings as well. I think we can take a look at the overall standings throughout this year and just see how things have shaped up. Pretty dominant record over there for the New York Subliners, the only team so far with double-digit wins. And I mean, 10-3 just looks phenomenal overall. Ultra, a team we have talked about looking to be dominant towards the top. Obviously, second overall is not too shabby. And I think even just purely for like the Major II split that we have right now, Ultra, if they get this win over Florida, have set themselves up almost for like a guarantee to make it out of this winners bracket. They go up to 2-0 and be in a very sweet spot.
Of course, we are still playing for seeding going into Major II. Every single map and every single match counts. And again, that also counts towards the run towards champs later on in this year. More on that as the season progresses. But until then, the series must progress. We're almost ready to get into aLLeY's Search and Destroy. We're so close, friends. We can taste it. We can taste that dusty, dirty warehouse somewhere in the middle of Las Almas. And so can our players. They're all getting excited. Stanley just had a demon in him for a moment. Vehicles thinking very hard and fast about what to do in this upcoming game. And Havok is frankly just looking to get another highlight reel moment that the Florida Mutineers Twitter account can bang out with some fun music and a good meme.
And add to the collection as well, because I think Havok, I mean, he has quite literally built a career. I mean, you could, the 1v4 he had on, Riot S&D, I think it was, back in AW against OpTic, like, literally in S&D, highlights, Havok has his bread and butter. Even, like, on the day-to-day, this man is still playing, like, 1v1 chows in Search, like, in the mornings. It's what he does. He is an absolute grinder, and, I mean, I think at this point, maybe one of the most like underrated players like of all time in a sense, or like underrated careers at the very least, because I think I saw some stats from Brian's stats a week or so ago that Havok in like the online stages in the CDL has one of the best records overall of players that weren't either on like Empire, OpTic, or Atlanta FaZe. So he's like He's just a ridiculously sneaky player in every sense of the word.
Sneaky is something you really have to be in this game. I mean, if you can put yourself in a sweet spot, if you can abuse the lack thereof of dead silence on the reg, then kudos to you. Not an easy thing to do. So being sneaky in this game, absolutely crucial. Think about that one, friends. That doesn't mean just sitting in corners. Here we go, though, nearly ready to rock and roll. We should see some fist bumps in a brief moment. Everyone's sitting up. CleanX is bouncing. Here we go. The fist bumps are out, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for map number 2.
Hey, like all of that waiting, we're about to go into an LSCLO where the first like minute of this round, nobody's gonna move either. So we're gonna be starting things off slow until, you know, trophies come out, the dead silences get ready to be activated, and players can actually attempt to make plays on the map. But it'll be a little bit stagnant initially, at least that prediction. And we did talk about the first bloods, how Florida 11th overall. That's across all maps. This is one of the maps where they're actually stand out, 56%. Probably not good enough for the number one. And Standy is making almost the exact same face I am because the lobby crashed again, but
Standy
not quite the same.
Not identical, but we have, yes, we have sadly lost the lobby once again. Standy, Scrap, everyone, I mean, the frustrations are there. Scrap's bouncing all around. That's a shame. We will get back in this one ASAP. Major Medics headsets are off. Like, good God. Come on, team.
Inside and CleanX, by the way, their heads going back and forth looking at the Americans of like, one guy's frozen, the other guy's working out doing tricep dips. Scrap is now invading personal space. Hey, these guys might want to go back to Europe. Hey.
Poor guys. The poor guys. Well, everyone in the chat, again, for those of you who have got some serious channel points riding on this game, I actually do as well. I've got 10k on a team that I'm wearing right now, but you can't see that because I'm home. But we're almost... What? Hey! Oh, hey. Oh, hey. What are you talking about? Hey. Almost ready. Toronto Ultra Florida Mutineers map number 2, and not too far off this one. You know what, ladies and gents? We're gonna save you the shenanigans. We're gonna go to a very quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for Search and Destroy, and Scrap may be hitting land speed records in that chair. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty League. Sorry. Why got any food in the beard? We're clear. All right, let's rock and roll. I'm straight to get an LSCLO. Search and Destroy. Map number 2. Tricky one today. Of course, game delays happen. These things do happen. But once we get into this matchup, baby, there ain't no going back.
If.
What?
You say once, I say if.
Don't be like that. We're rolling in. We're going to see the goods. We're going to see some bombs get planted, maybe a bomb or two defused. We're going to see some snippety snipes. We're going to see some mean flanks, and we're going to see two teams wait for dead silence. Let's get it.
Hey, we got all 8 players in the lobby. Something you love to see. And you can be aggressive at the start just to get in position. But once you are in position, yes, you must pump the brakes, you must stop, and you must take advantage of the map control that you have. Brack will be doing the dance on the left-hand side of the map. And hey, good enough to dance on that one. Insight Sprinkler not activated. He gets dropped back down in Florida. Man advantage.
Somebody must have stepped on the hose pipe. Well, Kleenex. My good God, Havoc. Oh my God, he's done it again. Another sweet flank 4v1 situation now for Scrap. Good luck. Have fun. Deddy nowhere near ready. This kill's going to help though. Vehicle put the pressure on. I don't think this is going to happen. Look at those white arrows on the minimap. The Mutineers. Florida man. They're coming for that kill.
And Florida man is the most dangerous person to have hunting you down, especially when there's 4 of them. And this is also a round where, I mean, this is 4 players alive for Florida that just had all that extra time to get the dead silence accrued, get the trophies just a little bit closer. And I think they'll have 2 of those, you know, field upgrades potentially available, if not more, right at the start of this next round. So Florida already a team that is elite on offense, 11-4 on their offensive rounds for aLLeY, S&D. And now I think they might be set up sweet for an early one potentially on round 2.
Yeah, it's a scary sort of concept that if your first round takes a little too long and the whole team's dead, like in that 1v4 situation there, like Ultra are coming to this one naked. They've got no field upgrades ready to party. Scrap was like halfway towards Dead Silence, maybe. Everyone here on Florida Mutineers good to go, whether it's trophies or Dead Silence. We may see those come out soon, but offensive round so far, they've made it into the warehouse, and that's about as far as they've got.
Yeah, not always the easiest thing to take full advantage of, so it could be only like a minuscule little bump on the attack. But there's Havoc. There it is. The Dead Silence gets popped. He makes the play. He gets great timing, and just like that, that extra man advantage coming through, and bomb already going to be planted.
Yeah, bomb down. Here we go. Insight's going to make his way in from the outside eventually, but the remaining 2 members of Toronto Ultra, oh, they're in. Stanley's managed to catch one out. That helps a lot. Dead Silence pot now for himself. 35 seconds on this one. You have to get the kills and the defuse. Oh my God, Vehicle. The tiny little jump just helped out enough. Can Scrap get in there and get it? Yeah, he can. 2v1. Brack last man up.
I don't know if they know where he is as well. I think you might expect this player to be up top based on the bomb plant spot, but here's the next Dead Silence. I think he hears Insight doing some mantling, so he knows the player's going to be above, makes the read, gets the kill, and gets out of dodge. The trade doesn't come through. In a round where Dead Silence gets you the win, Brack takes care of business.
Lordy. Brack in the 1v2 plays it great. And that stun check, it didn't actually hit anyone in there, but he still knew. Has to see the bomb just because that didn't give him the information in here. Okay, I tell you what. If he... there was a moment there where he may have messed that one up. Mechanically there, you hit reload in Modern Warfare 2. If you don't, if you don't finish the entirety of the reload, you cannot YY back into that one. He could have put himself in a very, very, very awkward situation with that tiny button press there. Brack, a little bit of luck, a lot of skill. Great round, Mutineers.
Yeah, you just said cannot YY, and Kenny doesn't know what happened, but he did just flinch.
If you say YY, Kenny gets its wings. I don't know, I've got nothing. We're absolutely scraping the barrel today, COD fans. Things are getting wild and crazy on the point. Scraps get himself 1. You got Florida Mutineers players now scrambling on the defense, trying to get forward. Stuns are checking. Stuns be hitting. Mans are shoulder to shoulder in on the A-bomb site. It's about to go down.
Those stuns just obliterated them. There was the second one that came through as well and just backs those players down. So no easy trades, and you're working from a man down. Florida have to find a way to just try to find a collection of picks to happen, but no one throwing shoulders, and Brack might find the intro, but still a 3v3, and the trades are there. Ultra solid advantage they have. That instantly they just drop you. Too clean, able to bully him out way too fast, had 3 players in sight, and I think it was poor old Vehicle just stuck down low right behind or next to the television rather, but just gets completely overwhelmed.
That was a blistering round from Toronto Ultra there. Great bounce back. 2-1 as we roll into the next one. Mutineers again just sort of breaking the statistical, you know, sort of hindrance we put on them coming into this series, man. I mean, they're looking fine so far. A couple of moments here or there where they could have done things a little differently, but great openers. 2-1. Let's see how things go now. Ultra, they're in on A.
And this is sort of one of those moments too, of you have to be able to stop Florida on their offensive rounds. And obviously things are going to be much slower this time. No crazy Dead Silence plays from Havoc at the start. You got Major Maniac creeping up in a position, maybe towards that A side of the map, but having a vehicle grouped up right next to each other. Might try to just time out this A hit.
Ouch. That door could pop in a moment. waiting for it. We want to see that bomb going towards B, and that's now all on Brack. He's the man getting that little bit of info passed over, and now top side of this area covered. Oh, Major Maniac, a sweet 2 here on the round. Standy and Scrap, last players up for Ultra.
It is a Dead Silence play again, by the way. We watch Major Maniac on the minimap creep his way up the bottom side, pops Dead Silence, gets into position, and is now just single-handedly won his team the round. Bar Standy clutching a 1 versus 4, which is not going to happen. He gets spotted out. He gets dropped. And again, another offensive round where Florida, just the number of tools they have in their toolkit. The first round on offense, Havoc makes the Dead Silence play. This round on offense, it's Major Maniac. Takes his time on the bottom side of the map, and before we can even catch it, he's getting in position to get all of the kills. Major Maniac delivers.
Yeah, great stuff. Mutineers, once again, never tell them the odds. They're making this look very, very clean so far on iLLeY. Now, another round up. Can they keep the momentum flowing in their favor? Now on defense. Ultra. Time to try something a little different. And that might have been it. What an opening there from Major Maniac. Stun opens the door. Cleans up a couple of kills. Havoc now combing out the inside. Hits a 1v1 against Scrap. An easy win. Smooth moves once again. 4v2. Ultra again. The disadvantage.
Yeah, just beautifully played as well. It feels like every single Dead Silence that gets activated for the opportunity to make a play, Florida just execute so well. Trades her through. The extra man is there in insight. Not even a moment to take the shot. Gets absolutely obliterated. And I mean, Florida just looking clean. Every round they have some game plan. They execute it well. The triple hit over through like the A zone on control. And I mean, just everybody is there. Guns up, ready to go. Dead Silence on point. Great reads out of Havoc. Great wins out of Major. I mean, just cruise control for the moment. And now Florida get to go back on the attacking round. We're again absolutely elite on this map.
Yep, so far it's been great, and they are not missing a beat whatsoever. 4-1 here on iLLeY. Took us a while to get here, but now that we've arrived, the Mutineers are blitzing through it. Major Maniac. A tough shot to hit. Doesn't make it work out, but for now the pressure is on. Scrap managing to get the first blood. That helps things out tremendously for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, that's a first blood out of nowhere as well. I think he might have been up in like the top office area and just able to catch a wild Havoc. But again, for Florida, not like uncharacteristic for them to not get the first blood. They still are a team that is dangerous in these moments, and obviously plenty of time to work with. They've grouped up together, looking to hit the bottom side of this map, and I think Standy might actually have the perfect angle to sneak this one out. Look at the arrows on Toronto, by the way. Yeah, Standy catches it all. He knows exactly what's going to happen. He's feeding it to his teammates. That doesn't mean his teammates are going to win the gunfights, though, because Veagle does even the odds.
Oh, wait a minute. Bang, Major Maniac lands it. Good stuff there with a snipe. The play is not over yet. They've gone for the great outdoors hit. Veagle with a bomb, though. He's still got options. He can go between B and A, depending on what the teammates call it. But you're running out of time. 25 seconds to go.
Just breaking him down. KiSMET falls as well, like dominoes. All of a sudden, man, Scrap in the 1v3, and that is a very loud door that he just opened. Too many things to cross, and Veagle guns him down. I mean, that was a round that should have been perfect for Toronto Ultra. Standy had the intel. They already got the first blood. The arrows on Ultra were responding to what Standy was actually seeing on the map, and somehow Veagle just wins that first gunfight to make it a 3v3. I mean, Major Maniac connects with a snipe after the fact, and again, a dangerous team. When plan A doesn't work out, plan B successful for Florida, at least in search and destroy.
Oh, it's going all right, man. Florida, here we go. One more round. They tie the series up. Ultra, this is not going to be an easy one whatsoever. 7th spree for Major Maniac. He has been outstanding in the series so far, except for the last hard point. The first hard point, great. The second one, not so much. Here we go. Deddy pot. Veagle looking to get on the board.
And again, almost every single Dead Silence that they pop, they get great use out of. And the intel is going to be on him. They're going for the challenge finally. They're able to shut it down. Scrap again, able to deliver with a first blood.
Oh, he nearly got the second as well. Reach out there. Oh my God, what a win from Havoc. Standy just got obliterated. 3v2. Quiet has fallen over iLLeY once again. Look how spread apart all of these players are. 45 seconds now remaining. Scrap has popped Eddie. Major Maniac. Patience. Will it pay off? Oh my word. Scrap's got himself another one. Okay, not over just yet. 2v2.
It's still bombed down, though. I don't think Florida know necessarily that they have bombed down, but they've got the top of the map completely under control. Brack hasn't made a move, and Havoc working the flanks. Ultra, they're having to try to make this play with no information.
20 seconds. Information starting to run dry. A lot of noise. Havoc, though. Havoc. Can he close it out right here? 15 seconds. Here comes Brack. Reinforcements are there, but Havoc, no need. Beams on point. Florida Mutineers, 6-1 on aLLeY.
Dude, that was just too easy. Straight up, through and through. Even towards the end, in like an instant 3v4 clutch, even when they don't get the first blood. Havoc playing with his food, gets the freebie, throws in some pop shots and just repositions. I mean, clinical on aLLeY. So many of the dead silences you get perfect use out of. You got Major making plays. You get like literally across the board, everybody from Mutineers able to do their job and execute well. I mean, a near perfect stat line. 5-1 out of Brack, 8 kills apiece for the two S&D superstars. And even in the first 3v4 that they had, Vehicle's the guy that opens things up on top of the fact that he was your bomb carrier. So, I mean, 6-1 win. And just like that, Florida, their series does not start until map 2. Now we've begun.
Quote the man on it. 6-1 there on aLLeY. Wow. What a run of things. Havoc and Major Maniacs 8-3 between each other. Here we go, though. Tied up 1-1, going into Fortress control. And here we have no idea what happens next. Chance, what neither team have played this. Who knows? Who knows what the hell happens next?
These are the final two teams, both 0-0 on this map. The only two teams we've yet to see play on Bagger Fortress control. And it should be an interesting one because overall, Ultra are one of the best control teams in the game, but a brand new look on a brand new map. We get to see exactly how deep that map pool is.
Let's find out what happens after this quick commercial break. Fortress control coming up between these two teams. Someone's got to take the lead. Find out who after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Well, Call of Duty League fans, we are back. Toronto Ultra, Florida Mutineers tied up 1-1. Now we go to Fortress Control. All bets are off in the channel points department, and I know there are some serious numbers rolling on this series, including my own. Miles chance here to get you through Fortress Control.
And it'll be an interesting one indeed, because without question, Ultra are the better control team, bar none, comparison to Florida Mutineers. But if you're in that sort of situation, I feel like aBeZy Fortress Control is like the perfect map to try to take down a team that's better in the game mode, because it's a defensive shootout. 80-20 across the league right now in terms of defense versus offense wins. And I know CleanX has an overall weird KD. Didn't enjoy the search and destroy, nor did anyone. I'm also not sure if that hardpoint is actually correct, because I know he was throwing up at least some pretty extreme damage in the first hardpoint. So, bro, you get the dub. Bro, you get the dub. I don't care about a .74. Don't care at all.
No, I feel you. But bro, he did put up the damage, but he didn't put up the kills. That's right. His boys were taking them. They were stealing them, and now he's dead. There we go. Off to the races already we go on Fortress Control. We will talk about the nuances, the ins and outs, the things to look out for right after this gunfight.
And the gunfight that will be taking place in just a few more moments is Ultra nice and secure on defense. Nobody able to get out of your spawn. And don't get me wrong, I talk about the defensive sort of shootout. Ultra, I'm still expecting it to be an incredibly dangerous team on the map, but Fecal maybe trying to find the opening. The SMGs alleviating a little bit of pressure on the map, and stopping that clock is Fecal, the solo cap on A. Really taking his time.
Oh, he's done it. Oh, he's done as well, though. Scrap. Into it he goes. What a two. Absolutely challing his way to victory. 50 seconds remain. Good boy. Drains the progress on A. That's what you want to watch out for here from Ultra. And the defense, great work. They're slaying him out as well, and now they are set up. Here we go, though. Florida Mutineers nades forward. Into the fight we go. Brack and Vehicle, they find theirs respectively. Oh, abaZy. The force spree continues. The kills are there, and he's got himself a fifth.
And you have to take advantage of the opportunity. When you get 2 kills with the Simp Texas, you just have to win that next gunfight to actually be able to make moves. But Standy delivers, picks up 2, goes on a 5 spree, and everyone else caught in the blender. The other side of the coin of saying, hey, maybe try the defensive shootout map. If the team's going to be better on the defensive side of map, you might just get chokeslammed, as not a single tick is going to come through. Florida Mutineers with no life, no action in their first round.
Here we go. First round done. Ultra solid work. When it comes to attacking on Florida Mutineers, I just came up with this. When you look at the kills department, 1, we're not done. 2, that's the glue. Keeps everything together. 3, we're here to spree. 4, that noise means go. That means get out of dodge, get forward on the map, get some ground covered. And I hope all the coaches in the CDL took note of that information, because I expect it to be delivered in the next, Fortress Control meeting.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on right now. Is there just extra time to think once a team gets the setup on defense on like aBeZy? Yes. You just know that we can let the thoughts just flow. This is like meditation time.
Oh yeah. Into the next round we go though. Ultra now on offense. See, those members of the Mutineers have been pushed back quite a lot. You got Men's on B. This is 2 big kills. This is space to work with right now for Ultra.
At the very least, the opening players down low and inside. It's CleanX. We highlighted his stats, and they weren't the finest, but now he's causing all sorts of problems as the B zone has been completely opened up. It's a 2-front war, because you got Standy slow capping A as well, and CleanX still causing problems. The trades at least come through, and by the way, in the meantime, Insight was able to secure a cruise missile. So many nades rolling through to tag him up, but it takes that long just to take him down. A 4-man wipe, but already at least a tick has come through, so a technical advantage already in this map for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, great work. That first segment's going to cause a world of hurt come round 5 should we need to get there. But for now, though, Ultra, they are hungry for it. They're hounding it. They've got an A now as well. Major Maniac seemingly unkillable right now, but he's got to take care of a couple more players over towards the A zone. And that's what Ultra are looking for right now. Standy still on a bit of a spree. And they've got another segment on an A, so this is huge work out of Toronto.
This is just extra kills as well. 4-life lead, and little bit of time to work with. More B hits, by the way, coming through. So Standy's job in this moment is purely just to slay, be a nuisance inside of bottom maps, and let Insight go back to his home. Try to at least stop this clock and maybe set yourself up for a second way to win this. Maybe just able to do it off kills, but Florida holds strong. The second tick doesn't come through for the moment, but they still haven't properly cleared out their base. Standy still behind enemy lines.
This is incredibly important real estate right now. The Toronto Ultra have got a foothold in another big win out of KiSMET. Again, that just keeps the front line as safe as possibly can. Get yourselves out of that bottom side of the art building and get yourselves into the fray. Or maps, rather. Havoc, though, he's doing just that. This is a spot you typically find an assault rifle player in. For now, he's making the best of a bad situation, and this is a great situation now. Nearly forward, trying to fight their way in there. Insight, though, has made it towards the arches. He's actually out. Potential now for the damage to be dealt by Ultra. Final 10.
And maybe one more opportunity. Who is it? Number 2, able to stop the clock. Florida want to get this man off the point as quick as possible. Able to get that done, but now back over towards B we go. 2 players on it right now for Toronto. Brackets caught through the middle. And these are gunfights that you have Ultra. They can take their time with this. They can still survive.
Scrap played that so sensibly, so patiently, and it's paying off now. Standing on the flank, damage is going to be dealt here. Massive work. The point has been captured. An additional minute to go, and now only 5 lives remaining for the Florida Mutineers.
I mean, GG. They got the extra zone, they got the extra time, and they will win this one of 2 ways. Realistically, you'd rather stack it to get the extra ticks, but if you want a round on offense, I really just don't think it matters. Toronto Ultra have done the hard work and then some in Florida. I mean, the quicker you die, the better. You don't want to give up this extra progress.
This is madness. That last player up there is going to be dropped. There's 2 of them remaining, and they're on the point. It's all a Major Maniac, 50 seconds to go. The man is in serious trouble, and what a turnaround. Toronto Ultra, the round's never over until it's over. 4.3 on the clock. They managed to secure the win on offense. Magic stuff out of Toronto.
And, I mean, Florida more or less was just pinned in the back of their base the entire time. Never able to set up and get map control. One of the most unique rounds maybe we'll see on this map, where Major Maniac on defense gets a cruise missile in the round and they still lose the round. So that is not something I expect to see maybe ever again, or maybe just one extra time throughout the year. But a unique situation, but the cruise missile doesn't really matter. You are now down 2 rounds on aBeZy Fortress, so they're going to have to win at minimum like 2 offenses. And I mean, the first one was not pretty. They got it delivered here.
This is a big time, good luck, have fun moment right now from the Florida Mutineers. But hey, crazier stuff has happened. We love crazy here in the CDL. Crazy 2 there, outstanding. Smooth moves, looking for the 3rd immediately. Love that out of the kid. He's going to get himself up into nothing but trouble as Brack on the bounce back now, trying to get his boys forward. Major Maniac has slipped through. He has slipped the net. Insight there is on the defense towards B. He'll deal with that a little bit later. But this is a good look out the Mutineers. They've got space to work with, a couple more gunfights, and they could be on a capture position.
Yeah, this is the set to actually set you up for the round. These are the gunfights you have to win to have a little bit of hope, and Scrap is the man that completely shuts it down, sets his teammates up, and the only moment of opportunity to get out of your base, absolutely stuffed. Ultra right back in prime position, prime map control. Everybody has found their home.
Yeah, Toronto's brilliant, lethal counterattack there works out magically. Here we go, though. Standing, trying to catch a few more out. Good moves. This should be a second. If not, his teammates already got it. Oh, God. Brilliant stuff out of Ultra. Standy, the man at the moment. 18 and 9. As he keeps those kills going. It's a 3 spree. It's 19. And here comes the investment. Major Maniac trying to buy the boys some space. This is not over yet. 20 to go.
Hey, guys, you know how they were literally all in our buildings inside of, like, our green, and they're just everywhere? Yeah, well, they're in the exact same spot. I mean, you have to call on the cruise. None of it matters. Standy just absolutely feasted on you in this round, and you got 5 seconds left to try to dive and attack Scrap, who's just in the power position. Of all power positions, respecting our time in the map 3, Ultra, as dominant as you want, as dominant as you get. A hot little 3-0.
You see Scrap top left there celebrating in New Jersey. That is it. The series is pretty much, I mean, the momentum swing there, man. Surely that 3-0. Do the Mutineers have the resolve to bounce back? Crazy work out of Ultra there on Fortress. Exceptionally clean go around. Mutineers staring down the barrel of a 3-1 unless they can get it all together on the next hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, just one of the many reasons why Toronto Ultra is a very difficult matchup for this Florida team. If Florida even is like developing like sort of that 2-3-5 sort of potential, not only are Ultra just quite clearly the better control team, their S&D, well, the LSCO didn't fit the bill, but at least on paper, Ultra can go toe-to-toe in search and destroy. So now a massive problem for Florida in the series. The 2-3-5 has been taken off the table. You now have to win a hard point. We go over towards a hotel where Ultra 5-2 on the map. Quite a few of those wins against big name teams like your LA Thieves and your New York Subliners. So I think Ultra, especially looking at these stats, very much will have the momentum going in a hotel.
Momentum, the name of the game. Quick look at though back before we go forward at the highlights here on Fortress, and you're going to see a couple of two pieces, not a lot of clean breaks. And again for Ultra, that offensive round win, I think that was the dagger. That was the sort of the massive turning point. So hard to do on this map without magnificent teamwork. They get the job done. Big kills either way though. Major Maniac, a nice 3 here to get his boys back out of trouble. By the time that had happened, the round was essentially done. Look at the life count there, 12-5. Great work out of Ultra in the kills department, even while on offense.
And there was just so much time spent of like being stuck in your spawn. I mean, if you even had like a heat map, Standy at one point was sitting inside of like a Florida Mutineers base and like bottom maps and whatnot for like a minute and 15 seconds, just like living inside. And if you're never able to actually get map control on a bagger fortress, then the spawn trap doesn't exist. Ultra will constantly be able to flood players out and at least apply the pressure. So it is very much the situation. If you win a round on offense on this map, you're gonna have a great time. Ultra do exactly that. And I think more or less this series has gone exactly how you would expect it to. Ultra looking better in the respawns. Florida Mutineers, the only signs of life they showed in that map 2.
And if they can get forward to the map 5, that's where things really get hot.
No, not even then. This was the thing that Nameless was talking about for the pick and bans. Like Florida Mutineers banned Mercado S&D, where they are 3-0 on that map, and Toronto are only 1-0. So they took away one of their own best maps and opened up an embassy where they haven't looked nearly as strong. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, if you're doing something like that, making that decision in the pick and bans, you have to have something cooked up. But by no means do I think it's a guarantee, because Embassy Search and Destroy for the map 5, Florida Mutineers have never won it. They're 0-3. So just for that long-term setup, this is already a very dire situation for Florida. It looks on paper to be unwinnable.
Well, word to Nameless then. Well, have you got to get to the Game 5 Ultra fans still sitting pretty, still be smiling from ear to ear as we get now into the next hard point of the series, looking at the 3-1 for Ultra if they want to get the win here. At Game 5, though, I still think it's anyone's game. Numbers be damned. Numbers be damned, Chance. It's all about the man in these 4 boxes. Over the other box. I was trying to quote a Top Gun there. Honestly, I am faded today, my friend. Ultra Mutineers, though, a banger of a series so far. However long. Vehicle Havoc, Major Maniac, and Brack have got some serious soul searching to do here on the hotel. Maybe find some zen in a spa, then hit the bar, enjoy themselves a good time before checking into that tiny little room. In we go, though, to Hotel Hardpoint. Again, not an easy spot to be in. The first 2 hard points in this series, very, very dominant there from Toronto Ultra. Let's see how we fare here on Hotel.
And well, I mean, I know how Scrap is going to be looking to fare on this map as well. A 1.9 on map 1. I mean, he matched almost exactly that of virtually a 1.9 in the other respawn as well. And I'm certain that he feels like he is a player right now where the Florida player is not exactly shooting back. So not that there's a lack of confidence in the young man Scrappy. Absolutely none of that going around, but even more confidence in this matchup. So again, Ultra, a bit of a nightmare team for Florida to have to deal with, but the nightmare isn't over yet. You got to deal with the hotel. Got to see if they can make some magic happen.
Well, here we go. Let's rock and roll into Hotel. For Toronto Ultra, looking to close out the series. For the Florida Mutineers, it's merely a sign of life. Let's get it. First blood Standy. A little bit of time going their way, and again, we're already flying around, pumping out your stereo.
I think maybe a couple good trades on the Swarm. You have Florida. Look at that, actually. All 4 arrows perfectly coordinated around the actual hill, and everybody able to deliver it with the actual gunfight win. So Florida, nice little re-break on the point, doing a nice job of reading the pressure, but where Brack is going to fall, that's the open door for Standy. Pushing on through, try to get these flip of the spawns. That's at least partially going to come through. A little bit mixy on the map. But I think Major Maniac, the only player from Florida that's going to be set up on this new rotation.
And again, the only player, his teammates are not exactly spawning near him, or are they? We'll find out in a moment. No, not even close. So that's a shame. We'll see if Major Maniac can stay alive for a while. For now, though, Ultra soaking up a couple more seconds. Their eyes are on the next prize. CleanX has got a lot of work to do on this side of the spot. Here comes Brack. Takes care of one problem. There's a couple more now around the corner.
And they know Major Maniac is in the back. He has shot his gun, but for the moment, they've just rendered him useless. But you chow right there with the Vaznev, you end up getting dropped in. Instead of making Major Maniac useless, they've actually opened the door for Florida to try to break through this hill. A bunch of 50-50 gunfights about to come through.
Major Maniac still alive somehow. Finally brought down. Good teamwork there out of Ultra. They've cleaned their way forward. Havoc, though, still presuming that the hard point is his boys. He has not got the memo just yet, and here comes Brack now. Havoc's now into the lobby. Pressure is on. The brakes are good. One more to deal with. Insight has somehow stayed alive on the stairwell. You've got Standy here at the front. There is a bit of a pinch going on, but you get in time here for the Mutineers. This is madness.
Well, madness has turned into a rotation where, by the way, I don't know how it happened, but Scrap already set up inside a kitchen. And he's got the reinforcements. That's a moment where Ultra are getting the scrap time in Old Florida. Have to turn this into a rotation win, but they do not get here first. And now they're going to have to break through this side door, but deal with these two players. Not a fun spot. The trades do not come through because Standy delivers. And this is, again, just 50-50 gunfights. Ultra happy for it, but Major Maniac can snake, and finally, they get it done. A moment where Ultra, I think, could have run away with the game, but you get the clutch kills towards the end. Florida stabilized. No funny business on that rotation.
Ain't no fitty-fitty about it. Major Maniac broils them. 35 on the clock left now in kitchen. Here comes Scrap. And Havoc is right on the corner here. This could be big. Time is good. Ooh, not good enough inside. Here comes the push. Final 25 here. Ultra have been murdered. They've been absolutely eviscerated. Send it back. It's very much underdone.
Major Maniac trying to step things up as well. If you make sort of that crack about Scrappy feeling like the ARs aren't shooting back, well, Mike has stepped it up. He is delivered. And again, that is an incredibly important hill because Ultra nearly made the play to actually out-rotate him. And you're back to the cruise missile. You know where they're going to be. I have to imagine the trophy's going to be nearby, but you take a look at the idea for the impact. And hey, he delivers, kills at least one player in the back. Going to make it a little bit easier, but still a 3v3 around the hill.
Well, his boys are doing what they can on the front line, and Havoc, here he goes. Good work. He and Brack into the fight. No, oh my goodness. Brack able to get one more out of it into the point for now. That's a great bit of work. Now time is ticking in favor of the Mutineers. The lead is still theirs for a moment. Pressure now from Scrap in the back, and he does get a massive win on that kind of head glitch. Crazy stuff. 30 seconds left on the point.
That is a bailout gunfight if I have ever seen one. That is ridiculously difficult to win, but as soon as Scrap gets it, Florida right back and bullied outside of the point. 20 seconds, though, is Scrap. So Florida, obviously, you could try to hit this one more time. 3 players geared up for it. Major Maniac on the exact same life of when he was over towards Kitchen. So it has been a slow approach over towards New. Looking for the final one. Can't get it done. Ultra have retaken the lead. Back over towards Restaurant, at least for Florida for the moment. Set up first as Ultra setting up for the pinch.
Here we go. Another hard point, and it's a very closely contested game, that is for sure, here on Hotel. It's a war of two fronts. Scrap's going to open up one side. Insight with the kills in the other. It's a good-looking break. Can Havoc find any kills out of this? Gets at least one. That's good enough for now. Buys time for the squad. Gets another. Colt Havoc keeping it all together for the Mutineers.
Yeah, good clearance on the tight setup. The SMGs right there for Florida showing up, because I tell you, Scrap was winning some big gunfights to try to get Toronto into the mix, but the hold so far so good. And Brack maybe trying to heat up just a little bit, still sitting at double negative, but nice little corner. Maybe the trade should be coming through, or maybe it's a pinch for Vehicle. Unfortunately, he's getting tagged up from everywhere, but alive for the moment. Can't quite get it done. Ultra just barely able to get the break. And all those little moments just to keep things close, and maybe another moment for Major Maniac, forced to clutch. He's by himself in the back trying to hold these spots.
He hits the road big time. 1v1 against Standy now. He's tagged up, and at that range, the Vaznev will get the job done. But here we go. Magic Mike still keeping it down. Nice nades. Good work. Mutineers retain control. Hard points up, and it's all theirs. All theirs.
Big plays out of Major again. He has been on one so far this map, buying his teammates time to actually have the reinforcements come through, but it looks like the nades and tacks are actually able to sort of find their way towards the point. Maybe the trophy a little bit too deep, and Insight, another big win. The ARs occasionally for Ultra doing the impossible as they storm their way through, but it's only for a few moments. Mutineers get right back inside. As Ultra are in a situation where they're having to win some ridiculous gunfights. Occasionally, though, they are delivering.
I mean, look, it's good enough, but once again, Florida Mutineers on the bounce back break in these hard points. 140 and climbing. Ultra have been left in the dust on this hard point. Is it going to be enough, though? Good shots at KiSMET. My good God. Unbelievable. Back over to the center of the map we go. Chance, set number 2.
Havoc gonna be the guy. You already know if he's on a head glitch for Scrap, it does not matter. Absolutely beams too. Set yourself up on this P1, but look at the spawns coming through. Scrap actually does read this, so they're aware that the pressure is going to be in the back as you have Florida players kind of scattered across both sides, but the right side flank has been dealt with. Now it's all guns ahead.
Guns up, and they are blazing. Ultras, though, mostly, as Scrap finds himself kill number 4 here. He is hot to trot. Looking for streaks if they can get it, but again, not a lot of time garnered on P1 typically, but these boys are making it work out. Unfortunate timing on the rotation towards number 2nd? English, Ross. The second hard point, as that is all Mutineers territory for now.
Yeah, I mean, Florida eventually just get all of their players to spawn up on the right side of the map, are able to find that breakthrough, but maybe the moment of the game right here for both of these teams. Florida, an opportunity to set themselves up at this early hill. All 4 players are nearby, and Ultra, I'd say if they can get the break, they will set themselves up sweet.
Oh, don't watch the hole in the wall, though, and that's where Havoc is having a good time now towards the front line. That was where we were going to see the push, but oh my brack, bad timing on the hold. He manages to let these players through Spar side. Major Maniac on the point. KiSMET is doing what he can to stay alive. Can't get any more out of it. There's Scrap now. In through the big double doors as your boy is swinging. Brack, though, from the lobby says, no thanks, mate. We're closed. Insight is like, nah, mate. I checked it on Google. We're still going. Vehicle's like, trust me, man. We're definitely closed. Here's a couple of shots and a stun with your name on it. Smokes them out with hard point back in the hands of the Mutineers. It is bloody pandemonium.
A hill they need to hold, in a hill they have done so far, so good, but even then, Ultra putting on the pressure, maybe thinking about a little bit of contest and maybe just trying to slow them down. Every kill right there that Ultra got just sets Florida a little bit further back on the map and buys you more time for the rotation, so incredibly important for Florida to hold on to it, but by no means that show that they have a massive advantage. Ultra going into a money hill, about a 30-point deficit. All 4 players stacked up near new.
We're stacked up. Kitchen all Ultra for now. Poutine is on the menu, lads. And so far, they're cooking it. We're not quite done yet, though. A few more seconds. Hold on to this. Try to pull the lead back. Scrap. Glorious work from the back line. No one's getting close. Brack, the first man forward. Is he able to get anything? No, it's just annoying. Doors blown up in his face. All sorts of chaos ensuing. And now, Chance, the lead may change hands.
I mean, that's just straight up ARs on Toronto Ultra, absolutely picking them apart. Scrap gets 3, Insight able to get 2, and if you can't get past the ARs, maybe try to go through the SMGs and Pickle and Havoc, trying to dance with the devil, but KiSMET and Sandy, easy wins for them, so a full 60, another lead exchange, and now gunfights on the map, by the way, number 4 and number 7. Major Maniac wins a big one to try to stabilize this rotation. Is again for Ultra, they're just looking for the one good break and the game will be theirs.
Wow, Scrap, no shot. He reads that, smokes them, 5 spree. Lead firmly in the hands of Ultra. Map control now theirs. Kills going their way. Florida Mutineers are close on this one. They've got to get things going. They're getting to that hard point, find a couple of kills or so, but Scrap, a brick wall of defense. No one getting close. Nades being thrown. Shots are there. 25 for the win.
I mean, this is it right here. He's able to find those big 2, gets him into the moment, baits out for his teammates, a little bit of damage being done, but those TAC 56s in the feed for Ultra. Cleaning house. Insight goes on a 5, and Ultra, they have just been cooking him up on this home stretch of the game, and Florida trying to flood in, but they're just flooding into death.
Oh, it's non-stop. Major Maniac off spawn, getting things going, flying forward, but on screen, Jamie Craven, Winsight with the 6 spree, 5 now for the win, looking to get a couple more, but it is a kill box right now, and Ultra, they're in control. That's the series, and the hard point woes continue for Florida. Oh my, I read his lips that time. Damn!
Scrap nearly falling asleep with how easy that was for him on mid-map. I mean, when we see these stats, it is both Scrap and Insight absolutely feasting on Florida. I mean, locking those AR lines of sight down, and I mean, there was no real openings. The SMGs for Florida outside of the first half of the game, no real opportunities to like make any sort of progress, make any sort of crazy plays. I mean, 26 for Scrap, 24 for Insight, and I mean, Insight typically is not your like main slayer sort of player on this Toronto Ultra squad. That's not his job. So when he's frying like that, that just means it's a bit of a cakewalk for the boys. But and the ARs on one side having an absolute field day, and at least specifically Brack not exactly feeling at this moment. I mean, Major Miniac certainly had a few good moments throughout this game, but too little too late, not enough gas in the tank, and the slaying power just too overwhelming on the side of Toronto Ultra.
And that is a good reason why they're so high up the ladder right now. Toronto Ultra with another big win, 3-1. The final score here against the Florida Mutineers. And man, apart from that search and destroy, which the Mutineers absolutely ran. I think the Mutineers, both the hard points were great. They started things off strong, but they just could not close out. That fortress control though, man, Ultra just took them to task. An absolute ding smacking there on Fortress. The stats don't lie, and now they've got, what, 1 win on the belt, I think, in that mode, Chance. But crazy stuff. Chance and I are going to now take a very quick break. Now it's over to the beautiful faces of the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we think of that one?
I think Toronto's pretty good at this Call of Duty game. What do you think, aLLeY?
I'd have to agree with you. It's a good statement.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff across the board from this Toronto squad. And we said it, there was a restart to game 1. In the green room, we said you never win the replays. Why is that, Nameless? Why were you concerned after you saw that little technical issue?
Dude, I've been in that situation. I'm telling you, man. You lose, or you're winning, then something happens, you got to replay. It feels like you never win that replay. But Toronto came out, and it went the same way it did the first time around. They're able to come out and win that. You can see in the end game cams, like they just got stupid hype. But some solid plays all around. We saw it. You know, P6, P7, great rotation. Standy making plays. The hard point looks crisp.
Yeah, looking at the hard points, that game 1, it wasn't close either time they played it. You're basically winning by almost 100 points. The second hard point, though, Florida was winning after the first round of rotations here. So is Florida getting better at hardpoint, or is it a map-specific matchup for these two teams?
No, unfortunately, I think when it came to this series specifically, there was a little bit of fumble in the map vetoes. We touched on it beforehand, and we had to watch it not once, but twice in that opening first hardpoint, because the same thing happened. They spawned on bad side. They went a little bit down. Florida had a lead, and then Toronto Ultra got into a groove, and it was just nonstop from there. You're talking about the best breaking team in the league in Toronto Ultra, going against the Florida Mutineers, who is 10th in the league at holding. And so I knew that was going to be a struggle for them, but not only that, they give them the map that they're the best at breaking on as the opener of this series. So I think just a little bit of some fumbling when it came to the vetoes.
Maybe the coach went a little too hard on the birthday last night. I forgive you already. You got time and you were going up against a 2 seed. But let's take a look back at some of the best moments from this. This is our Scump play of the game. After getting 6-1 in Search and Destroy, how about a 3-0 blanking in control? Standy was on one in this.
Yeah, he was absolutely fried. I mean, we talked about it going into this one. It was the first time we were going to see Fortress control for these teams. And when we've seen Florida have success in control, it's been Havoc getting up close and behind them, making plays, like slowing down the game, and then they get posted up in positions and put you in a trap. Well, what happened to this is it's Fortress control, right? It's in your face, and there was nothing. They had no answer for Standy. Both the defenses were dominant on the side of the Toronto Ultra. In Minnesota, you know, we were talking about the hard point. I just want to touch on it a little bit. Like, fundamentally, they're making some good plays. Like, they held a couple hills that we just saw in that hotel. They're rotating. We saw them try to rotate all the way around kitchen, but it's just their execution, communication in those moments. Like, you got to get a guy to go in there, pull the guy that's in the back away, the anchor away a little bit, chow him together. Like, there's just things they're doing wrong, chowing one by one. The fundamentals, like the thought process is there, the execution is not. So they have some film to go over and fix.
Mutineers got some work to do to clean up, but a guy who must be feeling nice and clean and feeling fantastic after that W. We got Insight joining us. Insight, can we start? I couldn't read your lips. Miles is better at reading lips than I am. What were you saying at the end of game 1 and maybe again at the end of game 4?
I don't know if it's fit for stream, to be honest, but probably it's along the lines of, you guys are not great, and you know, if you can't win a replay, what's the point?
Ooh, I mean, fair enough. And especially the fact that we got into the replay so quickly. Did you guys just instantly be like, all right, fine, we'll do it a second time?
Yeah, it was more like, all right, I mean, we felt like we were going to win map 1, but why not? We'll just do it again to show you guys that we can just do it again.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I also want to ask, that map 2 Search and Destroy, obviously, we all would like to close our eyes and pretend like it didn't happen. Was that just a struggle for you guys, or is that map that you've been struggling on and are testing in your map pool?
Honestly, it's just one of the maps we're trying to get reps on, we're trying to get better at, and you know, it's just, I guess, yeah, just trying to get better at maps.
Insight, you are now like the captain of this squad, I feel like, the in-game leader. How's that been for you this year? You no longer have, Bance, Cammy by your side, new squad, you're now the leader. How is it?
It's definitely one of them roles that's kind of tough to get into because obviously, I guess, yeah, I'm kind of like a veteran leader-ish, you could say, on this team. It's the youngest team in the league. It's definitely been tough, but it's something I'm enjoying doing and taking under my belt, and I feel like it makes me a better player as well.
Now, when I watch you, I recognize what's happening. We're always keeping our eyes on the mini-map, but for someone who's new to Call of Duty, we're always watching the SMGs. We're watching those guys who are going in on the break. What is your role on this squad, and what do you feel like is a job well done at the end of the series if you did it right?
For me, it's all about like setting up my subs for success. I feel like I have 2 of the best subs in the league right now, so my job is just make their life easier by taking out the ARs, make sure they can get close in their face, and just have fun about roam and just be that guy, I'll get hill and all that good stuff.
Final question for you. You guys are number 2 right now in the standings, only behind the Subliners. What are the expectations for Major number 2? We're just 3 weeks out.
It's just to build on the 4th place. 4th is like the benchmark of where I guess you could say that's where our team is right now, but we want to be aiming for the number 1. We want to be first area event, competing in finals and all that good stuff.
Who do you expect to play in that grand final?
Oh, I reckon FaZe.
FaZe, I like that. After the 3-0 yesterday, you might be right, my friend. Insight, we're going to let you go celebrate with the rest of the squad. Congrats on the 3-1.
Appreciate it, guys.
What an awesome dude right there. Make sure you're following him both on this channel and his personals. And of course, stay tuned with us throughout the day because we have an epic showdown going up next. Nameless, why should people be excited for this next match against the Boston Breach?
Well, because it's OpTic Texas, man. They got the new roster. We're going to get the first look at them. There's been so much discussions about this team. Let's put it to rest and see what they're capable of.
aLLeY, final prediction as we head out to commercial.
Whoa, final prediction of what?
Is Huke the nuke today?
Huke is in fact the nuke, but I don't think they're gonna win it. Sorry.
He's going double positive in game number 1. They're bowling at 300. Let's get to the break. When we come back, it's match number 2. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty League live on Twitch.tv.
Need more Call of Duty League? Sign up for the official CDL newsletter. Get updates, special offers, and premium content delivered directly to your inbox all season long. Scan the QR code to sign up now. You'll also be entered to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major II in Boston.
All right, chat, it is time to get rowdy. Welcome back. This is our pre-game pre-show of what's about to happen for match number 2, day 3 of the online qualifiers leading up to our second major in Boston, which will be hosting our team that's featured in this matchup. Boston came out with a crushing 3-0 to kick off the week. But now they're facing off against a team that no one has seen in professional play because this OpTic Texas lineup just made some serious moves between now and the major. So, Ant, let's break it down for anyone who missed our show on Friday. What went down, and what are we looking forward to today?
Yeah, so OpTic, I mean, terrible performance at the first major. Didn't even crack it into the top 8, something you don't expect from this team. And they break apart the long-time roster. They get rid of Dashy, and they bring in Huke over from LAG. Now,
Dashy was like number 2 in MVP vote last year, right?
Dashy was unbelievable. He was also their best player last year, and there was an argument that he was the best player in the world at a couple points in time throughout the season. So this is a big shakeup of this team because not only do you lose a superstar Slayer, you're changing the identity now of the squad because there's going to be some role switching that we're going to see throughout this game from Scump.
Now, people are saying Scump hasn't played the main AR since Black Ops 1. I don't know if that's true or not, chat. Let me know what the recent facts are. But we do know we expect a lot of fast-paced play from this trio. The Zeo trio won the World Championship under Coach Rambo Ray back in 2020. They went to 11 events. They won 4 championships with 6 finals appearances. This is a squad that's had a ton of success in the past, and they felt confident that Huke was the guy that could give them the juice they need to get over the hump, because they didn't even get out of groups last time.
And I think the biggest problem for me right now, though, is the fact that I don't know if this is what they were looking for as their problem solver in Roster Mania. We all heard the rumors, and you drop a player like Dashy and you pick up Huke. I feel like we're getting the same slaying, maybe in some different shoes. So I'm a little bit worried here about all the role switching because now they've put that as added pressure, not only adding somebody new to the roster, but now having to change a couple people around. But we're going to see today.
We're going to get to our predictions here in just a minute. I just noticed we have over 4 million channel points on this matchup. Keep your predictions coming in. But we got to talk about the opponents here for OpTic Texas today because you got the Boston Breach with Owakening back. Yes, he was sick in Raleigh. He was not sick on Friday. He dropped the numbers once again. But give me the identity of this team right now, and we're looking at a Boston Breach squad that's coming in with the 9th seed overall out of our 12 teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Boston Breach team that now is like a respawn squad. Like, this team is so good. Since they've added Owakening, it has changed the dynamic of this team. And, you know, when it comes to Search and Destroy, I thought they would fare quite well throughout this game so far, though. They've only really won Fortress, and they won other map went across the other Search and Destroy maps. So definitely some room for improvement when it comes to Search and Destroy. But the identity of this squad, you ask, Puckett, it's the SMGs, the aggressive play out of Vivid and Nero. Those guys are going to be in your face. We saw them pick it up towards the latter half of last year, and now you throw Owakening in the mix, it's going to make them an extremely dangerous respawn squad.
What I love about this matchup, aLLeY, is we're going to see a showdown of the ARs, and this is a classic one. Players who have been around the league since, well, Zenny was 12. Let's take a look at the showdown here. Scump versus Methodz is going to be happening throughout this series. How do you see things playing out?
Well, how I see things playing out now, I think is, oh my gosh, that picture. Wow. I'm sorry. I feel like that was a flashbang for sure.
They were making cash way back then, back when we were calling it competitive gaming.
That's a flashbang. I love
that's a flashbang for sure. But when it comes of these two, the matchup, I believe, usually falls in Scump's favor. However, I think this time around, this might go a little bit different simply because we weren't able to get a look at the maps and modes. But player to watch for Boston Breach is actually going to be Methodz when it comes to this series. Every single map so far, and especially the first three, are in his favor. He's second right now in control with a 1.28, and they're heading into Hotel, which he has a 1.21. And then the very first map that they're loading into as well is going to be a Hotel that they're 3-0 on both sides of the squad. But 3 players of the Boston Breach have over a 1.2 KD.
aLLeY, I got to cut you off there because I'm told this game is ready. Before we go, I'm getting our predictions on the desk. OpTic Texas, Huke, welcome back to the Empire, my friend. I'm calling the upset here statistically, 10/9.
I'm going with the stats. I'm going with Boston Breach.
She's going with numbers. Those are facts.
This is a new team for OpTic, so there's really no stats that you can say about them. I think OpTic Texas comes in and they take this series in a 3-1 fashion.
This one's going to Game 5, Round 11. Buckle in, get ready, because it's going to be a barn burner. Let's get it over to our casters and get this party started once again as we hand it back to the cop and his boss.
Wow, that makes me sheriff of this town, mate. That makes me sheriff. Handing you badge and gun, you never work in this town ever again, depending on the performance of this cast. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You've all been waiting for it. Reddit has been ablaze, and let me tell you, whatever happens at the end of this series, Reddit may fill its britches once again. Let's get into this one. Chance the debut of Huke here on the OpTic Texas roster, and for Boston, coming into this series in exceptional form, has to be said.
It's just, I don't know. The hot takes are going to be in exceptional form as well. The memes have been in exceptional form. If nothing else, OpTic Texas have just provided endless amounts of entertainment over this sort of like roster mania period. But when we actually jump into things, it's going to be incredibly difficult to call for both of these teams. OpTic, I mean, what? I think iLLeY's playing out of Canada. They only have a handful of days of practice with Huke actually on the roster. And then the idea of predicting Boston Breach just like scares me. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. But who the hell knows what's about to take place?
Let's find out, mate. This is going to be a big one. Shotzzy has been a thorn in the side of many a team since he dived into the CDL, and no different here in this series so far. It's a sweet start from OpTic Texas in the time department. They will be... Okay, there's your boy iLLeY playing all the way from Canada, finding himself a 3Z.
He'll take that 3Z as well. Huke is just going to take all the hill time. He has just now gotten his first kill on board because he was just the super soaker. And, well, it looks like Boston able to break to get that time. But talk about that rotation. All 4 players now posted up, spawned up, ready to go on this new hill. Admittedly, though, Boston do have a little bit of time to try to break it down, but not a good start. Not for Boston at the very least. Cleaning house is OpTic Texas. And it looks like Huke, maybe he's going to be the hill guy right back in his home.
Yeah, dude, I mean, anything's possible right now. As he's finding kills in hill, looking to push this lead that little bit further forward. Eyes on the kill feed. It's all OpTic Texas for now. iLLeY got that lane covered. Does manage to potentially let a player through. Shotzzy's just running around mid, causing problems for now. Boston Breach have been able to really get anything going. Here comes the slow approach. It's a 2 in the feed from Zinni. Now you got an opportunity to get yourself on that point.
Yeah, finally a little bit of life, but you see a couple players spawning up. Maybe a pinch from a couple different sides, but it looks like the TAC 56 is showing up right there for Boston. Methodz and Owakening cleaning house. And honestly, this isn't even scrap time. This is a good chunk of time for either team to get. Now, keep in mind, in terms of rotation, Scump has been sitting inside a kitchen for the past 15 seconds. And obviously, if OpTic are getting the scrap time as well, nice little moment in the game. And if Scump wins this gunfight against Nero, OpTic might start to run away with this one.
That's it. All right, we may be running away here. OpTic Texas, big work now. You've got to see the break from Boston Breach from the opposite side of the map. All the way across the hotel they'll have to run. The text has been sent. Yeah, we're in the kitchen. We'll be there in a minute. Yeah, more like 2 minutes. Here we go. Shotzzy taken care of through mid. Big Wake's got an open field to work with. Okay, I don't know who died. We'll find out later. But for now, we're into the kitchen. Here comes the hit. Big win from Scump. iLLeY gets another one as well. Methodz drops also, and that's massive work. OpTic Texas hold on to the point.
Yo, I think what happened to Huke, if you stand up on the van and mantle it and hit your head on like the platform, it kills you. I know it makes absolutely no sense, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened to Huke. But they walk it off. They still clutch up around the hill. One more hit. It's actually a flank coming in through Vivid, and it's a perfect flank as well, but Nero able to get that final kill, if not for the trophy. So you have the roofs killing Huke, you have trophies killing Nero, and you have OpTic Texas right now with about a 50-point lead.
That's good work. Holding that lead down. iLLeY over towards next, wins the fight for the bar, got himself equipped for every fight he can possibly ask for. What, 12 and 8 now for Shotzzy, 11 and 3 for iLLeY. Good work out of the pair as they find those kills. Over to the bar though, here we go, Boston Breach, they're lined up for the fight, they're keen for it. Shotzzy though somehow managing to get one out of it. Hard points up and about, smooth attack now from Boston Breach as they hold onto the point, couple of kills, and now the space is theirs.
Yeah, you gotta pump the brakes if you're OpTic. Try to regroup, get all 4 players together. The nades and tacks might be helpful, but if there's a trophy, it's gonna get shut down. They know that Vivid is here. They're taking their time. They're clearing everything out, and look at the nades and tacks forcing players back now. You're patient on the play, and you execute the game plan. OpTic, nice break so far.
25 left from this point. The Vivid right back in there, all down to Shotzzy now. Can't get it done. Good work, Boston Breach. The hard point is theirs. Scump AR in hand, little late to the party, no problem. He's going to come across Vivid, clean him up as well. OpTic Texas looking strong so far.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, and Scump getting the rotational kills as well. Patient on the brakes. Shotzzy and Huke are roaming the SMGs, spawning up, and iLLeY with fantastic timing. Owakening turns around at the worst possible second. And now this is the moment for OpTic. I mean, potentially to straight up run away with this game. Already a 60-point lead. A good hold here, a couple extra kills, and they'll just be in too sweet of a spot.
Such a different pace already out of OpTic Texas. Trades now going down. Hard point in the hands of Methodz. iLLeY wins a big one. That's all OpTic Texas now lining up for the hold. It's a 3 out of iLLeY. It's 16 and 5 overall.
iLLeY can't slay is what they said, and iLLeY just said, hey, it's 16 kills so far just on the first set of rotations. I mean, double kills and triple kills abound. iLLeY, I think, maybe coming in with a little bit of vengeance, but it's also a flank coming through as well, so Boston's still trying to pinch this hill. Scump, though, reads it. Huke able to deliver with 2, so the new man on the roster and the man with the new gun in hand, everybody is fried.
Scump slithering. King Cobra right now finds himself a few more. 4 in the feed. 168 now. The lead, though, still in the hands of OpTic Texas, but the hard point for a few seconds now in the hands of Boston. They're going to get that last few ticks over by the restaurant and now try to get themselves over towards New. iLLeY's in position. Shotzzy's now making a bit of a run, but again, awareness not necessarily on point. The rest of Boston all through mid.
Scump is also just picking them apart along the way. It's all the pressure in kitchen, right? This is where teams like to try to make that initial break from, and eventually they take down Scump, but the new man on the roster is the next man in line, snaking his way to attempted victory. But finally, with kitchen cleared out, it makes iLLeY's job that much harder to stay alive inside the hill, and that is why the breaks always come through the kitchen side of the map. Boston eventually able to find that clearance.
Yeah, this whole snake situation is utterly despicable and quite frankly horrible to watch, but there we go. 20 seconds remaining here on top of glass. We're going to see Boston Breach get that, net themselves over the 100-point mark. But we're now with a firm lead, and the map's certainly in their hands so far. Let's go for a listen in with OpTic Texas.
I'm backing up. He's on me on the pillar. Dead.
I spawned beacon.
There might be another. Yo, stun left side.
What is that order now?
Yo, he's in main. On main.
Carry
Main Nero. I think there's 2.
I'm beacon.
Yeah, you can be behind. You can't hurt.
Beacon dead.
Yo, one guy's main on me as well. I can shot down. I got two.
I got 2.
One shot. Main.
I don't see guys.
Main. That's gonna be right. Shot that main.
Hey, he's back in mid.
They're gonna be behind you. They're spawning kitchen.
Yeah,
reflood this shit. I'm alright. Trying out there. One guy's gonna be here. I don't see him.
Let's watch out, D5L. Hold. Watch out, double arches, first guy.
Make sure I'm backing up.
Double arches, first guy. I spawned
Main. In, right corner?
What is that?
Right side main, and I think he's left side. I don't see him, man.
I main. No, he's dead. He's left side.
Yeah, hold that. Absolutely, all good. I mean, main. One guy's can be small. One guy's main. Main, that's right side.
And we go. A little bit of back and forth on the point chance, but so far, fresh comms from OpTic Texas. Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trading away a ton of P one time, though, where the comms are, it's, you know, maybe as clean as you want, you better make sure you get the time over towards P2, but OpTic locking this one down. It was a perfect break initially, Owakening a last-ditch effort with this cruise missile, but all that he finds is a trophy. As OpTic still the SMGs in the feed, and iLLeY right behind him, snaking and frying. Quite literally impossible to win some of these gunfights.
Yeah, literally impossible. Zin doing what he can. 25 now for the win, OpTic Texas, and they're looking to get it done here on Hotel. Big wake, last man in. A little bit of time now. Get him off the point as best you can. iLLeY wins a big fight from the outside. It's a two-piece from him. Methodz back at it. Not able to let this time go away. Zin finds another couple of big uns. Another from Ziddy. Wild stuff. 10 seconds going his way. Rotations down. Nero's got to win a big one against Huke. Can't get it done. His teammate behind him, though. Big wakes there. Kitchen, Boston.
Yeah, OpTic again trying to just like play with that idea of having a single player rotate over towards Kitchen, but Boston much better. Johnny on the spot this time, and even iLLeY gets spotted by Meth. iLLeY though, just Spidey sense is tingling. Turns on him anyway, so it doesn't matter what you know. It only matters what kills you can get in Awakening by himself. Doing what he can to keep this one alive, but now you got to break through to Kitchen. This is not easy.
Not easy. Big wake though. On a 4. Looking to catch any more out of this. Maybe get himself another set of streaks. He's doing what he can. The rest of the team are in. Scump wins the big fight. Vazniv's back in hand. There's a Shotzzy there. Now Zin's all what he can against iLLeY. Gets another one. 25 remaining on the point. And this is not over yet. Here comes a big one from OpTic Texas. 2 hands through the side door. Hoops through the stocks. And he's going to get another one. Big work out of OpTic Texas. The break's good.
Beautiful.
The breaks are on. And that could be the map.
And maybe not quite game. 2 players for Boston trying to square up and make it in towards New. But if you look at the rotation, it doesn't matter. OpTic win it one way or another. They get it done on Kitchen. 250 to 180. Welcome the brand new OpTic team.
Yeah, Huke, a great start. Clean gameplay there. I mean, we're talking about those rotations. Well, Scump was 15 seconds in advance. Little things like that make a big difference. The Boston Breach just could not get the afterburners going, man. I mean, this is a team coming into this series in exceptional form, looking very, very strong indeed. Certainly a tough look there for them. Boston Breach down. OpTic Texas take the first.
And I think what that like Zio trio was absolutely slaying out of their minds as well. I mean, I know Huke, he spent like the first 2 hills doing nothing but being the super soaker. He ends up finishing and tying Shotzzy for the most. You had iLLeY, who was like 16-8 or like 16-5 even. I think it was even more extreme. And as good as he performed, 23-11 is ridiculous. Even Scump caught up to him. So that is 4 players across the board, all positive. Everybody spreading the love in hill time as well. As far as a Hotel hardpoint goes, maybe not as perfect as it could possibly be, but incredibly efficient through and through. Funnily enough, that is Boston's first loss on that map.
Here we go, 250 to 180. One I'm sure they'll remember. A little bit of love again for the statisticians out there. Thank you all for the work. These lovely 3-piece there as you look across the highlights here of this opening hardpoint in the series, and bound to be a good series either way. New look for OpTic Texas. Boston Breach looking to get back into form for their upcoming major in just a few weeks.
I gotta say, looking even at the stat line for iLLeY, whether we're thinking about the major or thinking back to when they won a world champion as a trio, iLLeY's playing from his bedroom in Canada, I do believe, and that is a bedroom he won a ring out of, and that is a bedroom-like performance, I suppose, as well. So, I mean, electric stuff in the map 1. Again, you know, OpTic doing the little things right, getting the rotations when they need. I think the P2s were executed incredibly well. I mean, if not just like a Methodz 3-piece the second time around, they nearly would have just gotten, you know, completely stuffed out both times. So Boston certainly struggling to find those signs of life, and OpTic again, full advantage for it. Their record also remains perfect on Hotel. Both teams were 3-0 on this map coming into it. So the roster change hasn't changed anything for OpTic, at least not for map 1.
Oh, yeah. Embassy Search and Destroy coming up now. Again, I think for me, when I think of, you know, Huke as a player, especially alongside iLLeY and Shotzzy, going all the way back to what the inception of the CDL, back to 2020, back to that Dallas Empire roster, may the rest in peace. Excited to see how this goes, man. Really excited. Search and Destroy, I've got high hopes. Again, like a 3-man team that is gross. Scump, obviously, a very, very, a very high floor, high ceiling kind of player. Excited to see how this team works out. Possibly the highest, indeed. Very excited to see how this one goes. Search is going to be a banger, no doubt about it.
You know, we were talking about Advanced Warfare a little bit earlier. That's when I like started my casting. If you would like, if we could time travel and go back to that game and just ever say the words Huke and Scump are on the same team, everyone's response to that's how it would have been like, that's GG. That should be illegal with like how extremely good that is. So I know Huke wasn't necessarily the first choice for the roster, but I assure you, when these are players that are at their best, they are quite literally the best in the world. So the potential for this OpTic Texas squad is absolutely here. Obviously, map 1, they look great, and obviously, they're still going to have a long way to go because it's only been a handful of days of practice. Scump is going to be using an AR more potentially in this game than he has in the past 8 to 9 years combined. So they do have to adjust. There's going to be a lot to be learned for this OpTic squad, but they're quick learners as well. When we go towards that embassy, if you want to sort of turn the tides and talk about Boston for just a little bit, their search and destroy is still a massive question mark. Overall, their S&D game has not been particularly great outside of aBeZy Fortress, where I think they have a 4-1 record, but they've not really shown off a very deep map pool. In their series against Minnesota, they delivered and got a win on aBeZy. But Embassy is another one that we have barely seen Boston play, an 0-1 record on the map. So you talk about a little bit of learn from the side of OpTic Texas. The exact same thing could be said for Boston, especially as that map is loading up and there's only 3 players sitting down.
I presume that means it's all good. He's fine. His camera's frozen. It's all good. He's right. He's fine. Here we go, though. Embassy S&D, we're talking about 13 snipes, really. The man who we will be bringing up again, as I'm sure will be running the big old bad boy boomstick up in this coming match. And I would expect nothing less. Embassy, search and destroy now upon us. We'll see what happens here for Boston. Not the strongest mode for them, not the strongest map. But a turnaround now for them would be great. Can they catch this brand new honeymoon period OpTic Texas off guard?
And the stat I was given for iLLeY snipes on this map, by the way, 23 rounds he is sniped in with 13 picks coming through. So slightly more than half the time he's finding the bloods. And if he's got a 1.44 KD, that means he also knows when to put it away. So first bloods get exchanged, though. It looks like Scump the next man to fall. It's iLLeY without the sniper in hand. Gonna be working with Shotzzy. See what they can do.
Good work out is in there to make his way forward under the suppressing fire of iLLeY to still catch that kill on the Scump. Gives his boys the man advantage. Nero dips into the little boys' room, gets out with his life. Shotzzy tagged with a bomb plant now. Here comes the attack. iLLeY or Shotzzy. Somebody ate that concussion there, but you know there's players around this corner. iLLeY peeks it wide, gets eaten up. Bad timing. Oh, Shotzzy wins the fight. All now down to him in the 1v2.
Yeah, he's going to try to clutch this 1v3. Methodz and Nero stacked up together. That's one Vastnav, one TAC 56. You see the play. The SMG hop the bomb, have the AR look over him, and I think Shotzzy was waiting for the chow, and instead, just the quick, easy play made by Boston. They trusted Methodz to get the kill. Doesn't even need to get it. Efficient round number 1. Boston get on board.
Teamwork made the dream work there, Breach. A good call. A wonderful decision to be made. A little bit of an insurance plan there as well. I mean, if Shotzzy were fast enough, could have maybe hit the wrap even then. Great work out of Boston. Breach. OpTic now will be on defense coming up round 2.
Got Nero carrying the bomb as well. One of the variants on this Boston Breach team. Nice and aggressive into the window. No picks or first bloods coming through. Actually, Scump just gets completely caught towards the middle of the map. And in the meantime, Nero actually dropped the bomb down low. So it's a new feature that we haven't really touched on too much. And not that we need to, because I guess Nero just dropped it on accident. He goes back and picks it back up. But I think right now it's probably Huke, the man that might be forced to make the play in an aggressive position, as Boston will be taking things slow.
Real slow. Shotzzy's watching the sort of palm tree line of sight right there. And iLLeY, oh, he's seen Vivid now. The fight is on. Here we go. Enemy at the gates. Vid. Oh, my good God. You heard that. Huke's there to finish him up, though. Lovely teamwork out of OpTic Texas. Man, tied up. Pushes forward. Unfortunately, the dead silence play amounts to nothing. iLLeY cut down as well. Nero tearing open him.
And this is dead silence, not even pops. The Shotzzy's going to be a little bit loud, but it's all about the timing. If he can get this man on bomb, there is a lot of potential to clutch the round, but a little bit too slow. If you can at least find the pick, you're going to be good to go, but I think Nero might have the intel. He's going to snake his way to a dub. This just got that much more difficult for Shotzzy to win.
Doesn't even have to move, really. But wait a minute, Shotzzy, wait a minute. It's not done yet. Shotzy's now in position. Can he take the fight against Nero? Closer up. Tags are there. It's a good old-fashioned 1v1. The bullets are in. Nero looking for an angle. Oh, my God. Slither me, Timbers. What a 1v1.
Oh, one of the dumbest 1v1s we've ever seen. Just an absolute snake off in the middle of the map. And the craziest thing is Shotzzy legit makes the perfect play on the read of all right, Nero's just going to snake. We're going to isolate the other guy. He reads where Methodz is going to be. So that is like a perfect play call coming out. Even gets the early tags, but it's a snake off. So it's just luck in 50-50. You hate to see it. You really do.
We get the GA committee on the line, please. 5-0 for Nero, sorry. Hyper aggressive right through mid. This could pay off. Hello.
Oh dear. Oh
Just
dear.
holding hands, having a little kissy kiss on the tennis court under the, the golden hour, trying to get a selfie or something. Nearly gets the third. Nero. What a maniac.
And iLLeY, by the way, is keeping them in this because Scump's able to find the pick. But yeah, iLLeY with the snipe again was able to sort of like open the door to even the odds. So what was initially a perfect play out of Nero and great coordination with the tax, all of a sudden, it's a man advantage for OpTic Texas. But Owakening, always a menace. And right now, OpTic, these players very split. And with the Dead Silence play like this, I'm Awakening now in prime position in between these two. Be able to roam and try to deal with these bomb sites, but you got to be careful about making noise. Don't want to be too loud.
Shh, quiet. He's trying to clutch. 30 seconds. Creaks the door. Won't find anyone home in the top side of the MC now. He might be able to nab this bomb, but he's going to dive out into trouble. OpTic have got the streets covered.
He's going to hear this, right? There's no shot. Both players actually do have Dead Silence pop, but if you don't hear it, you're going to see it. Light them up and take them down. Owakening drops 2 in instant. 1 versus 2. Play call with a little bit of luck on his side. And a dagger in the round. As Boston now will be up 3-0.
Demon Joseph Awakening. What a great play. Patience. A virtue. Even with Dead Silence, knowing full well that that bomb was down. Great work. Boston continuing to prove himself that, you've got this team. It's a fresh team. Search and Destroy not as squeaky clean as it needs to be so far. 3-0.
Just crazy stuff too, because you got Nero 7-1, putting the 1 versus 1 on the little snake off. You got 1 versus 2. So these are delicate rounds, and this one a little bit less so. A 2 versus 4 all of the sudden. And iLLeY and Shotzzy in such a predicament, especially when they have to play split to attempt to watch both these bomb sites. iLLeY, the production with the sniper is still there, but all of the picks have not resulted in a round win just yet. This will be attempt number 4.
Yeah. Oh, iLLeY gets another good one. It's 2 so far here in the round with this wonderful SPX. He's getting the kills with it. Clock still ticking. Boston making a move.
And this should be a quick A plan as well with Dead Silence pop. You don't want to waste any time. And Nero should get it down. Shotzzy at the very least to be a little bit too late. And Shotzzy wasn't working with Dead Silence either. Just ran out for Nero, so he's got to slow things down. And he heard Shotzzy for sure.
Oh, yeah, here he goes. He might be able to catch iLLeY as well. Shotzi's made a drop. He hasn't seen him over the top. There's kill number 8. Looking for the 9th. Nero versus iLLeY. Dead Silence is done. A lot of noise being made. Can't quite get it on the turn and burn. 1v1. Awakening's got himself Dead Silence now. Here we go.
Angle forever.
Wait a minute. Why misses? No, iLLeY. This is a shot. Immediately back on. I love this play, but surely Awakening doesn't let this one happen. Surely not. Surely checks it. There it is. The sheet remains clean for Boston. Breach. There's a valiant effort there from iLLeY, but not quite enough.
It's, this is a game where the scoreline doesn't reflect how these rounds have gone. Yeah. I can't even remember round 1 anymore. I don't know what happened, but at least for the last 3, every time it comes down to 1v1, iLLeY putting on a showcase with a sniper to keep things close, but at least in that round, misses the most important shot, and Awakening again is alive and there for the clutch. So nail-biter rounds, but a massive lead right now for Boston. 4-0 perfection.
Kudos to iLLeY for the attempt, but not quite enough. And again, it's such a close matchup, despite the 4-0. Vivid could truly feast here. There it is. First blood handedly taken care of. OpTic Texas not opting to move too much here, but iLLeY going to come in, try to secure this power position, and he has not secured a thing. Absolutely eviscerated here as Vivid has done so much damage. Nero now joining him in the feed. Shotzzy, last man alive.
Yeah, and OpTic at this point, they just have to be feeling utterly deflated with how these rounds have gone, because this one, much more hopeless than previous. Shotzzy, I suppose, will give it the old college try. He's going to pop Dead Silence,
Wait a minute. Smoked him. 3 on the round for Vivid. That first blood was so important. Not a single arrow in position to take care of him. Their chance. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, again, just deflation. I have to imagine. I mean, tilt-worthy rounds, I think, for a few of them, and no more gas in the tank, at least not, it seems like, for this round. And Boston, I mean, hey, talk about a little bounce back that you're going to need after the tough hotel map 1. I don't know how many 6-0s we've had this year, but it hasn't been too many. Boston maybe looking to add one to the collection.
Here we go. One more round is all they need. It has been an absolute clinic here on Embassy. And the tremendous irony that, you know, iLLeY's having visa issues right now, and there we go. Not an issue, though, with the snipe.
Bomb down, too.
No one quite from Boston making the move just yet. iLLeY's going to hold that one down. No idea that that is the bomb carrier. Nero, a bit of noise here from the men's bathroom. Actually, it might be an orgy in the bathroom. I can't tell. It's the only one here on the map, so I would imagine. But there we go. Nero straight out of the toilet, into the feed, finding the couple there. Shotzzy's going to get involved. That nade might help. Not quite. The kill's there. 2v3. OpTic Texas, man advantage.
And you still have the issue of you got to go collect the bomb. You still have the issue of Shotzzy is going to go and hunt you down. So Owakening is still alive. He's clutched the 1v2. He clutched the 1v1 against iLLeY, so the round's certainly not over, but this is shaping up for an OpTic Texas win, at least to get their first one on board, and especially when he has to backtrack to go pick up that bomb.
Wait a minute.
Hopeless.
Wait, that was from downtown stick. We need to see that kill cam. Can we see it? Ah, not too far. Right on his ass, though. Look at that. Bang. You're on the board, OpTic.
And again, I'd say, what? Okay, so the round 1 was when it was like a 1v3 for Shotzzy. Nero just hopped the bomb and Methodz looked over him. You had the round just before this for Boston where it was utterly dominant with Vivid going on the flank. But outside of those, every single round was a nail-biter. This recent one, OpTic Texas able to get the win. But still, a 5-1 scoreline is just clinically absurd.
No one going to be here. They're flying out in the middle of the map. My God, look at this hit from Boston. No one from OpTic's going to read this. Here comes the cruise. Inside of the map, not a safe place to be. You're about to run into the jaws of death. There's a trade. The bomb does go down. Back over to the cruise cam. Doesn't land, but it does a little bit of damage. And he gets a kill as well. So a fun play from Boston Breach. Hasn't quite been as productive as they were hoping.
I mean, especially just because Huke is able to at least get a kill before he goes down. And iLLeY, again, hyper productive. You got Awakening, though. Dead silence play. It's cost him before. iLLeY has to make the read. And iLLeY sees him. Takes off his shoulder and leaves Nero by himself. Another 1 versus 3. And a loud one at that. Nero forced to make too much noise. And yeah, with a moment like that, nowhere to go. Scump there for the final kill. And OpTic still with a little bit of fight.
That's 2 rounds in a row. What more can you ask for? You've still got a little bit of fight. They're still learning. They're improving. They're getting there. iLLeY, what a nice round he had between the first one and then the next one on Awakening. Ridiculous. Just sees a little bit of shoulder. Bang. Great work. OpTic Texas get himself the second.
And iLLeY is definitely on one right now. But again, for OpTic, fighting a massive uphill battle. Still a long way to go. No reason to put the sniper. I mean, iLLeY has been just finding picks left, right, and center. So why would you stop him when he's got the hot hand? We'll absolutely be keeping the SPX out. Bomb dropped again towards the middle of the map. So I think Nero's doing the exact same thing, but only just for a moment. So there's an idea there. I don't know what Boston are going for, but there's been some thought that's going into it. But in terms of map control, OpTic right now, they've got everything. You get the crosses and the setup that you want.
Boss. Hello. Wow, baby. What a
trades.
kill from Vivid. That dive, man. We've seen too many of those in this year already. Looking forward to seeing a few more. 3v3.
That is why you have the setup, though, just to make sure you trade those out. Huke, the idea to potentially make a play. If he's popping dead silence, thoughts about moving. And he's cut his way through the middle of the map and maybe just retaking the spot that Scump was in before. So the exact same setup. And Shotzzy looking over. His sniper shots ringing through the map.
Just about 30 seconds remaining. Oh, Awakening gets another. Huke and iLLeY, here we go. Blast from the past. Zinni snaps on him. iLLeY, here we go. Let's stay alive here in the map. It's got to be a 1v3. Snipes up. It's done. Boston Breach. Secure the map. They do not let any of the shenanigans get out of hand as OpTic Texas. That hardpoint win was good enough. But now we find ourselves tied up 1-1.
And a nice little bounce back, of course, but also a lot of nail-biter of rounds. Again, that is a score line that does not tell the whole story, but so many of those little clutch moments, Boston Breach able to deliver, whether it's the timing going the way of Big Wake or the snake off that Nero is able to dance his way to a victory early on as well. Boston contained the sniper, and by contained it, I mean they got obliterated by the sniper, but were winning the gunfights everywhere else on the map. I mean, iLLeY putting on a fine performance, but not good enough for the victory. 6-2 win for Boston, and hey, to control we go.
It was a really close search and destroy either way, though. I mean, it took a long time to get there. Those rounds were nail-biters indeed. Though tied up 1-1, hotel control is up now. We rolled back over towards Amsterdam, see how we go there, and then it's all the way back over now to Embassy Hardpoint. Last map in the series, Mikado. Search and destroy if we do have to go to the Game 5. And tell you what, I know there's a lot of fans in the chat that don't necessarily want that, but for the sort of more sadistic Call of Duty fans like myself, give it to me, please. Chance, it's time to go for a quick commercial break, my brother. When we come back, it's time to get control underway. Don't go too far, ladies and gents. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're here now live from Columbus. Well, Chance and I personally, but the whole crew here putting on a wonderful show for you at home. We're going to find out who wins this upcoming control here on Hotel in just a few moments. Looking at eyes on Huke, though, mate. New kid on the block here for OpTic Texas, replacing Dashy, causing quite the change of roles, the change of pace. It's been a major shake-up, Chance.
Major shakeup indeed, but obviously it's going to be a long time before we know how it properly pans out for these teams because, you know, it's a brand new team, brand new luck. Scump's like switching over towards an AR, but we saw map 1 only running an AR about half the time. So it's going to be a blend, still plenty to learn, but even records right here on hotel control. OpTic a little bit better on defense, Boston a little bit better on the attack. So, I mean, that right there is going to be the square up that you're going to see. Obviously, of course, how much the stats matter for OpTic with a brand new player on the team.
I mean, take what you will from that one, guys. Here we go, though. Boston Breach will be on offense first. The 3-man hit through mid, trying to find what they can as they now circulate their way over towards the B zone. Here comes the hit. Huke's never going to see that guy. Oh, he sees the guy from right. What in the name of all things sacred? This is awkward. This is very difficult, but the nuke cannot be destroyed. He wipes them all out. It's a 3 for the man on the screen.
Yeah, snakes evolved 128 million years ago, but Huke evolved in the past week, ready to go in that moment. Incredibly slippery, and now for Shotzzy, maybe his turn to do a little bit of dance. You're moving over towards restaurant. You already know it's going to be smooth moves on these desks. You go for the chow and can't quite take the second one down. Boston is stabilized. The slow A-zone capture commences.
I'd love to see the fast play out of OpTic Texas there, but not quite enough to get anything done here. First segment's on its way out. Here comes the counter-attack now from OpTic. It's going to be a 3-man hit over towards this side of the map. iLLeY's going to find at least one, and that's good stuff. Nero, you're up next. Take care of this first. Ooh, nearly a second. A lot of damage dealt, though. Clean house. No problem. Boston Breach.
And they've also evened up the odds in terms of the life count as well. So obviously with a Huke play like that towards the start, there was a slight deficit they were going to be working from, but all's quiet now across the top side of the map as we are roaming towards that B zone. 2-2 split for OpTic on defense. Ready for the pressure on both sides.
Here we go. Vivid. Do what you can and just clear up all these areas. Make sure there's nobody home. Give the boys the all clear. Awkward timing. Like, unbearably awkward timing. Nero there to pick up the trade. Good stuff now. Boston Breach are in. iLLeY now and Scump off spawn, flying into the action. Nave's there to help out. Nero under the cover of some teammate fire from Awakening. Not able to get to the point. But for now, you lick your wounds. Take those losses while you can. Back on up and wait for the rest of the squad. Good work, Boston.
Yeah, that's just awkward timing the whole way around, I'd say. I think Methodz was expecting a deeper spawn to come through, so the pressure on him quicker than he was ready for, and you got to gear up and go once again. Vivid, the most aggressive player on the map. He's got Methodz to work with. And it's going to be iLLeY in the back. And honestly, if it's iLLeY in the back, that's going to be a problem. But you should be able to get the trades, or maybe Vivid could just do it with himself. You clear out the 2 players off spawn, but it's still the ever-present problem. If you don't clear out bedroom, you're not going to have a good time. And Nero trying to hunt, but some of those OpTic players too fast.
They're so fast, so sneaky. 50 seconds remaining here on the round. Looking to take care of this side of the map. If Nero can get the job done, his boys can certainly get the point. Get things going. Massive whip from Scump. That's huge. That's going to change the face of this attack massively. Now, Awakening taken care of as well. Oh, you are smiling in this round, OpTic Texas.
Oh, and Huke's kind of going to have him contained, right? He's going to live in this spot, just trying to buy so much time, or maybe nade himself and let that be the result of your death. But he's at least able to call it to his teammates and say, hey, they're all flooding through the restaurant. So they're able to pick up 2. He's got great years, able to pick up his 5th in a row, and Boston in a 5 now versus 12.
German.
You get 1 attempt at making this break happen, but if you didn't clear out your bedroom, there's going to be no hope.
No. Oh, there is no hope. It is gone. What a round. Good stuff. OpTic Texas. A decent bit of work over towards the A side of the map. B, awkward timing from Boston. Not quite able to get it done. But OpTic, keep it all together. No funny business there on Hotel in the first round.
Just the stable. You get that bedroom control on defense. As long as those players stay alive and never let it slip, you'll be good to go. And I think we saw, Scump and Shotzzy occasionally playing a little bit separate, finding the kills, repositioning. But as soon as they need to get back together, the double chow's coming through. And I'd say for Shotzzy and Scump, just another day in the office. They made that look very simple in that first round.
That's the beauty of professional Call of Duty. It looks so easy, but I can tell you it is nearly impossible to try to recreate this sort of gameplay. Here we go then to another round. Boss of Breach now on defense. iLLeY from up top bedroom. Sweet nade there from Zinni, whether that was going to get the job done or his bullets did indeed. Meanwhile, though, the rest of OpTic are getting their kills. You've got Shotzzy on B for now. Slow and steady cap. Looking to get himself into this one. Good shots as well. 10 and 2 for Anthony Cuevas Castro.
Shut down, though. Nero wins a very difficult gunfight. I'd say that's a lot of difficult gunfights, actually, the Boston were able to deliver. Methodz with 2, and Nero for the next one, but it's just trades toward the middle of the map. I think OpTic might just, one, try to stabilize on the B side. iLLeY doesn't want any funny business, wants to keep these players away from bedroom, but the actual objective play is going to be happening over towards this A zone. I think Owakening knows that a little bit too much pressure. OpTic have all of their angles covered. And it looks like A going to be nice and stable as OpTic Texas maybe trying to get a little bit mixy. Send an extra player in like Huke to try to cause a little bit of chaos, as Vivid's doing the same thing on the flip side.
He's having a good time on this side of the map. Shotzzy deals with it. That should be A taken care of, surely. Now the battle for position across the map will take place. Again, bedroom. This is where Big Wake is, just underneath. That's where you really want to get your eyes on. Methodz on the outside, keeping those members of OpTic spawning as far away from the B side of the map as possible, though. Huke the nuke, though, he's in from behind, and he has been disarmed by Vivid.
Still, though, Owakening might be the key man, or actually, if Vivid is able to get across, well, now you have 2 key men that OpTic are going to have to clear out of their own base. And you had iLLeY working on a flank, OpTic constantly trying to apply that pressure, but the pressure is on them. Last man standing right now, Scump. Basically trapped in between quite a few different... Not easy gunfights to win. Vivid ripping off ahead. Is right now OpTic. Time is slowly ticking. And Vivid thinking about that cruise. One more kill and just an actual tool in the tool belt for Boston to play with.
It's a 5 spree for Vivid. Owakening looking to get just a bit of map presence now. You're Boston, you want to keep him out of this side. You've got him in the right spot right now. Vivid has been taken care of. No cruise for him. That's an open side of the map to play with now. OpTic Texas has got a minute and 13 lives to get on the B.
And you got to go fast as well because Vivid's coming off spawn, so it's a foot race, and you don't want Vivid to be the reinforcements to come through, but you're not able to get the next set of gunfights anyway, so Vivid, they're in time with plenty of it on the clock to make sure you clear off the zone. Huke is behind enemy lines again. But it's still Nero in your base, and again, bedroom control, that's the name of the game. Huke can only stay alive for so long, and Nero on the 4 spree there to take him down.
He's cooking from bedroom. This is this perfect spot to be in. Hold these players back, 30 seconds remaining. Life count may not come into effect. Here we go though, Shotzzy trying to clear it out, nades are there. Good peek now from Nero. In and out he goes, no more to be had. 2 players got it, OpTic in. They've got it in control, 20 seconds. Can you get that last player on there? It's Huke. He flies forward, gets absolutely gunned. Vivid, what a round from him. Lordy. That is it. We are tied up. 1, 2, 1.
Yeah. Boston had to work so much harder on defense compared to OpTic Texas. It was a much more nail-biter of a round, but all things considered, tied up on ticks, tied up on rounds, all is exactly the same. And I mean, OpTic eventually did get the bedroom clear. It's right in the final moments. They were just running out of time and not able to really wait for their teammates to set up any team pushes. So just efficient work by both teams so far on these defensive rounds. It is now it'll be Boston's turn once again to try their hand on the attack.
Whew. It is a tough one. Guaranteed yourselves a good series ahead of us, pals. This is it, 1-1 here on Hotel. Different looks this time round from Boston on offense. You're still leaning towards that B zone, but no one's quite going for it. Good aggression now out of OpTic on the defense. Forward they go. Last man up, 1v1. Awakening wins it. It's a 3 spree from him, getting out of the negative now, trying to hold this spot down, wait for the boys to show up, and you can get on that point.
This is such a strange looking like mini-map, though, because Shotzzy is behind enemy lines, and the B zone has been left open. And through the middle of the map, Owakening is there to shred. And you even have Shotzzy that gets shut down, so all the flanks you had potentially to come through. This is a massive problem now. Boston, the triple stack is in. This could be the B zone gone.
Here we go. 3-man's in there. This should be it. iLLeY's going to come on through, trying to find at least one player on the outside. That's going to let these guys get in closer. iLLeY keeps finding the kills. Huke's got the one as well. Last man up. Methodz gone. So close. It's so far. 2 segments done. They're on B.
Yeah, just a good swarm there by OpTic, because that was a nail-biter. Boston put themselves in an incredible spot, but a lot of the gunfights just did not go their way. And hey, King Cobra back towards the restaurant. Didn't even have to work too hard for it. And
wait a minute.
Maybe working hard for the B zone. Talk about a big one-on-one gunfight as OpTic are clearing house now all over the map. You still need to keep this bedroom control, but Scump is trying to lock things down as Boston now are going to be swarming this A zone.
It's savagery. OpTic Texas, they're finally being brought to the knees. Taken care of here. On towards A you go for a Mo. You've got plenty of space to work with now. It looks like they're going to hyper-aggressive hit towards B. Have they made the read? They have. OpTic are backing on up. Boston trying something crazy here. It's getting a little dicey. Owakening with the trades. Last man left alive, Methodz. And this has been a costly play. You've given up all that A zone. Back over to it you go. OpTic Texas, perfect read again.
I mean, this is delicate, man. You can't afford to drop the ball because there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, and you're down on lives, and you are getting gone by Scump. 8 seconds to go. You got to flood over towards 8. You still haven't killed the king. He's going to be here for the flank. 3 seconds, and that's going to be it.
One more kill. Take care of him. Can he get there? No, he can't.
Oh, my God.
Baby. What a round.
Yo, we gotta hear the comms right there from OpTic Texas. Scump gotta let him know.
Oh, man.
Everything literally falling into his lap. Nice little 180 world star. They line up for him, and gee whiz, Batman, what a play.
Gee whiz.
Scump absolutely delivers. I mean, hey, 2-1 lead. And think about the play call for Boston. You had the opportunity. You had the clearance on the A zone, and you already had 2 ticks of progress over towards B. They try to make a hero play maybe a little bit too soon, and they get punished for it. And now they got to deal with Scump. 25 kills to his name on a 7 spree. Has the cruise. Trying to go quickly through the middle of the map. Boston, though, good read off the opening break, so able to make sure nothing crazy happens towards this B zone, but that's just the opening break. We got a long way to go in this round.
Oh, crazy round. Here we go. We're all composed. Huke's got himself 2. We're on to the B zone now. Here comes the stack. Shotzzy's there to back him up. Progress now towards B. First segment, see you later. Second one, working on it. iLLeY's coming through to help out now, but as are the Boston Breach members, damn son, they have wiped OpTic off the face of the point. Last man alive, iLLeY. He's going to back on up a minute to go.
Yeah, just playing for kills on this side. His teammates are going to be making the play towards the A zone, but you still have Vivid behind enemy lines. Scump deals with him. So Scump, by the way, over towards Restaurant, has been a god amongst men. And because iLLeY has stayed alive, you at least are attempting to keep this bedroom control. You still have Methodz behind enemy lines, but iLLeY heads up play, so it is action all over the place. The slow capture towards A, but if there's a moment where Boston dropped the ball and iLLeY finds these kills and the B zone gets opened, and that could have been it. It could have been it, but Methodz is clutch.
That's gross, man. That's classic.
Oh, also, it's a 3v4. How long has it been a 3v4?
Wait, and we lost Big Wake.
When did
Big
that
Wake,
happen?
come back. We lost him. Referee, man down. We are missing a Demon Joe. I'm not sure what's going on here, but it's currently 2-1 OpTic Texas. This round wasn't too far in. Yeah, we're going to end that game. There we go.
What the hell? I didn't even know.
When the non-disco. Well, something happened. I mean, this has been a day of pure excitement. Had to get a little bit more drama in it, didn't we? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Awakening would lag out of that game. Sadly, a PC issue. Yeah, he's been gone for quite a while there. We'll see what happens there, and obviously we'll get this one back up and going ASAP. Round-based game, friends, so we come back to this one 2-1 OpTic Texas. They do have a lead there. And vibes have got to be an all-time high in that camp right now. Good stuff out of them. A perfect bounce back, and a spicy one at that after the 6-1 Search and Destroy.
And possibly an extra opportunity to look at the Scump play again, because I know there's a moment where it seemed like he had a bunch of players lined up for him, and I thought he was going to get the 4-man feed, but didn't quite get it. And I also don't know when Awakening dropped out. So a lot of confusing things are happening. But sure, OpTic up 2-1, as far as I know.
2-1 in the hotel control. That's exactly what's happening right now. And that's We've got ourselves a bit of a Scump play, boys and girls. So everybody get them candles ready. I know some of you big fans out there, super fans. Here we go. Let's have a quick look at this one. It was an 8 spree, I think, before he went down there. We're not calling the king for nothing. It all started with this disgusting turn-ons in.
Yeah, and also very well experienced with both of these weapons. Unfortunately for Methodz, hand of the king. Hands him a freebie there, and all these players lined up.
Jesus.
Everybody just gets dropped at the exact same time. Okay, but Awakening was there and did get his head taken off, so just trying to make sure I got the timing of it well, but add one to the highlight reel for Scump, who, I don't know, he'll pick up a dozen highlights every single year. The montage he can have just for his competitive career alone is going to be the longest among any player. Hitting for a reason.
Yeah, no, we do call him the king for a reason. Been around a long time. Definitely a degree of frustration there as we're seeing, of course, I presume Awakening got to reset everything, got to get everything going as we're going to try to get this game ASAP. It is going to be 2-1 OpTic off the reset. We'll see exactly when that can happen. Again, Demon Joe, we do lose him out of the lobby, so Awakening, once he gets back in, PC back up and running, this does give all the players a chance to run to the restroom. And again, mad love to all you fans sticking this one out. It's been a fun day of getting through technical issues. Happens. Every now and then we get sort of hit by a day like this, you know what I mean? It just happens, but crazy stuff. Chance, let's go high level. Let's get on Reddit with some hot takes. How are we feeling about the new OpTic so far?
God, you set me up for high level, and I just got so confused. I mean, clearly after map 1, best team in the game. Then you see their S&D, and obviously it's hopeless in that game mode. So they got no hot takes. We haven't seen anything. I'd say probably the most impressive thing from OpTic so far, it might just be the reads they're having in control, because I think, it's bad in hindsight, the play call that Boston make when they already have 2 ticks on the B zone to try to dash across the middle of the map and get that final cap secured. But OpTic just making the perfect reads the entire time. The pressure on defense when they had to have Huke making those game-saving plays on the B zone, or when they're rotating fast back over towards the restaurant. I just think OpTic were handling the pressure incredibly well. I think that's the type of play call that Boston makes that you probably win that 8 times out of 10, but OpTic dealt with it well. That means the communication's on point. That means they're flowing as well and speedy in their decision making. So I'd say overall fairly positive for the squad.
Nice, man. Fairly positive is what you're looking for in a sea of negativity around what a spicy team change we've had. I'm going to go a little rogue here. Production, can I have the Boston breach cams for a sec? Can I have all 4 of the cams? I've just received one of the funniest text messages I've ever received from a coworker. Can I get the Boston breach cams? Okay, cool. I know that all the cameras are in position now, and we've gone through this a few times with the Boston team, that they look like variants of one another. They're all sort of fairly similar with a beard, and if they wear glasses, it'd be out of control. My friend has sent me a text message saying, "Why does the Boston breach look like a Pokemon evolution chart?" That takes it for me. I think that is absolutely hysterical, man. The order in which you put them in is the state of evolution. Presumably, Nero is like the base Pokemon, right?
100%. He's the base level. Then we level up to Vivid. Then we go to Methodz. And it's funny because historically in Pokemon, there's only 2 evolution possibilities. You only get 3 total of the same chart. But in Pokemon X and Y, I think it was, they added Mega Evolutions. So that means it's Mega Wake now instead of Big or Giga Wake. It is Mega Wake for the Pokemon tie-in. That
is incredible. Well, again, I just thought we'd call that one out, and loved you, Pete. Hope you're doing well, mate. What a fantastic observation we have during this little bit of downtime. We're almost ready to get back into this one. Hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Everyone in the chat, and appreciate you all for hanging out, guys. But yeah, chance high-level stuff, good. Can't complain massively about the way OpTic look so far. Of course, Search and Destroy was going to be a tough one. Of course, it was going to be difficult. But hey, 6-1, nothing to sneeze at. Boston, good rep for them.
And I would say for Boston as well, obviously, if you're, tied up in the series, but down 2-1 in round count, you're going to sweat a little bit. And if you're going to sweat, you might shine. And if you're a shiny Pokemon, you're a rarity. Jesus. And how rare these players are and how beautiful they are going to be. That's as far as I could take this one. But I will say it's been a battle between these 2 teams. The fact that Boston quite literally started their year off of taking down Atlanta FaZe, and we were instantly like, oh my God, this team is different. They're going to be top 4. They're going to be a contender. And then they go into the major and are losing, matches to AM teams. So Boston, again, impossible to predict overall, let alone in this series, let alone after the reset. So they're just a team you have to watch.
Unbelievable. Well, we have some stats now from OpTic again. You have to take all this with a pinch of salt. Some of that salt a little old, some of that salt brand new, baby. Here we go, though. Scum, stats through the first 3 control rounds versus breach. This is how things were going before we did have to sort of hit the reset. But so far, Chance, man, he is absolutely frying big damage, great looking KD, and the stash is as strong as ever.
I mean, and in a sense, Scump might quite literally be like the perfect flex player for a game like this because it's L trigger heavy. Scump's always going to be good to go. And if there are players that like can outpace him with an SMG, the pace for the TAC 56 is going to be perfect. And then when he needs to pick up or switch to a Vaznev, he's the best SMG of all time. So I think Scump might find himself in a very comfortable spot with this squad. And especially when he has 25 kills and is frying like he is, I know his teammates were literally right behind him too, like keeping up with the pace. So right now, as far as like pacing goes, OpTic do look good.
Yeah, good stuff. Again, with plenty more stats to look at while we wait for this match to get back up. And again, we are coming back into this one 2-1. OpTic in the lead here on Control. This is iLLeY. Stats so far versus Breach in the series so far. 8 snipes we saw there on that 6-1 loss they had on aBeZy. But chance so far, a wonderful bit of, kills production from iLLeY there, coming from Canada.
And I would say for the side of iLLeY too, like a 2.09 KD is utterly ridiculous. But he started off that map like 16-5 and then finished like 23-11. So technically he slowed down, but when he slowed down, he was getting normal production and his teammates all started to fry. And I think that's sort of what we're seeing in the Control, where it's not like iLLeY has been popping off on this map. He's just been doing his job and doing it well and allowing his teammates to pop off and fry. So again, a new dynamic towards the team, a lot to look out for. And obviously when you have 8 snipes on a map like aBeZy, iLLeY is always going to be a lethal threat.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a dangerous snipe player, I think, as long as we've seen him, playing in the pro side of things, especially back at Cold War. And even, sorry, not Cold War, MW19. Brilliant on that map. The amount of times we saw him on those Petrograd break-offs, smoke or no smoke, your fella was hitting him. Good work out of iLLeY. We'll see that production continue all year long, hopefully, for OpTic Texas fans. For now, though, again, it's a few more moments to get words across. It's a single round win OpTic Texas need here on Control to take the lead in the series. For Boston Breach, 2 rounds. And they'll take the lead as well. So we'll see what happens coming up next. Again, Hotel Control, an exciting game mode chance. When it comes to, the team on defense, you'll make a single mistake, somewhat similar to the way Fortress plays. A single mistake can absolutely cost you the round.
And I mean, you see like the quote single mistake maybe that OpTic made on the defense that they had to utterly clutch up is, Boston's been very consistent on the opening breaks, attacking that B zone first. And if it doesn't work out, well, when you spawn on back kitchen, you just go straight towards the A zone. But once that sort of dam breaks, you're able to make that push through the defensive setup from OpTic and actually get that pressure on the point. They nearly got that third tick through a few different times. And I think if Boston 2 for 2 on their offensive rounds that they've had of at least attempting to go towards that B zone off the rip, I think that'll be sort of the thing to look out first. But obviously this is all after the reset taking place.
Here we go. Reset. OpTic 2-1. One more and we're done. 2 for Boston Breach. We'll see what happens next, ladies and gents. Right back in it we go. An exciting series on our hands. So many questions. And you're probably not going to get many answers after this one, to be frank. But here we go. Technically, round 4? Here we go.
At round 4, and again, more or less a B hit. Scump's going to be trying to lock down the middle of the map because that is where all the pressure came through on Boston prior to the reset. So you have adjustments being made by both teams. OpTic's entire setup right there is to play off how Boston played it the round before, but Boston, no stranger to switching things up either. So it's the same sort of thing. When the B zone hit doesn't work out, you spawn up close, you stabilize, you go right back towards A, and Scump starting things off right. 2 kills to his name, trying to keep control of these little middle lanes.
Absolutely running the show, man. 3-0. Segment on A, cleaned up. They're backed on up, trying to see where Boston are coming from now. You see that mini-map here? Those arrows fly forward. And so far, OpTic holding the line, keeping it all together here on Restaurant.
And it is interesting as well, watching Scump run the trophy. I know there's been a lot of absolutely useless discussion on trophy players versus dead silence for SMGs and ARs, but you have teams that are just going to be mixing up map-specific, hill-specific, moment-specific as well. And you expect these guys to be on top of things, and OpTic right now completely on top of this A zone. It should be secured, and maybe good news for the moment. You don't really have to clear out bedroom too much. It's only Methodz behind enemy line, so an interesting moment for Shotzzy. If he can find some of these kills, and on the feed, Shotzzy at least able to find the first. And maybe Nero that next in line.
One more zone's all that remains. OpTic Texas, you take the map. Here we go. Oh, yeah, that's 3 dead. Here we go. Absolute go button has just been smashed to oblivion. In they fly to the point. Zinni trying to find one more out of it. Can't get it done. Huke ripped from the heady. Vivid still alive. Over now to the check-in desk. And iLLeY cha-ching gets them both. Oh my God. Get on the point. This is a massive moment for OpTic.
Yeah, this is the team, every lane covered, and maybe the middle map flank is going to be possible. But if you stay on the point, it should be quick, but Scump looking for the kills, but that's because he's going to get them. B zone secured. OpTic Texas have done it. Hotel done. GG. To map 4 we go.
Absolute smacking in that round. Momentum not lost whatsoever. It's all smiles across OpTic Texas. They take the lead here in the series.
Unironically, by the way, I think I might enjoy watching Shotzzy's, like, not his POV. I like watching Shotzzy play more from the enemy's POV, where I'm watching Nero down low in the corner, like, he's got that kill for sure, and then Shotzzy just out of nowhere bunny hops and fries him. I mean, just an absolute nuisance. Little moments like that, Shotzzy always incredibly difficult to kill and to keep track of, and I'm in a high-value MVP caliber player for a reason. Well, there's 3 of them. 4? Yeah, we can go 4.
Yeah, you got a couple in there. Good stuff, though. OpTic Texas, don't let anything get away from there in the control. Beautiful stuff. Highlights now, ladies and gents, from across the control. There, map number 3 is in the books. Crazy 3 Priestahh to start things up from Huke there. No idea how that one went down. Just a little too much noise in the comms, potentially. And then great map control out of Boston a few of these rounds. Just not able to close it out. OpTic Texas, though, on offense again. Strong as hail.
Maybe too much noise in the comms or too few red dots on the mini-map. So a player in a spot like that, even when they're out in the open, not always easy to completely lock down. So the chaos of the moment can cause problems, and the chaos in that moment was absolutely Scump, who, again, doesn't matter what gun he has in his hands. He's going to bring the fire. He's going to be there to gun you down, and I have to imagine Scump probably ended up as the kill lobby leader towards the end, because he was putting in some serious work even post reset. But 2 for 2 on the respawns is OpTic, and we will stay in the respawn game mode going to Embassy Hardpoint for the map 4.
And that is a wonderful thing to see if you're an OpTic fan. Again, the respawns have been very strong against Boston thus far. 6-2 though in that search. Nothing to be sneezed at. Definite work needed. Embassy though, a different beast, mate. If we have to go to game 5, Mikado search and destroy. Not what you want. The OpTic fans, again, a team that has had very, very little actual practice time, maybe a week at best, given the recent change to the roster. We'll see what happens there. I mean, let's face it, anything can happen here in the Call of Duty League, but for now, we'll see how the first hard point here on Embassy goes. Chance, any sort of high-level calls for this one, mate? Which way are you dressing?
Well, not calls in terms of predictions, but I think this will probably be the most telling map we have for OpTic Texas to see how the roster change actually impacts them. They're 0-2 on Embassy, so it's not like we have a massive amount of data to know exactly how they play, but they're 12th overall in rotations. If you're switching Huke to an SMG, Huke compared to Scump, Huke plays faster, and then Dashy compared to Scump, honestly, Scump plays a little bit quicker. I think Dashy was the second slowest AR we had in the league, just above accuracy in terms of speed. Embassy is a very tight-knit map. If you're 12th on rotations, that's what I'm going to be paying attention to for OpTic, is just how they handle the rotos on the map. And again, admittedly, I say learn a lot. They've only played it twice before, so it's not a ton of statistical significance, but it is something to identify and look out for.
Keep an eye on it, for sure, mate. We'll keep an eye on it as we now get in towards Embassy, and almost ready to party here, pals. And I cannot wait to see what happens here, because, again, a victory over Boston Breach here would be a shock, I think, for many, many Call of Duty League fans. For the OpTic fans, it just makes Reddit that bit more insane. But for now, mate, I'm very, very keen to see how this team, how quickly they can gel, how quickly this pace can be set, and just get some results under the belt, because I think the organization needs it right now. I mean, it was a tough run at Major 1, didn't quite go to plan, and we'll see. Because Boston, it's coming up on us real fast. We're already in the final day of the first week of the online qualifiers. From here, it's only going to get harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and harder until we get to that goddamn major. Chance, though, a tough road to the major as well for the OpTic boys. While we just keep banging on about this point, I mean, the Boston Breach are the first of, 3 very, very tough teams they're going to be playing on the road.
It feels like almost everybody has a difficult roster ahead, or lineup of teams that they have to play, but no exception for OpTic. So they have their work cut out for them. I mean, this is the first look we get to see for the squad, so you definitely want to start off on a positive note, and maybe sort of get the monkey off your back just a little bit, answer some of the questions, and kill some of those hot takes in a sense. And I will say on the flip side for Boston, just to sort of stay on theme a little bit, in my mind, S&D is sort of the biggest question mark because we talk about their map pool, but there is a lot of good news in that regard. Playing against Minnesota, they got a win on aBeZy. They had at least by the round count, a dominant win on aBeZy. And even for the map 5, if Boston can force it there, we're going to a Mercado that they haven't played before, but if they've expanded their map pool, which it looks like Boston have put in some work, there's a lot of potential for this squad, but we already talked about it just a little bit. 0-2 on this map for OpTic because they get out-rotated like crazy, and that is something Boston are certainly stronger on comparatively, and strong on overall, being 4th in the league. So Boston with a bit more experience on aBeZy, but again, that brand new team yet to know how OpTic truly are going to play.
Lobby reset, ladies and gents.
Yay!
You know the vibes. Here we go. Be interesting to see again. There's going to be so much. So-and-so's better than so-and-so after this one, but either way, the team is certainly clicking in a slightly different manner. It does look like a very, very new squad. That speed, something we've come up a few times. One of the big talking points for many of the pundits across the Call of Duty world was how faster the team may look. Speed's a dangerous thing, though. Speed kills. If they can put that speed to good use, though, OpTic Texas is certainly a force to be reckoned with. Boston Breach feeling the heat right now. And if they can keep this one rolling, if they can get back into this, they've set themselves up for a great Game 5 on Mercado, but they've got to get through aBeZy first. And as you said, Chance, rotations. That's the key right now. We saw a nice touch of that in the first hard point. Scump, 15 seconds on out. The whole team playing this one very well. Very even hill time across the whole squad as well. So statistically, we are looking like quite favorably at OpTic Texas right now.
Well, possibly, but it's going to be very difficult to call. And even thinking about the players we have in this lobby on a map like aBeZy, I mean, Nero and Vivid are like 2 of the fastest players in the league. Huke and Shotzzy, obviously, also speed demons. So, like, trying to keep track of just the SMGs that are in this lobby alone is going to be a task and a half for both of these teams. So, I think there's going to be a lot of chaos involved. It's going to be all about the communication and how, like, effective you're going to be with the trades, because so many of these hills, it's just going to be players cornered up in different spots, and it's all reaction-based, and, I mean, you got to be cracked, and I mean, maybe in a sense for OpTic, that could pan out. Because, again, if your third SMG is the best SMG of all time, not a shabby player to have in the back pocket on a map as small as this.
Oh, no. We'll see how it goes. As it is, it's very, very close indeed. Everyone's trying to stay warm, trying to stay composed, trying to stay focused. It's a difficult thing to do, man. You make a team change, and we've seen this a couple of times with other teams in the league. When you make a change, the first series back is either outstanding honeymoon period level of joy and elation and chemistry, or it's a really tough loss. And with that tough loss, I mean, what are you going to do? It's so hard. You know that the trolls are coming for you. You know the criticism's on its way. How does that affect players internally? There's no way it doesn't. Simply put, there's no way it doesn't.
It really is just like annoying to deal with. Just like all the talk, and you just have to sit there and read it online. Like, and again, these hot takes are flying in every direction, so it's not like it's all negative. There's plenty of positive in the mix as well. I'd say for this one, though, definitely more negative than positive, but just the fact that, like, it takes so long. You have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks to even, like, announce things, then an extra week before you get to play and, like, start to answer some of these questions. And again, on the side of OpTic Texas, it's only a handful of days they've been able to even, like, get effective scrim practice as well because of how long it takes the roster to, like, make moves. So this is as early as it gets. So there really isn't a point to making any hot takes, but we've been around competitive Call of Duty for a long time. We know nothing is going to stop that. They will be present for every single map that's made.
At any moment, expect a take that is scorching hot and possibly devoid of all reason and logic. But here we go. Looking around, getting things going. OpTic Texas waiting for an update here. The lobby is dropped, so we're going to, I don't know, reboot that server, make sure these players can all get back into this one. The game should be ready in a moment. Again, we don't want to be forcing players onto a server that's not, you know, too far away. We want to keep the pings at a minimum. That's the goal here. The only difficult one, of course, iLLeY playing from Canada is a tough one. Boston Breach playing out of their facility in Boston. OpTic Texas could be playing at the Envoy office, could be playing out the headquarters. Everyone's going to be sitting cozy. Here we go. Map number 4, aBeZy Hardpoint. You win it, you're done for OpTic Texas. Boston Breach, we're looking to force the Game 5.
And I will say, I didn't think about this beforehand, and even thinking about saying it out loud, I know it really doesn't make too much sense, but just looking at the cams, Huke does kind of remind me of Formal a little bit in terms of, like, I don't know, the way you carry yourself like in a competitive mindset, like very calm, very controlled. I know Huke has certainly like matured and changed quite a bit over the years, and I think it's sort of focused on the competitive mentality. And I'm probably just thinking of Foreman because he spent so much time on OpTic, but I don't know, there's something there. Radically different players, but hey, they're calm in the player camps, so I said it out loud.
Big chillin'. You've said it out loud. Let's party into the hard point already. Boston Breach have found themselves. Pinch is on absolutely perfect timing. No shy of, you know, that chemistry we've been gassing from the Zio crew from Shotzzy, Huke, and iLLeY. And so far, you've cleaned up the members of Boston. You found those kills. The last one on this side of the map is dealt with. Now's the time for the tunnel.
And I don't know how they came up with this name or this tag, but Zio or XEO apparently is Galatian for ice. Didn't even know what that language was, but that's what I looked at. So yeah, cool as hell, whatever it means. But we will go with icy for sure. But so far it's Boston with the lead, but OpTic trying to lock down these spawns. And obviously when I say a lead, not sizable in the slightest. OpTic are trying to piece up everywhere on the map. 4 and 2 for the moment. It'll only stay that way for the moment as all this pressure on iLLeY towards this backshot.
Has to be said, word to Chris Tunn, aBeZy is just Bukaj v2, man. Like, it's small. It's got a couple of inside and outside spaces, and it's absolutely nuts on the door front. And so far, you're seeing the submachine gun players have a very good time rolling things forward slowly but surely. Huke's in the point.
Yeah, if you didn't say the door thing, I was definitely going to bring that up because, I mean, doors open, doors closed, players kicking them open like a Kool-Aid man. It is non-stop, and unfortunately for Huke, he does get stopped as you got Vivid picking up 2, and Boston, nice little stabilization. A lot of effort that they had to put on to clear out and get those back spawns, but the effort and the hard work pays off. 30 seconds left on this hill, and they should be able to get at least a decent chunk of it as the trophy's going to help them out.
Awakening. Tagged up. Gets on out. Allows Vivid to get onto the point to get the kills. Awakening, nice teamwork there as they bounce right back into it. Final 10 seconds remaining. Over to the next point we go. Top of the air conditioning units, or server as they call it. Nero's got stairs. Bad timing though. Just waited a second longer. His teammates are there. This is great work out of Boston. Lovely synergy on all fronts.
Yeah, it looked like bad timing for Nero for a second, but that's because his teammates were coming in from the wing. So that is Boston clean on the rotation. And we talked about how OpTic were 12. They technically win the rotation over towards P2, but they don't hold it for very long. And they absolutely lose the rotation over towards this now server hill. Is Boston trying to run the show, but I think that's Huke running up the stairs. And unfortunately for him, just gets met by a grenade. And Boston holding strong.
Trophies are in position, no problem. Oh, nice work out of Zin there. This could be another one around the corner. Non-stop chaos, and sadly a teammate. Nero, though, makes up for it with a plum as he dives on the point, looking for anyone and everything. Somehow gets Shotzzy. Oh, my God, he nearly found the third with a knife as well. Nero's cooking.
And keep in mind, the team that is 12th in rotation, not only are they getting cooked up by Nero, they're getting cooked on the rotation as well. It's Boston, all 4 players nearby set up for the play. And while Vivid does get chopped down and OpTic setting up this swarm, at least this initial time will go to Boston. And especially if Nero's able to get those big 2 kills and shut down the flank. So it looks like maybe some of these problems for OpTic are continuing.
Yep, and Nero's still roaming the halls now, looking for anyone. Can he keep this spree going? Eyes towards the outside. Seemingly opening doors with his mind. Huke, good shots, takes care of Methodz. Vivid's up next. OpTic, though, looking to find a door, but there's a lot of dithering here. It's back and forth. Which door we hit in doesn't matter. Everyone is getting smoked. All dead for OpTic Texas.
I mean, yeah, Huke is the only player on OpTic really contributing in any meaningful way. Everybody else just getting picked apart. And Nero on aBeZy. Maybe name a better duo if you want to compare it to Bukaj.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a map where I think Nero might have had the kill record by the end of the year.
Jesus.
In the S&D, he was able to fry, and he's frying so hard that he's expecting these kills to happen just instantly. He's jumping in the next gunfight a little bit too soon.
He was half a bullet away from getting that one as well. Not only was he a bad man on Bukaj, he was also the Tyrant of Tuscan, I think at some point we hit him up with. So 122 lead now from Boston Breach, slowly but surely dissipating as OpTic Texas have plugged their controllers back in. Let's get it. Scump's on point, finding a couple. Big work out of the King, brought down by Vivid finally. Here comes Huke. Can't catch the player in the corner. Vivid too hot to handle. Shotzzy, though, takes care of him there with those tough hands. Now the hard point is in the hands of Boston again.
That's so annoying too, because Shotzzy getting wall banged along the way. But that was the first time OpTic actually, truly won a rotation. And similar to P2, it just does not last for very long at all. No amount of production. I mean, map 1, iLLeY had a 2.0 KD, but he can't get anything going. And the only player that can is Huke. Maybe Scump nipping at the heels, but right now, Shotzzy and iLLeY, I mean, just what, 8 and 24 combined? Not having a good time right now.
No, that's a sweet 16 seconds, though, to be nabbed on that final hard point. We're back over towards the middle of the map once again. A crazy opening set. Boston Breach with a very sizable lead. But OpTic are doing what they can to get back into this one. Can Scump win this fight? Yeah, he sure can. A couple more towards mid. He's going to keep going. 2 kills now in a row. Knives are up, and he's swinging all over the place.
Well, I mean, hey, if Huke was the only man that was really showing up at the start, Scump has now risen to the occasion. OpTic waiting on 2 more players to actually start to provide, but they're at least getting some of this hill time on P1, and a couple of key gunfights now going their way, and maybe an opportunity to try to flip these spawns. You have Owakening living at the back truck, trying to keep things locked down, and I think that's who Scump maybe has set into sights.
He does indeed. Stun check lands. He's stunned. He's risen. Oh, the Riz is out though. Awakening gets it. Takes care of him. 15 seconds remaining on the point. Looking towards New. iLLeY's in a good spot. He's got to take care of a couple of players though. The rest of the boys spawning out all over the place. They're nowhere to be found. This is a good look from Boston. Unless Shotzzy can do something stinking.
It's a rotational fight again, and maybe Shotzzy wins an intro, but the trades are just going to be instant, and Boston solo players in the back. So rotations on this map have been the thorn in OpTic's side, and even with a decent P1 and a couple hills chained together for a little bit of life, you're back to square one and have to break through the front of a very difficult hill to make it. And with a perfectly timed flank from Nero, all signs of life have been quelled.
He is disgusting, man. And this is the thing with Boston Breach, whether it be Awakening, whether it be Methodz or Vivid, one of them is going to go absolutely wild at any given time. And now it's Nero's time to shine. He keeps it going. The scoreline is looking great. The kills are looking great. Let's see how the comms sound with a listen in.
Yeah, he was one bullet. Nice. That wasn't it. Wasn't it? I'm in red. I can shoot. Stun gas. Throw tax. Throw tax. Yeah, I'm shaking. Taking out one shot. And back alley. I need him. Yeah. Kill one. He's in trailer. Trailer in 3 new. Water. Water. David trap. My phone close. Drain orange. They're spawning like S1. He's on there. Mid lane. P1. Yeah, Shotzzy. Yeah. And bottom alley. He's top plat.
One's on time.
He's going across the bridge. Top the bridge. Top the bridge.
They're outside.
Our bridge is up, peeking me? Yeah. One's on time still. Yeah. Try to go up mid. I don't see sign. He's waiting on S1. Shotzzy. Switching S1. Close X1. That's one of Shotzzy.
He's deep on me.
Watching it. Orange S1 and hill.
So deep right. Back PD, I think.
I see that. He's probably just not going. Yeah.
He's in S1. Go top, Shotzzy.
Red.
Go top S1.
Red. Orange. Then. It's red.
Okay.
Yep. And he's top S1 hill and red. Yep. I'm gonna kill this guy. Yeah, you guys win. Yep.
There's
2 S1, guys. 2 S1. I don't watch out. In S1, in it.
Take me.
Side S1 in S1.
Take me on the palm.
Don't let me one shot. I do a trophy. Okay.
This one's still.
He was old.
Yeah, he was old. We need to kill side one.
That's here. And S1. S1, he's above me. You're one.
Nice. Missing counter.
Play tight. I stunned him S1. Yeah. Close the doors. They can go to the back. I'll play it down. Yeah. I closed the bathroom.
That's a good look still out of Boston Breach. Comms sound great. They're in control of the map so far. Can they push it here in the next point?
Yeah, control the hill as well. Huke's the only man that's even remotely close to being nearby as Shotzzy just gets dropped. 1 HP for the gunfight, and I mean, OpTic, it's sort of 1 by 1. It's tough to orchestrate a push, and the kills and the feed always split. This is the moment, though, for Big Wake to get dropped, and OpTic able to clear them. You get the back spawns, and you're still able to stabilize. So you're down by about 60, a long way to go, but OpTic trying to hold on.
Try not to go to waste it all. Just it was in the end for a second there, but now in the end of this hard point, 20 seconds remaining on it. OpTic are still holding it down. Shotzzy's there. Here comes Awakening and Methodz, the 2 ARs. Oh, nice nades out of Huke. It's a great hold. OpTic Texas still clinging alive here on aBeZy.
And final 10 seconds, maybe Huke doubles back to try to collect it, or maybe you just focus on New. That rotation, and Boston gonna be there early, and Methodz, even with the vast snap, gonna win some of these intros. Nero finally gets shut down, because Nero has been a problem. The next problem for OpTic is the fact that Boston is inside. Every second is a massive deal, and Breach, they got the clearance. Nero popping up with a 2 in the feed again, because Nero has been feasting one of his best maps this year.
Great map so far. Whoa, big wins out. Huke's in. One more to deal with, and it's the man himself. It's Nero. Trophies aren't there. Huke, smooth feet work. He's staying alive. Nades are there. Huke's still going in the point, and OpTic is somehow still alive.
And they got the crosses too. iLLeY's looking through the middle of the map, but he's going to get shot in the back. So a couple things are going to be left open, but Scump there to close the door for one side and keeping him slowed down on the second. Final 20 seconds in Boston. I don't even know if you necessarily need to push. Admittedly, we're just rotating not too far, but nice little string of events there for OpTic. A bunch of kills go their way, but it's a middle hill. We already know it's not going to end here unless Boston can do something crazy. Rotations to P2 are going to matter. Control of the power positions are going to be huge.
Owakening is one of the men in those power positions for now. Good work out of iLLeY. Cleans him up. Here we go. OpTic Texas into the point. Scump's nades and stuns. They're going to land. They're going to slow these players down. You can know where this attack is coming from. Can you deal with it, though? Who's that? Number 7. Huke running around, trying to catch these players out. Shotzzy in the hill, finding the kills. This game is not over yet. We could see a lead change here.
I mean, they got that dog in them just to make the comeback and push it this far, but Nero again wins every key one-on-one gunfight, but at the same time, OpTic have been in this hill the entire time, and Scump gets another 3. Boston going to be spawning out, but again, neither team can win it here. It will end on P2, and that is a 4-man wipe. Scump gets dropped, and OpTic players spawning on a couple different corners of this map, but it is going to be a scrappy fight for P2.
Oh, it's a crazy fight for P2. You got players in position now. Huke's trying to be the cut-off man, trying to get rid of Owakening. Round the corner he goes, flying into it. Damage dealt, but not enough to get the kill. 3 dead, all down. OpTic are in trouble. This is a big look for Breach.
One more try for OpTic right now to get through, and Boston Breach have the perfect spread around the map. Couple players working their way around back, and Owakening going to be the man that needs to stay alive. In the hill is Vivid, doing the little dance, and OpTic get a couple, and OpTic get the break.
They flip it right back on its head. Now OpTic Texas in control. Nero, the hero for his team here on aBeZy, trying to make his way forward. Into the aBeZy he now goes under the cover of smoke and silence. Can he get into the point? Deal some damage. No, Scump, he reads it. Here comes the next lead change. What an unbelievable hard point. Methodz on the flank, gets 2 of them. Owakening finds 1. Huke, last man left alive. Pressure is on. He could get the job done here if he can stay alive. No, the hard point flips again. Once again, Boston Breach in control.
Final seconds ticking through. The last-ditch effort from iLLeY can only take down 1 minute tick. It might just be it. You see the contest, but it's not good enough. Boston Breach literally by the hair on their chins, able to get that dub as the battle on P2, like the tide in and out, back and forth, in a nail-biter finish. And a photo finish at that, because again, that's just how the ticks work in this game. You see the contest in the final second, but either way, Boston, I suppose, just had a big enough lead to get it done, but I mean, ridiculous stuff through and through. Nero, 36 to his name. I mean, everybody in the lobby pretty much contributing. It was really just a slow start, especially out of Shotzzy and iLLeY, who, again, did turn things around, but I don't know. That's just a wild performance there on aBeZy. I don't even know if you need to talk about the rotations. It literally just came down to that final hill.
Crazy final hill, and say cheese, ladies and gentlemen. The photo finish is done. We've got a game 5 to Macadolesmas for our final map of this exciting series. Boston Breach taking on OpTic Texas, and it's a brand new roster, but it's spicy as hell so far, Chance.
Yeah, not quite the correct graphic. Boston did, in fact, win that map. So, yeah, going to a map 5 as well for Mercado S&D. Literally no data on Boston Breach. Again, I know that Search and Destroy has been sort of a theme of we don't know how expansive their map pool is, but during the first major, the first split, and the major itself, Bagger Fortress was the only Search and Destroy map Boston had any sort of success. Well, here so far, going into Major 2, they've got wins on El-Asilo, they've got a win on aBeZy, and maybe they're looking to add Mercado to the list as well.
Got to try to add Mercado to the list. Crazy stuff. We got some stats to get into when we come back after this quick commercial break, but don't go too far, ladies and gents. We have a banger on our hands here. OpTic Texas taking on Boston Breach, Game 5, when we come back.
Need more Call of Duty League? Sign up for the official CDL newsletter. Get updates, special offers, and premium content delivered directly to your inbox all season long. Scan the QR code to sign up now. You'll also be entered to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major II in Boston.
Here we go, ladies and gents. Game 5. Mercado Las Almas for one more search and destroy here in this series. Boston Breach versus OpTic Texas. And we've nearly got a full house with the cams are on Nero. What an unbelievable string of plays he made on that embassy hardpoint.
I mean, look, he got fried map 1, right? Because that was pretty much nothing but OpTic in the feed, and the fact that his hardpoint KD is close to even. So yes, Embassy, absolutely godlike. That's where he dropped the 2.75 in S&D, and obviously a player to watch. Themes for this map for Boston, we really don't know, but you got to imagine with players like this, there is potential, the nade coordination on point, because you're not going to have a trophy at the start of these rounds, and a cheeky little first blood, and a lot of map control is OpTic. They are making it easy for Boston.
Vivid finds number 2, and he sees the bomb down. What's up, boys? I got the BOMB. We're chilling now. Shotzzy, last man left alive. He's up on the little balcony there having a, if he were a smoker, having a little cig break, because he's chilling. Waiting for a moment for that dead silence to get things going.
Yeah, I mean, again, just sort of an easy round. And, I mean, Shotzzy's waiting for a moment. This is just all 4 players on Boston that'll be getting closer to trophies and dead silence and whatnot. And just sprints into death. Not a big fan of the play call of hitting an alley in round 1 just because no trophies. You're going to get naded. And I know occasionally you can get away with it, but Boston not letting anything funny happen there. So you get the free first blood with a nade. You get a free first blood down low is... I think Boston pretty much able to run through that back alley without any nades landing on their head. So they'll take the freebie. Always love to get the easy one ins for round 1.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Second round on its way. OpTic Texas now on defense. Let's see how this one goes.
See if they can get those return nades in and at least connecting on EOD for the moment, but not good enough, and not good enough either for Vivid. He's able to get the first and second and third, make it blood. Vivid for 2 and iLLeY by himself. OpTic have not particularly enjoyed Mercado S&D 1 and 3 overall, and those are 2 painful rounds to start on. I mean, I know at least 1 or 2 of those nades probably hit, but they just got the EOD hit markers, so the coordination not quite as good as Boston's, and we're only 2 rounds in. Vivid is 5-0. 2 comfortable rounds right now for Breach.
You can't be too surprised. Again, Breach far more well-rehearsed on Search and Destroy, particularly right now. The 6-1 in the opening Search and Destroy, anything to go by. I mean, this, you have to be favoring Boston Breach at this moment in time. This is now a sort of a heat check on OpTic. How well can they just pull something out of the bag? What kind of chemistry can they muster up right now? But with Vivid at 5-0, they've not got the bomb. They've got no hope in hell of hitting these next set of nades, and Vivid's already slowing them down. Yeah, this is a bad round.
It also looked like OpTic just had to have like an internal debate on who was picking up bomb, because off spawn you had arrows all sort of like looking in the same direction, looking at each other. It is very strange, and if you're going to be slow off the opening break, you got to play for picks, and it'll be a long time before OpTic makes a move. Now, iLLeY is proficient with the sniper on this map, and he had the hot hand on Embassy. I think they might be waiting for him to sort of make the play, but Boston are giving them nothing to work with.
And Boston is not moving whatsoever. Not a lot of noise being made. You've been spotted though. Nero goes down. Huke with the first blood. iLLeY with the snipes. It's an absolute war on the inside. Shotzzy gets one as well. So a nice bit of work to stay alive in this situation. Zin, oh my god, he nearly takes those players out. A nice composed round amidst their flurry. An absolute maelstrom in the middle of the point there. OpTic get on the board.
That quite literally worked out for them better that they just didn't move off the opening break to avoid dodging the nades. And very strange when a round like that happens, because it's not like Boston knows, but they could have actually pushed up and gotten a lot more control of the cantina, but instead it was more or less a standard setup. And I mean, I think that round goes radically different if Huke does not win that, opening engagement on Vivid. But as soon as you take the player down on the window sills, you get a lot more control, a lot more presence. So Huke putting on for OpTic.
6-1 out of Vivid though. Looking to find kill number 7. That's not going to land though. Good trophy work out of OpTic Texas, keeping these players safe and sound.
And if you're OpTic, you're just comfortable on this map as well, because you had iLLeY looking over the middle of the map. There is no presence, and maybe that'd be an opportunity for Methodz to make a play towards mid, but Vivid and Owakening for the moment, I think they're just waiting and praying that someone for Texas overcommits and makes a mistake, or maybe you'll just rip ahead, absolutely guns them. But obviously, you see iLLeY does connect with the snipes. Yeah, still 2v3.
Did not expect that. Yeah, iLLeY's 100% re-channeling this. 100%. Demon Joe spotted out. Yeah, you better back up, son. iLLeY's been hitting them today. As in, he's going to slow pick this. Hello. Oh, baby, what a snap it was. 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, again, the shining light in map number 2 was iLLeY without question. So, hot hand with a sniper indeed. Owakening in between 3, and he's going to get taken down. So, bounce back couple rounds right there. The pair for OpTic Texas. And again, I think Huke is probably the most impactful player. I know iLLeY is able to hit 2 snipes, and that's obviously the payoff. But just the fact that Huke is getting those first bloods on a map, once you get the man advantage, you can afford to post up, to not move, and play a lot more comfortably than your opponent. So Huke, again, letting his presence be known.
Huke Skywalker feels not only his own presence, he feels your presence. Nero, 0-3. A little slow from him. On Mercado. All tied up 2-2. Anything can still happen here. A lot of action towards that A-bomb site, as is tradition. Methodz going to be the lone man looking over at B, making sure no shenanigans go down there. And so far, so good.
This is tough to cross. You don't want to jump across that window at all.
Might just be worth crawling it. Here comes Shotzzy. He has an opening. The guns are up, though. Vivid with the first blood on the Huke.
Yeah, Vivid's been beaming. I think that's 8 kills now for Vivid in total. Only in round number 5. Good reads, though, on Shotzzy to even up the odds. Vivid, though, hungry for the trade, and it's going to get handed to him. So you maintain that man advantage. And Scump on a donut right now. Forced to fly through, or maybe just bait for iLLeY. The bailout with the sniper, always on point.
He's been great. 2v2 now. Scump and iLLeY versus Methodz and Owakening. A rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire there. Scump takes care of his power. Methodz. It's all down to Owakening now to take the lead here in the search.
And iLLeY with the snipe hasn't planted the bomb just yet. They have a rough idea where Owakening is, but it's not going to be perfect. Dead silence just now came up, and he's going to use it. But I think Scump heard the sound. I think he might have heard it.
He might have heard it. Can he snap on it? He does!
Yeah.
Scump gets the snap, and they win the round. OpTic take the lead.
It's a weird sentence to say Scump heard dead silence, but I'm not kidding when I said it. In a game with no red dots on the minimap, dead silence making noise is almost just expected. So that little ring out, I think, was enough for the intel game. But again, the bailout in iLLeY with the snipe has been incredibly consistent so far in this series. And as long as you're keeping the odds a little bit close, and Huke and Shotzzy events are providing, rather, OpTic Texas getting some work done.
Yeah, teamwork is the name of the game here, really. I mean, it's great coverage from everyone there on OpTic Texas, especially around like that. It's a 4 spree for iLLeY. Get himself streaks here on Mercado. Muy bien. Speaking of streaks, here comes the cruise from Vivid. This is going to cause a lot of ruckus. Will it catch iLLeY out towards the back? Are they going to hit the mid? He does. Takes care of Shotzzy. And advantage boss and breach.
Yeah, good read. Now I think this is sort of back to square one. You need to get the pick, and Huke's able to get it, and he's able to get out. So just like that, you even up the odds. That's a cruise missile burned, and maybe you're at least able to get some map control off of this. The bomb will be planted, and it's planted for everywhere.
I'm not sure if they saw as many people cross. I don't think Vivid saw anyone crossing. We go to the point, though. Nero, oh my god, loses a big gunfight. All of it comes down to Methodz now, 1v2, and he's in a nice little off angle. You just chill there, Zin. You just chill. You can get that bomb. Now you pop Daddy. Surely, though, to reach out, they're not going to let this happen. No, Huke and iLLeY all over him. OpTic Texas will find themselves 4-2.
That was just such a fast play call as well. I mean, the setup they had in the tunnel just to get that extra pick to even up the odds at a 3v3, and even after Boston got the bomb down, 0 time wasted. Everybody on OpTic just snapping in a position, ready to go for the trades. And I mean, maybe one of the benefits of a pickup, I know they're a little bit short on days of practice, but these are players that have still spent a lot of time playing together. And in moments like that, that is where the chemistry really shines. So OpTic now, that is 4 in a row. That is a cruise missile dealt with. A lot of things have been going right.
Man, this is wild. Nobody saw this coming. It's 5 for iLLeY. One more and he gets that missile. Scump, you doing what you can, but Vivid, another first blood from him. Absolutely sensational work in Search and Destroy all series long.
Yeah, Vivid has been unreal, and now he's going to be down low, bottom cantina, and he's played this spot before and killed Scump in it. But a lot of pressure actually on the B side of the map as well. Shotzzy's trying to make a play, and I think it's Methodz that he's dealing with. But I see Methodz backing down, but not quick enough. He gets caught. It might be panic for Boston yet. Players are going to panic. They're going to try to make moves, cross through the middle of the map, and they just fall into the trap. One little play in the round collapses. Awakening in a 1 versus 3.
Oh, they know he's trapped in here as well. Here they come. What a round. Match point. OpTic Texas.
Dude, one little play, and the only thing Boston hit was the panic button. I mean, Methodz starts running away, but he's too slow to do it. They just felt the pressure of Shotzzy. And then they were so worried about the bomb commitment. Everybody just like panics and freaks out and moves and just falls into death. Scump up top waiting. Here's Vivid coming a mile away. You try to go back through mid. iLLeY's got it on lock, and I mean, that is a painful one for Boston because they effectively just threw that one away.
Oh dear, you've got no more throws left. Boston breach. iLLeY with the off angle. He won't catch anyone out just yet. A lot of love over towards the B-bomb site here from OpTic Texas on defense, but that leaves a wide open. It is going to be a straight up 4v4 retake situation once that bomb goes down.
And iLLeY trying to find a new little spot, maybe to find a pick with, and Boston haven't bit yet. They haven't planted this bomb. Finally going to get it down, and look at what's coming through.
That's good timing. Will he hit the afterburners on this? He may just. Here it comes. Vivid. Run! Dead.
Most important player to kill.
Absolutely smoked. Methodz is in trouble now. He's stunned up, having to back up as fast as possible. Shotzzy can smell blood in the water. Sadly, it was a trap, and Awakening managed to find it out. 3v3. Methodz gets one on a Scump with the backline. Huke, though, keeping the battle on the alley going. Gets himself another. Brought down. All down now to iLLeY. Can he take this round by the scruff of the neck? Pistol out. Big weight guns him. It's Boston breach. Stay alive.
Oh, that shoot. Talk about a big round to win. As soon as Vivid fell to the cruise, I was like, that might be it. Nero doesn't have a kill, and Vivid has been the menace for the side of Boston breach, but everybody clutches up. They deliver, and not the best coordination there out of OpTic. A couple players getting a little bit thirsty for those kills, jumping out the back alley, and a nail-biter one for sure. But Boston now, when we talk about the good things for OpTic, they burn the cruise for Vivid. Well, Boston have burnt the cruise from iLLeY. Still a long way to go. They need another 3 in the round. 3 in a row, rather.
We'd like to see at least 3 in a row kills for Nero right now. It's gone a bit quiet. Vivid, though, has been the man of the moment. Cantina. Starts popping.
How does that nade not hit? Okay, sure.
And whatever, dude. I'll take it. Huke's in. He's dead. Vivid once again, another first blood. 13 and 6 overall. What a stunning performance.
He actually took the time to scratch his nose in the middle of the round. So
that's nuts.
When you got to itch, you got to itch. Yeah. And by the way, similar setup for OpTic as well, of where you're like worried about this B presence, and it's 2 players nearby. And look at what this is going to do to Boston. That's a couple players backing up, or maybe just 2, ready for this pressure. So it's a man down for OpTic, but an extra man at least around the site.
You're going to play this a little slow right now for Boston. Look at that line they've set across the map. Wait for anything to come through. Shotzzy does get it. Zinni, oh, not able to get the vengeance there. The bomb could get planted here. Steady popped. Zin's going to try to make something happen. Clock's ticking. Here we go.
They're playing for kills, though. OpTic are playing for kills for the moment. They're making noise, maybe to just bait these players in, or maybe doing weird stuff. I don't know what the game plan is, but a 2v2 with 12 seconds. OpTic are trying to pounce on it. Scump's going to be able to get this bomb down. Boston not quite quick enough. 2v2.
Oh, my God. The plant comes through. Picky gunfight. Slight exchange of fire. Scump, though, doesn't have... It doesn't matter. Wins the fight against Vivid. Awakening now. 1v2. He's got time.
Oh, he hurt him.
He doesn't have Daddy. He's already used it on the round. They're going to back on up. Oh, and this is it. We find out what you're made of in a difficult spot like this. Shotzzy, it's just too much to handle. The team change in effect. And OpTic Texas have stunned us there on Mikado Search and Destroy. A Game 5 victory. I do not believe what we've seen.
And just ridiculous search and destroy gameplay coming through in this series on both of the maps that we had. I mean, cruise missiles for Vivid, cruise missiles for iLLeY, all the picks you want. Shotzzy doing his thing, making plays like on an island over on the B site and just breaking Boston down. And even towards the end, I mean, it was chaos. It was panic. It was concern for OpTic, but even with 12 seconds, able to get the bomb down. And I mean, Scump out there making plays. Not just the fact that Scump was able to get the bomb down and that he had 7 kills, 5 assists as well. So 12 in the old EKIA department. Scump constantly getting involved. And a hell of a game right there from OpTic to turn things around, because those first 2 rounds were rough.
Well, it was damn rough. And we really thought it was going to be another 6-2, but oh, how the tables have turned. 6-3, the final score there on Mikado, and a fantastic search and destroy out of OpTic Texas. What? Series. A fantastic for sure. What did you think I said? Oh, I'm not going to ask you.
I heard fantastic.
Oh, easy,
fantastic.
Tiger. A fantastic search and destroy out of OpTic there. Hey, man, didn't see that coming whatsoever. The reverse is done. It's, well, not reverse sweep, but the series is done. I need a break. Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. OpTic Texas hits the 6-3 split. And that's my last bowling meme, and it should be your last one, too. Can I get real with you guys real quick? Because I just want to point something out. OpTic Texas had so much pressure coming into this. And most of that pressure wasn't necessarily on the players. The man who's been taking it all from the community is Rambo Ray. Off of a small clip that came out on Twitter, Rambo has been slandered by the community. He's been memed up by the staff here on CDL, but the man deserves your respect. And let me give you the man's resume. Rambo Ray, one of the original Call of Duty pros. He's been in the game as long as I can remember. 7 titles as a player, 15 finals as a player, back-to-back grand finals appearances in Black Ops 2 and Call of Duty Ghost. He worked at a Call of Duty studio for multiple years, shutting down his Twitter to make the game better for the players. After he returns to competing, he leads the team to the 2020 World Championship on the Dallas Empire. And now, when he goes and he brings 3 of the 4 players back from that championship team, we all give him shit? No, Rambo Ray knows what he's doing. He's one of the smartest guys in the game. He's been one of the smartest guys in the game since the beginning, and you should put some respect on his name.
Hey, that was fire. We love that.
That was fire.
That's true, though. Like,
I love you, brother.
Listen, Ray is an absolute beast. I had the pleasure of teaming with Ray before, and he's been getting memed like crazy. And, you know, sometimes when these memes, I've been a part of it before, they can just go rampant, man. They can just control the narrative of a person. And the team looks great, honestly, right? Like, they had some great moments throughout that series. We'll be looking at OpTic for the weeks to come to see their improvement.
It's going to get spicy from here on out. And, boy, this series was incredible. aLLeY, you had all the numbers. Boston had a lot of things in their favor. But there was some grit throughout this series.
Absolutely.
Huke able to show up, getting those 3 pieces to kick off maps, giving that team momentum. But what I was most impressed with was watching Scump today.
Oh, yeah.
You saw it in that Game 5, and he also earned our Scuff play of the game. Can you walk me through what the old man was doing when it came to that control?
I mean, he was just having his way. And at that point, I don't even know what role he was playing, because he had the Vaz, he had the Scar, he had a knife in his hand sometimes, and it didn't matter because he was being detrimental on the map. It's really sad to think about losing a player like this that is still so freaking good.
I mean, I was watching Scump throughout that map, like, at times, he was just doing whatever he wanted. Like, the guy got pushed up carpet, pops 3 kills, they can't find him, he runs back inside, gets another 3-piece with the SMG in his hands. Like, you're telling me this demon SMG is gonna have an AR now and be able to just do whatever he wants? I think it's beautiful. And to touch on that control just a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we saw what OpTic was hoping for. I think a lot of people were wondering, like, why are we making this change? What's the team dynamic gonna be like? Well, we saw in that last round, like, Huke and Shotzzy, the pace that they play at, they think the exact same. We saw when they were rotating over towards Plat, Shotzi's just being a nuisance, getting 1-2 kills. Huke off the spawn, he's gonna hit mid, get that kill as well. Like, they're working together very well, and we saw it at control.
The tempo changed, and I want to talk to the man who has been with this team since the beginning, representing OpTic. He's with us now, the red mustache in full force, especially in that Game 5. Scump, you had so many clutch kills, but before we talk about the individual games, what was it like entering today's matchup? How much pressure were you feeling as a player?
There was a good amount of pressure on me today, just because people are holding me to a high standard with the AR, and I've only had 4 days to practice with it. So I was a little bit nervous coming into today, I'm not gonna lie. But we ended up getting the win, and I ended up making some good plays for the squad. So it was a good win. It was a good team win today.
It was a really good win. I mean, you say you're worried about the AR. It looks like you feel right at home with it. To be honest, I just want to know now what's OpTic's focus heading into the rest of this qualifiers, because we were all nervous to see what the start was going to be like, if the honeymoon was going to be there or not. But honestly, I think I see the vision now. So what's y'all's biggest focus heading forward?
We need to clean up respawn a lot. Our search on aBeZy was also very, very sloppy. But again, it just comes down to not really having very many reps with Kyler. So it's kind of to be expected, but kind of not to be. So just need to work on search, need to clean up our respawn a little bit, and I think we'll be good. Need to clean up hardpoint specifically.
Seth, talk to me about like the change you guys made, because I know a lot of people would look at your last roster and be like, do they have the perfect players for every single role? You bring in Huke, switching some things up. What are you guys hoping to improve on from the last roster that you had? Like, what's the focus, the identity change that you guys are looking for?
Just really pacing, I think. So me, I'm kind of more of a slower sub, and that's kind of known. Kyler and Ann are both just crackheads, and they run around. So, I mean, I have some pretty large shoes to fill, filling in Brandon's shoes as a flex. But yeah, we're just trying to work on our fundamentals and all the things like that, work on our pacing, and it'll come because, again, I went from having a trophy at the start of the week to having dead silence for 3 days, and then I had a trophy again today. So we're still kind of trying to figure, so I've been all over the place. So we're trying to figure things out still.
I know you're missing Deddy, but I wanted to ask you, so like, do you have the freedom to kind of just like pull out whatever gun you want at any moment? Because I saw you whipping out the SMG on some hills. Like, how's that feel?
Yeah, is it fair to call you just an AR player, Scump?
No, he's pulling out whatever you want.
Well, I was kind of already a flex, I mean, you could say, but now I use the AR way more, and now I actually have to play like an AR, so I have to like anchor spawns, rotate a little bit earlier, like, so the flex, I was already a flex, but I could do whatever I want. Now I kind of have to like reel it in sometimes and make sure we have spawns and things like that. So
all the boring stuff.
It's not, yeah, all the boring stuff, which I'm not used to. I'm used to just being able to run around and have fun, but now I'm doing the boring stuff, I guess. But it gets wins, so whatever we got to do.
Final question for you, Scump, before we let you go celebrate with the team. What's it like playing with Huke?
Oh, Kyler's an absolute beast. I got Zeo. The guy sets an unbelievable pace, like I said, alongside Shotzzy. I mean, they're just lightning fast, and it makes my job pretty easy just because they're baiting a lot, and they're running out, and they're doing damage, and they're getting kills and pushing out cuts, so it's great. I mean, again, we haven't really had too much time together, but I'm looking forward to what we can do.
Well, we only got one match from OpTic Texas this week. I know next week we get the chance to see you twice. Any teams you're looking forward to playing in particular?
No, I mean, gotta beat everybody.
Post them all, baby. All right, congratulations. 125,000 watched you clutch up on that Game 5, and they'll be cheering you on the rest of the season, I'm sure. That's Scumpy, everybody. Go hang out with the king. He's on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok soon enough. I don't know. Scump, we'll see you soon. Let's keep this rolling, though, because I got a lot to get into. We still have another match to go tonight, aLLeY, and this is going to be a battle of LA Guerrillas going up against the LA Thieves, and you could be hosting a watch party. Did you know it? You want to be like the guys on the flank? All you got to do, go over to CallOfDutyLeague.com. Love the CDL. This is your chance to share it with the community. You can sign up now to host your own watch party. Do it today. Do it right now. And hopefully we'll see you hosting maybe a watch party at Boston. Nameless, will we ever do one of those?
We might. We might have a green room watch party. That'd be lit.
aLLeY from the green room?
Yeah, sure.
Right. I'm in for it. All right, we're going to commercial break. We come back. We got that third match. The players are ready to go. We'll get into it quick.
so what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Dylan Adam has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 2. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing yet. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
All shadows. Ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me, or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War ready, crew coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out as the gorillas. Not any, we're the one out of many. Fire talents empty, lights out as the gorillas.
Welcome back in, everybody. What an epic Sunday for Call of Duty League, and we have one more match to go. It's the Battle of the West Coast. In fact, the Battle of LA. The Guerrillas taking on the Thieves. Both teams underperforming yesterday, looking for a win tonight. aLLeY, we got our maps and modes, and we got to make this quick, so let's break it down.
Hey.
Thieves, the heavy seed coming in. They're at 6. Guerrillas down at 11. But how do you see this playing out?
I don't hate this map set for either of these teams. The first two are definitely in LAG's favor. The player to watch there is going to be Joe Deceives with a 1.24 on that NPC hardpoint. Later half of the series, though, maps 4 and 5 are in LAG's favor.
Yeah, just to piggyback on top of that, you know, looking at this, there's a lot of maps that we saw LA Thieves yesterday in their series. They were up on those maps, right?
Yeah.
Like we look at the Control, we look at the LSCLO, and they ended up choking those in the very end. But also, we've seen LAG choke yesterday, too. So
I'm going Thieves, you going G?
I'm going Thieves.
I'm going Thieves, but I think G can do it.
All Thieves on the desk. Let's get it from our casters. They're ready to go, and so are the players. We got Lando and Studdy. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Bucket. Yes, indeed. Let's end out week number 1 in the strongest way possible, Jay. We've got ourselves the Battle of LA to kick off, rather to close out week number 1. It's an interesting one, right? You got LAG, LAT, both off of losses yesterday. This is going to be a banger.
Oh, yeah, man. And let me tell you right now, we're probably going to see a lot of zapping because the server between both of these squads is going to be right next to each other. These guys are going to be in the peninsula of the best internet possible going into this series. But I'm excited for this one. Obviously, LAG, they're coming off with some really big roster moves. They fall short yesterday versus Florida all the way in that game number 5. And then the LA Thieves, they played a great series, in my opinion, versus New York. They just fell short on 1 or 2 mistakes that eventually costed them the series. But LAG, this is a true test to see where this young talent is. Going up against some world champions, I'm excited to see how they do.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, a nice little test for the Guerrillas to see exactly where they stack up. Obviously, we talked about, you know, first series jitters. You got 3 academy players, 2 rookies, if you also count Exceed in that conversation. Eager to see how they stack up versus the defending world champion. Something interesting, Jay, as you and I were diving into the stats, the Battle of LA history. A lot of people, I'm sure, considering the recent success for the Thieves, would imagine that the Battle of LA has oftentimes gone the way of the boys in red. However, not the case. LAG a clean 4-0 in these encounters.
Oh, that's tough, man. You got to go back and think about the past titles. You got 1 victory in Vanguard last year where it was at Major II where LAG went on that miracle run. They were able to take down LA Thieves. And then the rest of it was all in the year before in Cold War when LA Thieves were going through a bunch of those roster changes. So 4-0 for LAG, you got to be feeling really good. And so far into this game, you get some good time off of P1 and you win the rotation over to P2 to start off with this initial time.
Yeah, this is kind of, I guess, a little bit of a sign of what we saw at Major 1. This Academy roster came out, beat Atlanta FaZe. Everybody was shocked. And those 2 HPs, it feels like they've got a lot of strength in modes like these. However, P2, the battle we often talk about here on aBeZy, is one to highlight. And as both teams continue to exchange blows, for a moment it looked like Guerrillas, now it looks like Thieves, and now Jay, I don't know where it's gonna go. 30 seconds to go, current 3 versus 3 over at the HP.
Yeah, both squads are not gonna allow anyone to get any time off of this P2 hard point, but aLLeY are finally able to take a couple players off of back triple vans. And should be able to get some time with Assault finding that trade, but now it's all about this rotation over towards AC. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player up for the Thieves is going to be Drazah. Only player towards this side of the map, towards top AC. Joe Deceives, can he find the timing?
See if he can get the timing. See if he can grab it. Drazah, able to drop him in that moment. Vaznev coming into good use. Exceed, meanwhile, try to make a play himself. He also falls, so the Thieves will manage to handle business in what was a very dicey moment. Joe Deceives finds that gunfight victory onto Drazah, and everything could go different. However, the 1v1 favors the opposite side, and now it's the Thieves' turn with a bit of free moments inside of the point. Over at the ACs we go, and Arsenes, well, his teammates are dropping, and so did he.
Yeah, he took a fall right there. That's unfortunate right there if you're Arsenes, but aLLeY, they do a great job of just finding every single kill when it's needed. aLLeY are the #1 breaking team on Embassy Hardpoint, and it showed right there. Everybody sets up for their one-on-one gunfights. You take your time, go around ladder. Eventually, you execute that break on towards P3 to maintain this lead. Now off the rotation, final 15 over towards top AC. aLLeY just trying to work up towards the street side. Assault trying to find a couple shots onto Envoy, not able to pick up the kill, but it should allow aLLeY to get fully set up off this rotation to try to take the lead right on back.
And that's a really big loss. I mean, early on in the game, we're talking about how teams are performing an uncustomary break from the Thieves over at P3. Normally, that is the HP that they rely on when it comes down to Embassy. aLLeY making quick work of the final 30, and now we're headed over toward the office where it is all out chaos. And the Thieves, great work here off the rip. aLLeY jumps in from every single angle. The Thieves win their ones, and now they've got the time. Lead change about to be in play.
Yeah, LA Thieves on this map specifically are the #2 holding percentage team. So whenever they are fully set up, it's very, very difficult to break.
Okay.
And aLLeY, they find it. Joe Deceives with the drop shot is able to open up with that too. So the final 20 seconds should go in their favor. It's going to force LA Thieves off the rotation once again. And this is something that LA Thieves were struggling with yesterday in their series versus New York, is simply not rotating. The only hill that they rotated early to was Kitchen twice. So they're going to be the team early on here, but you have to get a great setup because it's been break after break for the Guerrillas.
Break after break, and the guy who's been leading the helm of those particular gunfights is Joe Deceives, now at 9-6. He had an all-star type of performance to start off their series yesterday versus the Mutineers. We'll see if he can do it again, and there you go, Jay. Back-to-back breaks, and it's perfection there from Exceed, as he is an engagement mastermind. Wonderful work again from the Guerrillas, making Thieves work for every single fight. And again, Jay, this is a map that the Thieves absolutely love. They adore themselves some Embassy, and the Guerrillas are taking them to town. Now on 8 in a row combined for the roster. One ends up falling. Drazah trying to cause some havoc in the back, but aLLeY, picture perfect on these breaks.
Perfect start to this hard put for these young guns. Joe Deceives yesterday on this map specifically is a 1.24 KD. So far sitting at 10-7, but Exceed, he's switching from the SMG, pulling out the TAC 56. He's sitting at 15-12. The young guns came to play in such a big match going up against some world champions. So far at the end of the rotation, aLLeY are going to find themselves up by almost 60 points. Now going off towards this P1, LA Thieves, they just want to try to fight for the back, not really allow any time to go to either squad for P1, but LAG, they find a couple kills. That's going to be 2 dead in the feed. It's only a matter of time before they get on point.
Indeed they will. They continue to stack the time in their favor. 35 seconds to go still over at P1. As we know, the bottom side of the map is the primary focus when it comes down to the early portion of Embassy. Neck and neck fight. Still the Thieves, a lot of work to do. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding. Let's go to a listen now with the Guerrillas.
I'm flinging. Time and white. Time and white. He's red side time. He's in orange. You guys rotate. He's in red. I think that looks good. One can be back. Can we go? Can we get people marked? Yeah. Nice job. One's AC. He backed up. I don't know where he went. He's probably gone top underpass. I don't see him, guys. He won. I'm blocking gas. Top gas. One shot Octane. You're missing X. He's going S2. Going S2.
Got you.
I'm flinging Ivy to mid. I'm shooting cross. I'll see. I think he's at single. Deep gas. Sam. Joe, give me a second for deep. It's 2x. I'll show you. Double.
And this is a very hype Guerrillas roster. You hear Joe Deceives roaring as he has been a menace so far here at the parking lot up big. Right now on aBeZy, go the Guerrillas as now the rotation is in over toward the ACs. Last time around, Jay, it was a break, and it feels like everything is going the way of the Guerrillas. We'll see if another break is inbound soon.
I love young talent, Ledo. I really do, because when you're young and you're playing against some of these players that you've been watching for quite some time, you want to come out and make a statement, and Joe Deceive is doing just that. 20-11 in this opening hard point, almost an 100-point lead for the Guerrillas. To start us off in this map, number one, the Thieves just can't get a good setup. They keep getting picked apart one by one, losing key gunfights, and that's another one right there going in favor of Exceed. He's able to find two. At least Drazah is going to be there for the trade, but more bodies here for LAG to try to execute the break because they do have that rotation over towards B4.
Oh, it's more aggression on top of aggression. Joe Deceives eventually falls, and now Assault is just going to try to be as annoying as possible, cause a bit of a headache for LAT, try to stack him toward the backside of the map. But what a map so far it has been from the Guerrillas, specifically from the rookie and Joe Deceives. Jay, it's really weird. Like this is like one of the fastest come-ups that we've seen from a player in recent history. His first ever official tournament in Challengers was Cup #1. That was literally 2 months ago. Like, the guy has not been playing official matches at all, and he's quickly been called upon by LAG, known to be like a right player back in Vanguard. A lot of people questioned the pickup of him, and I'm sure there's not a whole lot of doubters that have a lot to stand on right now, as he is putting on a performance right now for the boys in purple. However, LAT finally able to put in a break themselves, and what a moment it could be for the Thieves if they can get something going.
And this is some much needed time too. If you are the Thieves, you have to get this. So that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Kenny's all the way across the map. So now you are forced to hit that early rotation over towards Kitchen. The Guerrillas have been playing perfect hardpoint in this map #1. Winning key gunfights when it's needed. Making sure that communication is on point to set up the pinch. The SMGs really came to play. It's only a matter of moments until they're able to walk away with it. Everyone on the side of LAG, their guns are really high.
And not only is it impressive that Guerrillas are winning this hard point, because we know that they are a very solid team at it, but on the other end for Thieves, I mean, this is a team that was unbelievably dominant in HP last season, a roster that looked great in hardpoint yesterday versus New York, despite losing in aBeZy yesterday. This is an all-out scary performance for every team in the CDL, seeing what this young Guerrillas roster is starting to do. They're picking apart the defending world champions, and right now it is young and fresh. Joe Deceives causing havoc on the map and what could be the final break of the game. In toward Kitchen we go. Quite a few purple arrows established from the outside of the Kitchen. He goes toward the bottom shelf. RC's now for the trades, as that's now another break. 8 seconds to go. LAG about to call game.
Oh yeah, the game is all done and dusted. The spawns are so far away from the hill. The Thieves are not going to be able to get there, and LA Guerrillas come out in map #1. The young guns come out swinging. The world champion in Assault does it with that AR for the spawns. And when you have this team playing like this, it's going to be really, really scary going up against this squad, because this squad hasn't really been all year long great at hardpoint. Ever since they made this adjustment for this team, they were able to win 2 hardpoints yesterday versus Florida, and they come out and make a statement in map #1 versus some world champions. Very, very typical performance to start us off in this one.
Yeah, incredibly tippable from the Guerrillas, and yes, you see it, man. The stat line, 28 and 17 from Joe Deceives. I mean, really, the new additions to this roster playing fantastic. They had great performances yesterday versus Florida, despite the loss. RC's was really the one that wasn't having the greatest series, but again, they're showing their stuff. And this is really the worry that we had coming into this series, buddy. It was a matter of like, hey, both of these teams, at least based off the small sample size of the Guerrillas as well, but both of these teams in its entirety, not great in search destroy. These respawns, specifically the hard points, are going to be massive. considering this next game, number 2, is really anybody's game.
Yeah, it's aLLeY Search and Destroy, and if you're LA Thieves, you have been haunted by this map. You have 2 round 11 losses, and then the other 2 losses haven't really been close. And if you go back to yesterday when they lost to New York, they got 8 first bloods and lost it all the way into 6-5. They allowed a 1v3 to happen. So if you are the LA Thieves, you have to just completely forget about this map, number 1, because all momentum is going to go in favor of the Guerrillas. The Guerrillas also played this map yesterday as well and lost it all the way in round 11 versus Florida. So you got some homework, some recency homework for both of these squads to see how they're going to try to set up. But if you are LA Thieves, you need to respond right here. You get your first bloods, you got to make sure you capitalize on it, and do not allow bomb plants to go down if you are the Thieves, because you only have a 29% chance at winning that round. So you have to make sure you let them plant the bomb. You're probably not going to win it.
Yeah, again, Search Destroy. Cannot wait to see how that one ends up lining out on aLLeY. But take a look at the highlights throughout this hard point. I mean, it was absolute dominance that was being displayed out of the Guerrillas. Impeccable performances, as we said, across the board. Joe Thieves, without a doubt, a standout performance from him. He delivers a few of the final blows, the assists to lead it into Exceed, and Arsty's finding those final few engagements. And you can see the hype. The roster starting to gain some chemistry, Jay. Again, this is a newer one, right? Over the entirety of this roster, trying to gain a bit of chemistry as the series progresses, and maybe a little bit of distaste out of Octane. Not thrilled to lose a hard point in that fashion. But as we take a look at our maps and modes, we got to talk about that aLLeY Search Destroy coming up next. But Jay, how do you feel about the rest of how the maps and modes ended up turning out?
I think if you're going forward, the Fortress Control, it's going to be really difficult for LAG because they are the worst attacking team that we have in the game, and they're also 10th overall on the defensive end, about 55% win rate for them. Going up against the LAD's roster, who basically had one mistake yesterday going up against New York when they played this map, and that was simply not getting a trade on HyDra. You get one trade on him, you're probably able to close that one out, and then as you go forward, Fortress Hardpoint, they look flawless. Kenny almost dropped 40 kills on that map with that SMG in hand. We had questions about him going into that series yesterday, and he definitely shut us all up with his performance. And then even that Mercado Search and Destroy all the way at the end, neither one of these squads had played it, so that was going to be up in the air. But if you are LAG, you just have to control what's in front of you. This aLLeY Search and Destroy will set you up for a lot of success going forward. One thing that really stands out for this Guerrilla squad is that they are the best team in the game when they are post plant. You get that bomb down if you are the Guerrillas, 92% win rate. And like I said earlier for LA Thieves, if you allow that bomb plant to go down, only 29% win rate on the retake. So it's all about the bomb plants. You allow LAG to plant, you're going to struggle if you're the Thieves. But if you are the Thieves and you get multiple first bloods, you have to be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, both teams trying to learn from the mistakes that they suffered yesterday. And as you talked about it, rough losses for both rosters and rough losses on this very map and mode specifically, both getting taken down in round 11. So you don't have a ton of reps if you're LAG as an official team. You at least were able to experience 11 of those rounds yesterday on this very map and mode. You can see the stats so far for both these teams throughout the year. Not a great record, right? Not a great record on the other side for LAT. I know that aLLeY was bringing it up that if they lose at Embassy, the Search Destroy definitely feels a bit questionable. And I know, Jay, this is the Battle of LA, right? The history behind both of these franchises. Oftentimes, the reason why the Guerrillas have been able to beat the LA Thieves in their prior 4 encounters has been through the Search Destroys, a 4-1 record in CDL franchise history. We'll see if they can make it 5 or if the Thieves can start to even up those numbers a bit as we jump into round 1. Bomb on the back of Joe Thieves.
Joe Thieves is taking a lot of ground right now, trying to pick up any ounce of information he can get. Gets a little peek, a shoulder peek right there onto Kenny. So you just want to close the score. Let's get this bomb down. Let's force them to retake into 4v4. But at the same time, Envoy pushes right through that courtyard side, is able to find the first.
Eventually does get traded out. Overall gunfight still favoring Guerrillas, with Kenny's position being known. Got to try to dive out. Be careful. Quite a few players instantly could jump on in, pounce on forward. Arsty's now with his 2nd kill of the round. And now that leaves LaRue in a 1v3. Awkward spot to be in, but an early pick could absolutely set himself up for success.
It's shot.
And not anymore, as he runs right into the jaws of Assault. Round 1 goes the way of Guerrillas.
That's a first blood right there in favor of the Thieves. They just could not do anything with it. Trades were there immediately for the Guerrillas to make it a 3v2, and then once they find that kill, 2 side kegs. In the 3v1, no hesitation on the rotation over towards B. That round, once they made that play call, Octane simply stood no chance. There's so many different angles you have to check. The guy in bomb site is probably going to be sitting in bomb site, and then the other two players from LAG are just going to watch the crosses. Just a beautiful play call right there from the Guerrillas to take round one.
This is really a mode that you want to see. I mean, really from a young, obviously, as we know, academy roster that comes into this group. I know we have Assault and Arsties here, you know, vets when it comes down to the game, but half of this roster, you know, very new when it comes down to the CDL, as we know, and we want to see this team improve in their search and destroys. Feels like if that can start to be mastered, it could be a very, very competitive roster when it comes down to the league. Match that hard point skill with some search destroy prowess, and you've got the makings of a very solid team. Then around 2 we go, and Arstie starting things off well. Gets the early first blood onto a prior teammate of his. We say goodbye to Envoy.
So now the 3v4, LA Thieves have some work to do. Bomb is going to be down towards the middle of the map. They're trying to play for some information. You saw Kenny hit this jump over yesterday. He's able to find a kill yesterday. Does the same thing today. Takes down Joe Thieves, makes it a 3v3, but there's only 35 seconds to work with. Eventually, you have to pick this bomb up and commit towards one of these sites.
Assault, very well. Could be tagging up Drazah. Does not end up taking him down. Kenny able to grab bomb in stride.
Exceed.
And that dead silence is going to be popped. Dead silence is going to be popped. Meanwhile, Exceed on the other side also has Deddy. It's a pinch of silence. However, Drazah ends up reading the Røkkr. And now Arstie's trying to get as much of an advanced position as possible. Assault, meanwhile, through the mid hallways, as he's able to find a pick. Trying to single out Kenny inside of the bomb site. The question remains, can he escape? And yes, he will. Finding a gunfight victory along the way. Now leaves Assault in a very precarious spot. 15 seconds to go, and all he has to his name is a dirty mattress, Jay.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. He was the entire time, he's just looking for where Kenny could potentially be. But you also had the safety net and Drazah sitting towards top mid, has that angle towards the bomb. He was not able to stick that defuse. As Kenny finds that massive kill onto Arcides, and eventually in the 2v1 just plays the clock with that SMG in hand. Finds 3 on the round. Give him the hat trick. Quavo Ken ties it up at 1.
Quavo Kenny, baby. Like I said, we had a lot of questions about Kenny coming into to Major number 2 with the SMG. Jay, he looked fantastic yesterday.
Yeah,
like, I want to point out the fact that the Guerrillas looked fantastic on the opening embassy hardpoint, but he was beaming yesterday. A lot of questions about him. How is he going to play coming into this new stage, especially with the Vaznev meta being the way that it is? But he is already showing that Thieves fans should be quite confident in his ability with that gun in hand.
Hey, he's a 2-time MVP for a reason. You know Kenny's eventually going to be able to get it done and figure it out. So he finds the first blood going into this round. Already in the man advantage are going to be the Thieves. Drazah puts himself in a great position towards top money. Gets down the second 4v2.
Right now it's up to Exceed. Trying to make the play toward the top side. He's got Kenny just toward his left. Eventually drops him, feeding off the information that he received previously. You have the 2 young guns from LAG looking to clutch out a 2v4. But job by no means done. They at least do have the bomb in their hands. As they are treading carefully, Jay. Waiting for that daddy to come in line.
Yeah, we got to play a trade. We saw LA Thieves get 1v3 yesterday because they were all in solo positions. But Envoy gets some really bad timing. He tries to pick up the kill, and Exceed is able to take him apart. 2v2. Drazah trying to get some connection with the stun. Unfortunately, does not go through the window. So the bomb is going to get planted. And unfortunately, a teammate does come in from Octane. Now it's all left up to him.
All up to Octane. You're just taking down your teammate, and now it is all up to you. Does Octane have a welcome to the CDL moment prepared for these two? 30 seconds to go, and the 2v4 clutch ends up going down for Joe Thieves and Exceed. And this is another terrifying round on iLLeY for the Thieves. And we'll get to watch this nade again, Jay. Oh, no.
Oh, man, it hit him off the buttocks. It hit him right in the gooch. That's unbelievable, man. Right off the back of his leg. Bounces off of Drazah. Unfortunate team kills. Like, both of these guys could not throw tax on their round. Drazah tries to throw a stun through the window. It bounces off. And he said, oh, don't worry. I'm going to match you and hit you with this nade. Unfortunate 2v4 loss right there for the LA Thieves. Not going to put full momentum into the Guerrillas.
And this is like, what by no means the same
it's
stuff
just
that we saw yesterday,
dude.
but it's unfortunate, but like we were seeing rounds like this where they're in primary man advantage yesterday versus New York, and they could not come away with the dub. It went like 8-3 in first bloods, yet still lost the search and destroy in another frustrating round if you're Thieves. Quickly into this next attack, Exceed trying to make the play toward the back lines. All 8 players up, but the bomb, however, has gone down for the Thieves. Defending mightily. Exceed looks to make the play toward the back lines. Early gun engagement about to go down. He loses his. However, Thieves wins both on the other side. Man advantage and then some for Guerrillas. Making it look like hardpoint here in search and destroy. Another break. And Octane could have a moment. However, he will not. Thieves delivers a double and LAG claim their third.
And that is the very first retaking round post-plant for the Guerrillas. They had a 0% retake percentage when that bomb gets planted. And they get it done all on the back of Thieves. Yeah, especially when you're two-piece in the way that you were. I thought the way that LADs are playing it, you allow 50 seconds to go off the clock before they even get close towards the site, but then no one wins a gunfight. Every single player from LAG goes big. You win one towards top plat, Thieves takes 2 players down towards the site, and at that point is Octane left in the 1v3. Stands no chance. LAG not making any mistakes, now up 3-1.
I gotta say, Jay, to me, the overall difference is the fact that, I mean, Arshties looks way better than yesterday, and just in terms of overall morale. I mean, quite chilly yesterday. Seems
not
like
eating the hoodie.
Off the hoodie.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not eating the hoodie anymore.
Yeah.
It appears the AC has been adjusted, and maybe the heat has been turned up again. In terms of the gameplay, Thieves delivering another dagger here to the Thieves. Kenny toward the outside, at least able to find one. Gets stuck on the tree trunk. That's not a common phrase, but eventually does fall himself. Envoy with the potential to try to even up the numbers, makes a bit of noise, pops dead silence, and hopes to escape. Octane and Envoy, it's up to them to hopefully slow down the bleeding.
Octane does get some information that 2 players are going to be in towards site. So now what does Envoy do with his dead silence? Still pops, still activated. Makes his way in towards top window. The stun does come in from Octane. He has a sniper in hand. Unfortunately, cannot line it up. Thieves takes him down. Envoy in a 1v3. He gets picked apart. And LAG 4 rounds in a row in the search and destroy, just not making mistakes. First blood goes in their favor. Even when Kenny finds a trade, the trade is there from Exceed. And even in the 3v2, they played it perfectly. Thieves is not afraid to challenge when it's needed. He knew that Octane had that sniper, takes him down, then eventually you take down Envoy. So far, that has been 0 for 3 on the defensive side for LA Thieves. We got to clutch up on the defense.
We got to clutch up in the game. I mean, already you're staring at an opening embassy. You're staring at an opening embassy hardpoint loss that I'm sure they expected to probably take. They love that map. And then now you're already into this search destroy. You're taking a look at the scoreboard and you're thinking, okay, guys, you know, we lost that round. We're down 4-1. We're already down 4-1. This series is quickly starting to get away from them. Thieves, as we said, they've got to slow down the bleeding. And this is a round that you don't just need, but you have to have. And thankfully, they do deliver a first blood to lighten the load a bit. But as we've said, numbers, man advantage lately has not even been a positive for LAT. We'll see what they can do with it now as they slowly start to make their way into that A site. Thieves popping the Deddy and looks to cause some havoc. And havoc he will cause, Jay.
Oh, man, he's just making plays, but Drazah is able to find 2. Now it's a 1v3 for the young gun. The door is going to be closed, so as soon as you open it, that dead silence is still going to be popped. No one near, so they're not going to know his positioning. Bomb is going to get planted. Octane lane right inside the door, and that round all falls into the hands of Drazah. Finds 3 on the round to close it out for the Thieves. Get that first blood as well due to the gunfight from Envoy onto Arshties. And LA Thieves finally stopped the bleeding for now. Down 4-2.
Tell you what, man, though, I think that Drazah ended up getting a bit of an angle on Thieves as he came in toward the bottom. Regardless, though, it still felt like Joe had like a chance. Like it really did. Like just the way the Thieves are playing right now, considering the momentum. I know he did have dead silence for a moment. It just felt like he was going to run through that door, find a pick, and get out with his life. Just the way this series feels like it's been going right now. But thankfully for the Thieves, they get the round that they need. And now what we like to call the swing round. 4-3 versus 5-2 is a world of difference here in Search and Destroy. And LAG being aware of such, maybe look to slow the game down a bit and try to play for picks. And Drazah and Exceed are literally moments away. What an encounter this is between these two guys. Quite a few engagements on the TL, and maybe an engagement that's getting ready to happen to this map, Jay.
Yeah, somebody just door bust. Like, let's just bust the door down. Let's just get to it. Let's get to this gunfight as both squads just playing it super patient. Kenny does invest that dead silence, but he's not going to cover any ground as he's still in his spawn. As LAG are just trying to get the information of where these players are playing. Once you back down Kenny towards top mid, you can potentially open this up, but the trophy system is going to be here, so no tacticals are going to hit towards this A site. And Drazah, he invests that dead silence, but he's still going to just play this corner in towards court. He has the cross towards bomb.
I'm not sure if LAG have seen that scope out of Octane, but he looks to be out of the fight right now. With that, Exceed on top of it all wins the opening gunfight. Nobody ends up having to sacrifice their life. Drazah falls as well. Absolute numbers inside of the warehouse for the Guerrillas. Only player at ear's distance is going to be Kenny. At least able to wipe away one. Can he and Octane come away with a 2v4? Octane out of the fight. And Kenny, it is all up to you. A 1v3, a defuse that still has to be inbound, and Assault somehow just saw a shadow over top of him. Guerrillas can do no wrong. They've one round away from going up 2-0.
That was just beautiful teamwork from LAG. And keep in mind, this is a brand new roster. You see Assault, he's just laying down behind the bar. You see a little bit of a shadow. For some reason, Kenny decided not to put the tip in the tip jar. And right there, it's going to be Assault to make him pay for it. But the teamwork right there from LAG with such a brand new team was on point. They crossing towards the site. And then when Drazah and Assault, a couple players crossing towards a bomb, that was when he ran right into RCD's pre-aim. LAG are not making any mistakes there at game point.
Oh my God. On game point. Okay, Joe Thieves instantly in a gun engagement. And you can tell maybe previously, like they're willing to take that fight, but right now, the Thieves, they've got to be careful with their lives. Exceed's already smiling mid-round. Thrilled with the advantage that they currently possess, as it's an all-out brawl inside of the warehouse. He's having a great time. Meanwhile, it is Kenny. To be able to get that bomb down. We'll see what LAG look to make the retake. Exceed quickly hops on in for one. Oh, he hopped in for two. He literally just jumped over the bullets of Quavo Ken. Assault popping. Daddy Octane, meanwhile, at least puts one on the board, but it's a sacrifice as he will drop. Envoy comes away with two. They line up for a moment. It's quickly going to be a 1v1. 20 seconds to go. Arcitys holding the angle. Oh, but it's going to be Envoy coming away with the 1v1. It felt like LAG had the round one, but it's Envoy making the plays late, who at least keeps them alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, Envoy told Exceed right there. He said, you found three, but you got the round loss. I'll find three, and I will be able to take the W. Great plays from Envoy to immediately find that two-piece in the trade situation, force it to a 1v1, and then with about 25 seconds, I thought Arcitys set himself up beautifully. He knows that eventually Envoy has to check this bomb, but Envoy reads it, and he's able to clutch up, keep LA Thieves in this one a little longer.
The question really is, how much longer?
I don't know. They haven't been able to win a defense all map, so we'll figure it out.
The time is now. Time is now. Drazah. Great start. Oftentimes we see him over toward the soccer field. This time he runs up through top party, instantly causing a bit of havoc. His Exceed also hits the deck, so a very fast 4v2. Thieves straight to business.
Just gonna try to get this bomb down.
Everybody, Jay, is just like trying to play around the sound cues. That's a great one for Arcitys. Lightens the load.
Gotta be careful though, because we saw 2v4 already happen to the Thieves. We need to put ourselves in a trade situation. As Joe Thieves is still gonna be that player into his site. He's just changing up corners left and right. They're wasting a lot of time trying to locate where Arcitys is on the map, as he's been able to maneuver his way all the way around. 1v1 is gonna go in towards the site. Can Joe Thieves win this one?
He's not able to do so. All up to Arcitys. I think he's already let out a few bullets. 14 seconds to go. Octane on the defuse. Arcitys jumps on out, wins one. Oh my word. Arcitys looked like he had the angle to maybe walk away with that gunfight, but Thieves, too many bodies, too many players alive. They drop him, and again, another narrow round in which the Thieves managed to escape. And Envoy's coming up big. You can see the entire team for the Thieves are stretching a little bit, realizing they're back in this game now, Jay.
Yeah, back in this game after getting your very first defensive round win of the map. Exactly what you needed to do to stay alive in this game a little longer. Now LAG on the defensive end. In this round number 10, Envoy's on a 5 spree. If he can pick up 1 kill, that cruise missile can be so massive because they can open up that B site. But look at the play coming in from Exceed.
Oh, the aggression being expressed by the young gun. Oh, look
man.
what is left, and it's picture perfect COD. Quickly silences Drazah, and it is all out havoc, all out chaos. Over at this side, Envoy, he also falls. Octane and Kenny, the last 2 members alive. And they're in the backside of the map. Exceed could not have a better spot to play from. 1 more left to go. A 1v4 for Kenny. All he has is a dream. All he has is a dream.
It's over.
It's gonna be done. It's done. LAG coming out hot in the hard point and answering, and the search and destroy. Hold off what could have been a little bit of a breakdown. A 5-2 advantage. We went a little farther than expected. And my goodness, Jay, that 2-0, I expected it to be on the other side of the screen.
Same. I really thought it was going to be the other side, especially when the Thieves played these maps yesterday in their series. They had to make the adjustments. On map number 1, they were winning a majority of the rotations. They just couldn't hold the setup. And then on this search and destroy, they basically spawned in really late on the defensive end. Lost 4 straight defensive rounds for them. And that's what eventually allowed LAG to start walking away with this. And you got to keep in mind, they also had a 2v4.
Yeah.
That 2v4 doesn't happen. We're in a round 11, totally different pace. Exceed probably doesn't make that same play, popping that dead silence, pushing up the alley. But that's a 5-5 in First Bloods. The LAG are able to walk away with it. If you are the Thieves, I don't know what's happening with their search and destroy. You're getting First Bloods, but then you're just not putting yourself in trade situations. You're allowing a player to challenge one-on-one, and then when he's losing those gunfights, you're just putting yourself into disadvantage. Now you find yourself down 2-0 in the series, have to complete the reverse sweep versus a team in LAG who are firing on all cylinders right now. This is not going to be easy, but if any team can do it, it's the world champions of last year.
Yeah, that's true. That is something to keep in mind, right? It feels like for a lot of different rosters out there, going down 2-0 means that this series is almost over at this point. However, Thieves, they've been in a spot like this previously, but I can imagine that coming into this series, coming into this matchup, this is not what they expected to be placed down 0-2. And with the Fortress Control up next, a map that definitely caused them some nightmares last night. We'll see if they can start to arrive or if LAG will walk away with the Battle of LA once more, but this time in a sweep. Make sure and stay with us, folks. Fortress Control after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to the Battle of LA. There you see our production team. They've definitely been on the timeline today. We'll just go and put it at that. We absolutely love our friends over at EE. But Jay, it's now time to jump into game number 3 of this series, which has been very intriguing. Right now, the Guerrillas find themselves up 2-0. I know we touched on it coming into the break. You know what, Thieves? Their world championship roster. You know what? Their mental fortitude is going to be at its highest. At the same time, Fortress Control, talk to us about it, man. It was a breakdown for them yesterday.
Yeah, it was an absolute breakdown. They just couldn't find a trade onto HyDra. You can't allow something like that to happen today. And the player that you need to shut down is definitely going to be Joe Deceive. You saw his stats so far in the series of 1.6. The young man came to play today as everyone whips out the TAC 56 to start us off. And that's going to be a clean 4 dead. All of the Thieves going to be trapped in towards the back. Now it allows LAG to just take some time, play for this setup, play for this trap, get as many kills as you possibly can.
Yeah, I want to say it was 4 tacs as well off the start here for LAG, so they look to invest in those picture-perfect gunfights. Doing so, Joe Deceives picking that SMG off the ground. He eventually drops, so LA Thieves do a great job eventually breaking out of that setup. They turn a very tricky situation, one that can take you an entire round to overcome. It really takes them one team fight before they're back in it. LA team kill is not going to make things that much easier. Not going to lighten the load by any means, but Joe Deceives quickly back off the spawn, trying to cause a bit of chaos over at that A zone. Thieves with the body on it, and the time paused moments away from the second capture.
Yeah, second segment is about to come in. He's just going to run right on by. He was trying to play for at least the first player to come off spawn. Sella challenging towards the time. Drazah is trying to stay alive. He's getting wall banged, not getting any assistance. Arcides is able to find 3, but now Kenny is out. Kenny is out for the Thieves, not able to finish that kill though. So now all 4 players are going to be trapped in once again. 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and as we know, when it comes down to Fortress Control, especially on the offensive side, you're just relying on maps. That is your checkpoint. That is everything for you. That's the way that you can break out. Just try to make a bit of a play. Again for the Thieves, they do manage to escape the jaws of the Guerrillas. They just do a little bit of something. Tricky footwork up toward the top. Envoy, no teammates to work with as they've all fallen at the early grave, but at least you have that minute to work with. Envoy, the player to watch, as he'll pop dead silence and hope to make things a little bit easier for the teammates off spawn. Octane will fall, and Drazah able to put away at least 1. Envoy looking to make the plays toward the back lines. Lives continue to be diminished.
Yeah, and Envoy's now the only player out right now for the Thieves rosters. You see all of the Guerrillas trying to locate where he is. He's just being such a nuisance, but the trade does come in from Arcides. All of LA Thieves break out through double doors. They're all going to push up towards this left side of the street. They just have to try to find a couple kills. If you are LAG, just hold your iron. Try to pick up some of these kills, get them out of their spawn, and put them in the trap once again. That's 2 in their favor.
And if you're Thieves, it's like, I don't know if we're going to be able to get back here. Octane, great work to snap on the second. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. They spawn right behind him. Octane. Oh, he's got to adapt. He's got to adapt in a moment like that. This Octane. No, not at all. 15 seconds to go. Very least for Thieves. You got 3 captures. This is the final push. But will it be a push at all? Exceed. Continue to take players down in that middle cross. One player looks to try to escape. Drazah making his way toward one arch. Archdies, he will drop him as well. Get anybody from Thieves make their way in. And no, they will not, baby. Okay, looked like they had a chance. Guerrillas knock him down. 3 ticks toward the Thieves. I don't know, Jake, you'll take that.
Yeah, you definitely take that if you are LAT. Because it's not easy to complete any segments on either one of these points. But the fact that they were able to close out A at least puts them up by 3. Now you just need to have a dominant defensive round, trap them in towards the back, and not allow any segments to go in favor of the Guerrillas. As the Guerrillas take round number 1. It almost got really close in the live department as well. But they're able to clutch up, start off this map 1-0.
I don't know if anybody else saw that. Did Exceed just like a little sniffle, or did he just hit a dab just in the middle of a control? I have no idea. Regardless, we're into this round, and it's not just a triple kill, but it's also a trophy kill. Sometimes even more valuable. Okay, wipe them off the map. Wipe them off the map. A perfect start here for the Thieves as they take everything down, not just players, but utility included. A perfect start to a defense.
Oh, man.
Here on Fortress Control as Octane putting them to bed now on 5.
Just holding this top map's control. All of the Guerrillas are trying to break on in. They're using an attack. They're able to find that initial kill, but here comes Kenny. At least finds 2, keeps the kill stagnant. Still 2 players from the Guerrillas trapped in towards the back of their spawn. Time is starting to tick. You eventually have to get out. It all starts with this map control. If you can find an initial kill, Assault does just that. Now you can start to play some trades.
Oh, and a great bait and switch situation there for LAG. Managed to break on out. Into that A zone they go. Octane eager to throw out some nades, do as little bit of damage as possible, and it feels like he cannot miss. Quick little headshot there onto Assault. I'm sure definitely not the most excited heading into the team comms after a gunfight loss like that, but LAG still holding strong. They've got bodies inside of A, which means that time will pause. After round number 1, Thieves, they got the full capture, and now Guerrillas 1 away from a tie game in terms of our segments. As here comes the team fight. Here comes the gun engagement. Shotzzy trying to stay alive. Quick little 1v1. Kenny comes out on top. 30 seconds still to go.
30 seconds still to go. You have to at least get out and complete this last segment over towards A. If you want to make this round really count on the side of the Guerrillas. They're pushing out towards back stable. Shotzzy does find that opening, so they should be able to cross over towards B. That's exactly what they're going to do. No hesitation. A trophy out. You have 2 players on it. If you are the Thieves, you cannot allow at least 2 seconds to get given up here.
Yeah, and really, is this third segment going to come over at the B zone? Yes, it does. Great work from Guerrillas. They're on both zones right now, making Thieves have to turn their head both directions. Exceed quickly off spawn. Tries to cause a bit of a stir over inside of bottom cannons. He eventually falls, and that is now 4 captures in total. So you will take this if you're Guerrillas. Down in lives in the round. Definitely seems to favor the Thieves, but you've done the job that you have to. We'll see if they can do anything on top of it. Exceed will fall. And again, as we said, Jay, it looks to be a round that technically goes over toward LAT, but for the Guerrillas, a better round in response here on attack.
Definitely a better round by at least completing that extra segment. But they still have 4 people alive. No more respawns for the Guerrillas. They're just going to try to put a lot of pressure on towards the front. Envoy at least sets up the pinch. He finds the first. Great shots coming in from Exceed. He takes down 2, takes down 3. 1v1 is going to be towards open arch. He's not going to be able to pick it up, but those are some beamers right there. I told you, man, we're going to see a lot of zapping gunfights because both of these guys probably got the dedicated server in Los Angeles. And it was showing right there. Let's take a replay look at this one.
How about the snapper on the Drazah, and just thank you very much, Kenny.
He had to be one shot.
He was definitely weak, but an impressive shot nonetheless. I know we've talked about a lot of stories here for the Guerrilla players, but Exceed is definitely a very interesting one at that. I mean, ever since the very start of the CDL. I mean, he has just been on academy team after academy team.
Yeah.
Spent some time on Minnesota. He's already been a part of LAG previously back in Cold War. started on their academy to kick off this year after winning Challenger Champs last season. Big moment for him. However, quickly into this round number 3, and the Thieves eager on the attacking end as they rush right into that B zone. First capture's already there.
First capture's already here, and they have 3 players on this point. They know that Assault is going to be one shot, but he gets some assistance from aBeZy. Second segment is already in. aBeZy is able to find 2, but Envoy and Octane combine for the last 2, so B should be done and dusted. Unless Exceed has anything to say about it, he does not.
Wow.
Great start to this round if you are the Thieves. Now we just have to get out of our spawn and push over towards A, because you do not want to allow a player to get trapped. But Envoy currently on a 5 spree. If he can pick up this cruise missile, it could be massive, but he's going to be a nuisance. That's going to be 3 dead. The stack should be in.
Oh yeah, this looks to be one of the more, solid starts to an attack here on Fortress that we've seen. aBeZy's, though, able to reply back with some beams of his own. Octane, not normally going to see an AR really in a position like this. He eventually does get foiled, but the trades still favor the Thieves for the moment. They eventually do get wiped off the board. So, minute 50 on the clock. You've already done quite a bit of damage if you're Thieves, but still, you are eyeing up that A zone. As we will enter into a bit of a stalemate. It's all about finding those picks. And, well, Jay, playing off of the spree that Envoy narrowly earned just earlier in this round. We'll see if he can put it to good use. Flies in, nothing doing, but information is currency. And right now, the Thieves are flowing in terms of that life count, working quite well off of it. And now it's time to rush in toward A.
It's time to get in towards A, but they still haven't been able to touch that point. Right now, they're just literally playing around the kills. As aLLeY find a couple of 4 themselves, they're able to take down Octane in that cheeky corner. But it's still aLLeY Thieves being super aggressive towards that Satchel side. They consistently are getting out towards the left, which is causing a lot of problems for the Guerrillas. They have mass control. They take down Exceed. So now it's even more difficult. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. 8 to 16 lives remaining. But at least they're able to get on that point until the nade comes in.
That's a great nade from Joe Thieves again for Thieves. So frustrating on a map like Fortress. You got to have those trophies ready and waiting. They quickly plant down 2. The lives continue to dwindle for the Guerrillas little by little. 5 versus 13. And really, if you're Thieves, you just want to hop on this point. You'd much rather end up capturing this rather than ultimately finding the kills in the end. But we'll see if that choice gets made for them. Last player alive is going to be aBeZy. And he'll at least be able to find 1. And they're not going to try to kill him. Yeah, they're not going to try to kill him. They want to try to grab this segment. I think they grabbed it. I think they grabbed the second one today. So 5 in total. You'll take it for sure.
Yeah, that was a crucial stun grenade right there, because you know aBeZy, he's thinking, I'm just trying to go out there and die. I do not want to allow another segment to happen, because now that's going to put them down 4 going into this next attacking round. They got 4 in their previous, but they did not end up closing out the round win. You need to at least complete 5 segments and outslay them if you want to have defense for the Guerrillas. Or obviously win the attacking round by completing both segments to secure that defense. Do aLLeY Thieves make the same mistake that they did yesterday by simply not finding 1 trade onto HyDra?
That's a great point. Trying to learn from the mistakes that they absolutely suffered yesterday. As they felt like they were in cruise control versus New York. Snap of a finger. Vaznev makes some plays, and quickly the game and the series turns on its head. We'll see if aLLeY can start to answer. Historically, for Guerrilla lineups, this Game 3s have absolutely been the struggle. They've been the worst team in the CDL in Game 3 since the infancy of it. Domination or control. It's been where this roster, this franchise has struggled the most. Could this lineup be able to do something a bit different? Very precarious spot is where they find themselves at for the moment. But quickly, 40 seconds ticks off the clock. aLLeY, nothing doing as of yet. We do have aBeZy as well for a moment positioned over at A. He quickly gets erased. And right now, Thieves doing everything that they need to right now, Jay. Finding kills and ultimately just being very difficult to be picked.
Yeah, they're just keeping them in that trap. Keeping the kills stagnant, not allowing aLLeY to get a clean 2 or 3 dead. 25 seconds remaining. aLLeY do get across towards that B point, though. So it's all going to fall into the hands of Drazah. He's able to snake a little bit, get that first kill onto Exceed. Unfortunately, a couple of team shots come into Envoy, and he gets taken down by Assault. So aLLeY, by causing a lot of problems over towards B, find an opening to stop that clock by getting on A.
Yeah, aLLeY, they basically puffed their chest out toward middle, walk away with the majority of these fights, and now have a bit of a lane established over toward A. Clock paused for a moment. Octane, he eventually ends up dropping. Now 2 players are going to be positioned over at the A zone. Can Envoy go big? Needs this one. Not able to take it. And that zone begins to fly. And it looks like LAG are going to be able to capture this. As we said, they were down 4 coming into it. You need to have that extra one at B. And as you said, Jay, make sure they're up in the slang. Still a tall task ahead.
Definitely a tall task ahead for the Thieves boys, but they're at least able to find that initial 2-piece, relieve some of that pressure. Envoy with great shots onto RCDs. It's only going to be 1 player up, all spawn, non-located yet, which is going to be Assault. All the players from LAG are still going to be in towards the trap. Assault does take down 1. Exceed sneaks out. He finds a second. No one's on the B point for the LA Thieves. You have to get back. The last player up is going to be Drazah. He has the cross at least.
Oh, this could be their opening. I think whoever was over toward the cannons in Envoy, they both back up at the exact same time. However, they're able to explode for all 4. Thieves look to be in a tricky spot, but it's setting themselves up for success. A quick 4 down. LAG takes a massive hit in what could be the defining moment here in the control. Thieves needed life. They needed to wake up, and right there they did. One last good push for the Guerrillas.
Last push for the Guerrillas. They have to try to get out, but Drazah has been finding kill after kill. He ends up on a 5-killing streak so far. And with no more lives remaining, this is looking done and dusted. The Thieves have held strong on the defensive end.
Looks like they're going to do it. Last few players alive. You've got 2 members, but they're not going to be in a distance close enough toward that B zone. Thieves able to answer back. And you can see from all 4 players' faces, no celebrations, no excitement. Not many high fives or fist bumps. This is a map that we expected to win, that we needed to win. And while they're not thrilled, I'm sure that LA Thieves fans are definitely breathing a little bit better after that.
Yeah. Taking a nice little deep breath if you are the LA Thieves fans, because you're still alive in this series. It was a great performance from every single player on the Thieves roster. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Everyone positive. Everyone was slaying on their attacking rounds. You see the non-traded kills for Octane, for Drazah, the ARs, 22 and 21. I'm pretty sure Drazah, in those final moments when they eventually got out towards B, he was sitting top corner window. He actually jumps out and finds 3 kills to simply shut down that push for the Guerrillas. So the Thieves, they stay alive a little longer. They make the adjustments from yesterday's Fortress control and get it done today. Now find themselves down 2-1 in the series, going into our next hardpoint, which is going to be that Fortress once again. And just the way that they just played that last map, you can just tell the guns are a little bit more warmed up for the Thieves players. Everyone positive. This is where you really allow your SMGs to slay a bound on a map like Fortress hardpoint.
Yeah, and oftentimes, right, we talk about the SMGs when it comes down to Fortress, especially with the recent meta. I mean, everybody knows it. It feels like every AR player's life just got that much more difficult. We've seen, obviously, since the recent spawn update, it's even got more loud, more chirping on the timeline, without a doubt. But SMGs are always going to play massive, and I think it was Joe Deceives not having a great performance here in this Fortress control. Finishes like 20 and 31, only 8 kills on the offensive end. And as we know, Jay, we learned yesterday, without a doubt, if we already didn't know how important those Vaznevs are on Fortress, especially on control, we absolutely learned it with HyDra's performance. And really for the Guerrillas, no major explosive plays. Some good moments at times, but you could feel it for the Thieves. They just wanted to get this one out of the way, played it strong, played it well, and learning a bit from their mistakes yesterday as they answer back. And as we said, we're headed back to Fortress. And last time that we did watch the Thieves play this map, Jay, Kenny went off. I think he had like 30, like 34 and like 15, an unbelievable performance. A lot of question marks on his gameplay, but it feels like even despite being down 1-2 in this series, despite the loss yesterday versus New York, feels like he is totally fine sitting on that Vaznev full time.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Like I said, Quavo Ken is an MVP, a back-to-back MVP. He can do it with whatever gun he has in his hand. And when he's firing on all cylinders, the LA Thieves roster is really, really hard to take down. But if LAG are going to try to close it out on this map, it has to come down to rotations. Because we saw on aBeZy, the way that they got it done was break after break. But on a map like Fortress, you can get punished for that. You have to make sure that you're fully set up for money hills like P3 and even more difficult hills to break like P4. We saw the way that LA Thieves were able to dominate that hard point yesterday. They were always able to chain a couple together. And when you're able to slay with the best of them, that's when you're going to be able to stand your chance. So I'm really looking at Joe Deceives to bounce back off of not the worst performance in that control, but not a performance that we expect out of that young man, especially with the way that he's came into the league so far. Just got to reset, coming with that close it out right here mentality.
Yeah.
Because we do not want to force that game 5 where either squad has yet to play on the season.
Yeah, that's a great point, my friend. That Mercado search and destroy is definitely a massive question mark for both of these rosters. I think you called it perfectly. I mean, right now for the Guerrillas, you're looking at those two guys on the end. Assault and Arcades, a world of experience, world championship winners, obviously, as well. You're looking at those guys to keep the boys composed, making sure that Exceed and Joe Deceives, those SMGs who, as you mentioned, are going to be so oftentimes involved in those quick decision-making moments, whether it's time to push a hard point late, when we make a rotation, how we end up setting different plays. Fortress is all out chaotic, and a W here for Guerrillas, man, would mean the world to them, right? Getting the first win on the board versus a team like the Thieves. You win the Battle of LA, you get a bit of hype around you as well. And on top of it too, man, their schedule does not get easier for the Guerrillas. They've got Minnesota, they've got Atlanta and Toronto still on the schedule. So you can feel it. I mean, if a W happens here, amazing. If not, those next few matches on the schedule do not get any easier.
Yeah, it'll be tough. That Minnesota matchup, at least in my opinion, could go either way.
That's
but
true,
the one versus Atlanta, and then the one versus Toronto, some of the best teams that we have in the game, those are not going to be easy ones to take down. So this is a win. Now that you find yourself up 2-1 in this series, you can potentially set yourself up for some success. But here we go. It's going to be the Thieves starting off on the bad side for this early P1. Do LAG decide to whip out 4 attacks off the rip once again like they just did in Control? Nope, Exceed has us up.
And so does Envoy. Instantly trying to make a play for the spawns as he does eventually get found out. So Guerrillas, bit of a situation that you find yourselves in, right? You've got the more preferred spawns. You definitely want to have somebody placed inside of P1, but you don't want to give this one away for free. Thieves, with those numbers, wants to try to throw as many bodies over at that opening hard point as possible. A solid start in the overall kill column for the Thieves, despite the time disparity. Right now, LAG still containing those spawns. Kenny trying to cause a bit of problems in the back, and now he's got Drazah at his side.
And the spawns are not going to flip, at least for 2 players on the side of LA Thieves. Drazah wins a huge one-on-one versus Joe Deceives. The team kill does come in also for LAG, but they're getting a good chunk of time off of this P1. Now your main focus has to be where Exceed is on the map, because he can break your setup. Gonna slowly peek towards the back window, but Drazah is able to take care of him. So now LA Thieves are going to be fully set up off this rotation. You have to get a great hold, and just keep in mind the positioning right now of Kenny. As long as he stays a lot towards that position, he can have an easy rotation towards the next. But I was worried about the breaking so far for LAG on this map because it's so damn small, but they're able to get it done on the P2. Beautiful break coming in from the Guerrillas.
Oh, but Kenny brings it into a quick 1v1. Arcades versus Drazah. Whose teammates can get here first? Drazah wins it. Joe Deceives an assault. Now they jump inside of the hard point. 30 very valuable points. So the fight for here at the gallows, and the level of urgency has to be high here for the Guerrillas. Knowing where P3 is going to be placed, just being a nuisance is what you'll take if you're the Thieves. Arcades is here to cut down Envoy. You grab the final 15, and now it's off to the races you go to what is going to be one of the biggest hard points to take a look out for. Arcades starting off this game hot, Jay, now at 8-1.
That's 2 down. They already have control from the front side. Exceed wins that one-on-one. So now you're already breaking their setup. The Thieves players rotated nice and early, but they're not getting any time. They take down the player towards top circle. They're able to push right on through the front and execute a perfect rotation coming in from the Guerrillas. That is a beautiful break to now allow them to grow this lead even more. They're currently up by 30. Potentially could be up by 70 at the end of this one. All come down to these gunfights.
Oh, Joe Deceives! How in the world did he just walk away with those 2? Makes things a little bit easier for the team. However, LA Thieves, they spawn all right here. And we'll see if they can put that to good use. Octane puts away a few. It is all out chaos to start here on Fortress. And it looks like they break in, they claim the time, and the final 15 will belong to them. Arcades still on a heater. Had a bit of a slow series yesterday, and he is turning up when the squad mates need him the most. Already at 13-4, a commanding advantage through 3 hard points here in favor of Guerrillas.
Almost up by 70 points. The Thieves need a response right here on this P4. They were able to do it yesterday versus New York. Can they do it again? First kills comes in from Octane, but Exceed with the route through the top windows is able to take that player off time. Now it's all about being a nuisance. You're waiting for your teammates to get back into the play. Joe Deceives flanks through the side door. He's able to find 2. Drazah finds 2 of his own, so the kills are being stagnant.
They are indeed. Salt, he wins a massive 1v1. Only player that's still going to be alive inside of the point is player 6 in Drazah. He decides to go around the outside. Assault manages to find his position. And I tell you what, man, the Thieves, they rotated early, and they've yet to have a single 3-second inside of cannons. Guerrillas have come knocking, and specifically Arsenes has now at 14-5. And that is a hard point. That is so frustrating, Jay. If you are the Thieves, you expected to grab a decent amount of seconds. And I think what, as we walk away from this hard point, they got maybe 10 seconds. That's it.
They got 14 in total on that P4. That's not good. Not good, but you just need a response. We need to set up on the hill and not get broken immediately. And so far, the way they are set up on this P5, they are trapping LAG in towards the back of that spawn. They're making sure they're watching their pinch. But you see the Guerrillas players, they just want to get in towards Art. They want to try to set up that angle through top corner window. Envoy reads the play beautifully on a player going for a pinch. Finds a couple shots onto Exceed. He's able to take him down. But the break is about to come in from all the rest of the LAG players. They find another one.
Yeah, they pounce. In the meanwhile, we're watching Envoy's POV trying to make a flank. And instantly, his teammates end up dropping on the other side. The Thieves, they also find 4 of their own. So both teams flexing that impeccable talent that they've got when it comes to gun skill. Back and forth we go, but as P5 will come to a close, LAG reach the century mark. And again, Jay, it feels a lot about breaks. That P3, Thieves have got to improve in situations like that if they expect to see a game 5.
Yeah, we usually don't see these mistakes out of a team like the Thieves. They usually been one of the best teams that we have in hardpoint. They just can't get a proper setup. The kills are going back and forth the entire time. Exceed is just keeping them off of this P1. Now the spawns are going to be able to flip. LAG set themselves up for the next hill. But your main job is to not allow the Thieves to get back into this game with good time off of the P1. 35 seconds remaining. Octane able to put down a couple shots, not able to pick up the kill. But at least one player in Drazah is able to get on that point. The contest is going to be here. Cover fire from Envoy. With 25 seconds left, you're basically going to force the Guerrillas to hit that early rotation over towards P2 to get properly set up, because the Thieves are right back in this one.
Yeah, a great answer and a much needed one at that. Envoy trying to cause a bit of problems toward the back. That's going to be 2. Oh, turns away at the worst time possible. That triple very well could have been an early break potentially for Thieves. However, that's going to be thwarted for the moment. Kenny looking to get aggressive, puts that SMG to good use. Right now he sits at 20-15, having another solid performance with that Vaznev in his hands as the Thieves. Oh, Drazah, great work. Cuts down Exceed. The break is already in, and now LAT starts to roll.
LAT, they're able to take the lead. Let's hear how the communication sounds with the Los Angeles Thieves.
Holding dub hop and shit.
Yeah, he could be bottom art right now. Don't back, bro. We have a back bottom art then. I got fragged.
Hey, here.
I'm naded.
Yeah, here.
That's bottom art. I went right. He could be bottom art.
I'm watching.
He's in open right now. In open right now.
I'm on his way. I don't see him hop or anything.
And then he.
I'll see it open.
Close. Get the time. Get the time. I have a cruise for next. Open up me. Open. They smoke me 3.
I might have a god time.
On new. One shot on new, bro.
On new. Back matters. On top map spell. Jumped off. Comes over railing.
Listen.
We go right.
Save your tax.
He threw a trophy.
Someone go P1. We gotta get P1, bro.
Hey, you guys are rapid. That's one left.
Okay, I'll play for us. Wait, stop. Let's go.
Cannon. Still there. Cannon to front art.
I get front art. Not weak. Watch out. Let's go front. Let's go front.
Yeah, no problem.
I
got some over
your shit.
I'm
cruising.
Yeah,
watch your back. Back up. Or back up. And 2 points. 2 points. One shot up front. I got in front of it.
One shot. Small bottom.
Absolute front. It's shot.
All good. They spawned there. No comp. All right, give him that. Let's go. Open. Middle of P5 back. Right late. He ran way through.
Nice.
I'm looking right. I'm trying to live for a second. I can't.
A great check-in again with the Thieves. We know them to be a very, very solid team when it comes down to the comms. You'd expect it after how much history that they have with each other, but they try to rock the streak. They try to jump in toward Fountain when Guerrillas need a major hold, Jay. They get the full 60 right back in this game, and now they've got the lead themselves.
That was just a beautiful setup because they knew that that Envoy had a streak to invest in. Jodas EV times that flank, is able to take down 2, and then eventually the trophy comes abound. Envoy's not able to pick up any kills with that streak. So back and forth game, basically a tie game between both of these squads. But if you are the Thieves, you just want to try to slay, because last time around they were only able to get 14 seconds off of this P4. You have Kenny who's trying to work his way in towards bottom art, but Right now, the Guerrillas, they're just playing to keep them off. They're not going to give up any time off of this P4, and they're doing a great job of just slaying around the hill.
162, 162. We go back and forth. Drazah a bit irritated with the level of aggression that's being expressed on the other side. A Guerrillas break again. How many times have we said that so far throughout this series? It has happened once more over at the Cannons. And again, Jay, like you said, they're just trying to be nuisances. They're just trying to be problems. Make Thieves' lives so difficult when it comes down to these small portions of the map. And we know when it comes down to this building, you can hide in a lot of crevices, hide in a lot of different areas. These Guerrillas do exactly what they need to. They've still got the advantage, slim, but it's a lead nonetheless. Now toward P5 we go, and we take a look at Jodecives' POV as they look to make the break. That's going to be two early ones. Exceed, Jodecives trying to make the plays. However, Octane and Kenny on the opposite end find two of their own. Big moments going down for the Thieves.
There's a big kills coming in from the Thieves to just keep control of stables. You do not want to go 4 dead. They're getting themselves right back into this when a lead change is potentially about to come in. Jodecives at least takes Kenny off for now. But a 5-point hard point, that's going to be 3 dead in defeat. They know that Drazah is going to be still in stables. They take him down, and this is where it can start to get scary because now the Thieves are going to be put in towards the trap. You have to break out and potentially take them off for this time. But the Guerrillas have set themselves up to close out this game on P1.
Yeah, that's the worrisome part, right? You have the advantage when it comes to the Blacksmith, yes, but you can also be put in the most tricky position in the entirety of Modern Warfare 2 is this backside fountain spawn. Here on Fortress, the Thieves, they need to break out, and they need to break out quick. As Kenny eventually falls, the rest of this Thieves trio is going to have to make something happen little by little. The time continues to tick away. LAG not going to be the first ones to aggress as they start to light up. 3 fall, 20 seconds to go for Guerrillas.
You gotta go if you're on LA Thieves. You can't give up all this time. One player in, Kenny does make his way out towards bottom art. He's gonna be the player trying to set up the pinch, but Arsenes is cutting down every player on the opposite side. Kenny does take down one, but that's gonna be 3 dead. 5 seconds away. LAG are about to call series.
They're about to call series. A few more points. Thieves, they've got to break in, and they managed to do so. 3 seconds more to go. Guerrillas are about to call game. Arsenes having an incredible map right now at 31 and 17. Calls out the streak and just trying to make life a little bit more difficult.
Rotate.
Don't give them any more guaranteed points and try to cut down a few players off the spawn. Thieves, they've got to rush in. Here comes the full lineup. A few begin to fall. Arsenes again will put them away. And the Battle of LA belongs to the Guerrillas. Exceed, he's got some words. And how about that W? A stunner here in our last match of the day.
What a performance from such a young team. They beat the LA Thieves in 2 hard points. The old LAG roster could not win a single hard point. They couldn't even breach 100 points. But that is now 4 hard points in a row for the young squad in the Guerrillas to close out this series in a 3-1. I said they had to do it here. You didn't want to take it to that game 5 Search and Destroy where neither one of you guys have any information on how you are going to play it. And none other than the leader of the Guerrillas pounded his chest on this map number 4, going double positive at 34 and 17. They're able to close out the series in a 3-1. And I'm pretty sure he just gave Drazah some props. He said, Drazah, you're a great player. You're a great player, man. That's exactly what he said, guys. Don't think anything otherwise. As the Guerrillas take a great series away from the Thieves in a 3-1 fashion.
And Jay, let us know, man. Let us know, what does it mean for a young roster like that to come away with a W, to win the Battle of LA, especially versus this team?
Man, if you're such a young gun, you're coming in versus some of the best players to ever play Call of Duty. They're all world champions. They know what it's like to be backed up against the wall, to try to complete a reverse sweep, but you completely shut it down. I think the turning point in this game had to be that P3 where LA Thieves rotate early, but then they allow the Guerrillas to break right in through the front and then gain that time early on in the game. They were just ahead of the game. They were always a step ahead, playing in front of the LA Thieves roster, and they just simply could not get a great hold on every single hardpoint that they rotated to. Like, what's going on with the Thieves in hardpoint? I have no idea.
Incredible stuff really throughout this entire week to kick off Major number 2 in our qualifiers. Battle of LA. It still belongs to Guerrillas. You can make it
Another
5-0. Now that's going to do it from us. Puckett, Desk, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, friends. A very fiery Sunday here at the CDL, and an epic conclusion to that series as aLLeY makes his mark felt. But I want to give a shout out to kick this one off to Go Huke, all football, and the 497 people that picked LAG in the upset. There was 9,464,000 channel points on this matchup, and 79% of the community all went with Thieves. A lot of people doubted this LAG squad, but you were telling me before this match kicked off, games 1 and 2, they got it in the bag if you're looking at the numbers.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest surprise when it comes to LA Guerrillas squad is usually when you pick up Challengers players, it's for the search and destroy, right? Like it's usually, even in the Pro-Ams, it's usually the Challengers teams taking the search and destroys off the pro teams. That wasn't the case with the LA Guerrillas. These players were very good at respawn, and they proved that they are continuously pushing that in the league as well. So I'm very impressed by Thieves and by Exceed and what their performances did in this matchup, and excited to see what they do for the rest of the split.
Get your popcorn ready because we have Arson. He's joining us once again, one of the greatest interviewees in the history of competitive gaming. aLLeY, can we start there with your teammate, Exceed, seeming a little extra fired up in this matchup. Was there heat? Was there talk coming into the series against Drazah? What was going on there for LAG?
So I know about the tweet. It was like MW or something. But all we said all weekend was the 3-0 when it mattered. I won't say the rest, but I think you guys know what I'm saying. So I think he took it to the heart, still takes it to heart, and it's a good rival, to be honest. Finally, something that's entertaining in LA.
I like what we got going on here. We need more rivalries throughout this league, and it's great to see you back on top with a W after struggling earlier in the weekend. So tell me, what did you guys fix from your last matchup when we saw you to coming into today? Because LA Thieves, the toughest seed that you've had to match up with so far in the online qualifiers.
Toughest team?
Highest seeded team. There you go.
Honestly, I just used my brain today. Yesterday, I'll 100% take the blame for that one. My S&D and L silo control was bad. It's just like small mistakes here and there, but obviously it's a new team. It's a really new team. These guys are all hungry. They yell in my ear 24/7, but we're looking very good in scrims. Looking good in hard points. I think we're 4-0, right?
I believe so. Yeah, your respawns. I'm pretty sure you're undefeated respawn right now. It could be. Actually, I think.
Hard point.
And hard point. Yeah.
Hard
point. You're
hard
undefeated.
Yeah.
But I actually
shit on Florida and Thieves. We beat Florida for like 4-1 map count yesterday, but again, I didn't use my brain, so.
aLLeY, I want to ask you about the dynamic you have with Assault here, because I'm sitting here, I'm watching the game, and I'm like, okay, Assault's traditional, he's rotating, he's playing well. I love what he's doing for this team. Does it feel like it's freed you up a little bit as opposed to the last roster that you had? Because you just went out there and dropped a bomb, brother.
Oh, of course. Like, I got to run around as a sub now looking all stupid. Like, I'm like, I don't even have to think right now. Like, I think the start of the map, I picked up a sub and, like, got, like, 4 or 5, and, like, I got team killed by someone. But I honestly, like, I wanted Adam bad because, like, he brings a lot to the table. I don't have to worry about like stress about like what others are doing. He could help me with that. And honestly, it's been a good fit since like a lot recently since everyone moved to here.
For all the Guerrilla fans watching in the chat, especially the 500 that won 9.4 million channel points, what do you think they have to be most excited about when watching this team? Do you guys have a favorite game mode? Do you guys have a favorite map that we're playing? What should we know every time it loads up? Expect a dub.
Honestly, we love Call of Duty, but not for the fans, but for PaulEhx, you. Fuck you, Eggs. Fuck you.
Oh, Christ.
I hear the flank, man. You know what? I hear the flank. I'm not playing for a bag. I'm playing to win.
I like that answer. aLLeY, we got to let you go, my friend, because we got a lot of graphics to get through. Congratulations on the W tonight. Can't wait to have you back on the show.
I love you guys. Please don't hate me. Don't find me.
We don't hate you.
We don't hate you.
The passion took over. You got to control the narrative. I understand where he's coming from, right?
Nothing but love for aLLeY all the time. We have our Scump play of the game. Let's get to it right now. And it's coming from a young face. Thieves, a player to watch coming into this matchup. Today, he was looking ferocious, aLLeY.
Yeah, no, and like I said at the beginning of the segment before we head into the series. Joe Thieves heading into that Embassy hardpoint has a 1.24. If anybody was going to open up this series, it was going to be him. And he continued it on in through the S&D, in throughout the control, even though they fell a little short. This is a player who had a lot to prove, getting put on the sub roster for LAG at first, and then moved into the main roster. A lot of people were asking question marks, and a lot of people were biting back at this decision, and he's shutting them all up with the series today.
Yo, what is good with Thieves, man? Like, we just spent a lot of time talking about LAGs.
Right.
Like, talking about Thieves, like, these guys in hardpoint, they're losing so many rotations. They're getting broken almost instantly. Like, the chemistry, like, the fundamentals, I feel like they're still there, but these situations are not going their way. I mean, they're gonna really have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what's going wrong, because getting broken like that, a team that's winning world championships last year, gotta come stronger in these next couple series.
Maybe today you should just pull out more sniper rifles on all maps, because we have a little sniper montage coming at you right now. This is the best shots of week #1 here in our online qualifier leading up to Major #2, and boy, we had a lot of pretty ones in the last 3 days.
It's been incredible. I'm hoping that we see some of the iLLeY ones from earlier today. I know that's probably a big feat to ask of in that short amount of time, but iLLeY, even in the first search and destroy they lost, was hitting some insane shots. So I'm always happy to see the sniper in the competitive rule set.
Who's the best sniper in the game?
iLLeY.
Nah.
He didn't miss a shot today, man. Every time he had an angle, he connected.
It's Clay. Clay is the best sniper in the game. I'm saying it right here, in my opinion.
This was pretty nice, too. I remember Skyz keeping trying to get angles on Octane. Octane shut him down, but this was iLLeY today, I believe. Yeah, against the breach. Just keep your eyes on what he was doing. Pick after pick. aLLeY, we were talking about it. What's going wrong with the breach? They couldn't find a solution to the snipes. But he's not the only one. Attach up north was able to rock it despite the food poisoning, still able to connect.
I think some of the craziest things when it comes to like attach snipes and Clay snipes is like, it's just been in like weird situations. Like it's been in up close, it's been in quick shots, and it's just been a pleasure to
The different play styles of the snipers.
Yeah.
Like, iLLeY very much like a traditional sniper, like he's watching mid, and then when you get ready to go push the bomb site, like he's looking over you there. So it's been cool to see these guys whip it out in these situations.
More aggressive snipers. That's what Ant wants to see, and I am here for it. Here's a look at our standings, though, after week 1. We've got Subliners still on top, Toronto and FaZe in your top 3. Expect some huge shakeups, though, because the Røkkr, Surge, and LA Thieves, they had their bumps, ups and down this week. Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, a lot of teams making their way up.
Yeah, a lot of teams making their way up, and one of those teams being LA Guerrillas and OpTic Texas and Florida and Vegas. So honestly, if you're the LA Thieves, the Seattle Surge, the Minnesota Røkkr, who has had a struggling start so far, I'm hoping you have things figured out by the second week, because that is a lot of teams coming for your spot.
And for anyone who is tuning in for the first time, they saw the drama, they got in on the action tonight. Walk me through, why are these CDL points important?
Listen, these CDL points are so important because at the end of the year, the top 8 go to champs. That's all that goes. So it's very important to get your points early. We saw last year teams that had a lead early on, well, they were sitting comfy towards the end of the season, Pocket.
Regardless if you got the results you wanted tonight, we want to thank you all for tuning in, and come back next week. The pre-show kicks off at 2:45 Eastern as always, but the matches, we're going live 3 p.m. Can the Subliners stay hot against the Mutineers? Will the Surge bounce back against OpTic? Or will the Thieves right the ship? A lot of storylines coming in. I got my money on Toronto, though, I'll tell you that. Good old day is coming our way on Friday. And, of course, we want your predictions. Get them in right now. Pick'em.callofdutyleague.com. Nameless, you like your bets this week? You like your picks here on the desk?
I think my picks were good today, 2-1. I have had some bad picks the last couple of days, though, so I'm going to come stronger next week.
And would you ever put more than 500,000 channel points on a single match, aLLeY, after watching someone lose big today?
I'd put all of them in. You know, go big or go home.
Go big or go home.
Florida versus OpTic.
All right. Well, it's time for us to go home. Thank you all for tuning in. This is the Call of Duty League. aLLeY Cat, Nameless. I'm Chris Puckett. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, especially my man Fike, who had that bowling monitor. We'll see you next Friday. Much love.
Flames of power burn inside of me, heating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can pardon this. I set the flames to get rid of like an arsonist, and I have to walk up until I might have no part in it. And you can get down and lay down, even calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground. This is fun. Oh, you said you wanted to win, what is the right fight. Pray for when the darkness comes, turn on your nightlight. You should have brought you a gun, cause we don't like knives. Since the power went to my head, haven't been quite right. Flames are burning, things are churning, knees are bending, ankles burning. I'm the teacher, you should learn it. I'm the judge, and here's your verdict. This is hell, and you deserve it.
I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Man, I cannot pretend the road is not tough. They trying to slow me down, they ain't people to be bumped. Constant on my mind, the ones I do love, they counting on me now. Too late, they give up. Lace my shoes up, I'm tired though. You should know. My race can be rushed, my rivals, they will fold. They see me come out, I bet that they gon' start running. I'm a stone to a giant, I ain't afraid of nothing. Grit in my left hand, vengeance in my right. Go straight to both, I ain't wasting no time. Fight for what's mine, you know it's only right. Better have it bad by the end of the night. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up.